I request all the delegates to keep your mobile phones and other electronic gadgets on silent mode or switch off if possible. You could possibly make use of that during the breaks and lunch time. We don't have a specific tea break today. So as the session goes by, after the inaugural session, please feel free to go at your own time, have quick tea for about 5 minutes or so and come back. We request you to wear the delegate badge while at the convention throughout for easy identification, because there are other events as well going on here, and we would like to keep our delegates identified all the time. In the program schedule, the entire sheet has been shared with you with the entire program of the day. There are 4 QR codes given for you. I request you all to have a look at it. The first QR code is for viewing the detailed profile of the speaker. A short profile will be played out here. However, for the detailed profile, you could scan the QR code. Then for sending the questions, we have another QR code. And third, providing a valuable feedback. So this is something we would like to have from you all before you leave the hall. And anytime during the convention, even before the convention gets over halfway, you could possibly give your feedback. We would love to have your feedback. And the feedback lines are open until tomorrow, but we would like to have them today if possible before you leave this hall. And lastly, there is a special issue of the business mandate that is going to be released today. You can just scan the QR code and view the business mandate magazine. I also welcome all the viewers who have joined us online virtually. They could also share the questions on the number that's displayed on the screen. Once again, your feedback is very valuable, so kindly provide your feedback before you leave. And just a small reminder to you that MMA is also active on social media, on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Insta, and all that. Please feel free to visit our social media page and give us your opinion, your feedback, your views about the convention, and also in general about the MMA. Also keep looking at what MMA programs are going on throughout the month. Please feel free to connect with us to attend any of the MMA programs. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back very soon as we try to commence the program by about 9:25 or so. So until then, a short break.
It was a journey that was, it's all consuming. It eats you up from the inside out, mentally, emotionally, physically. And it's a journey that perhaps can never really be adequately described in words by anyone who's gone through it, because there's always going to be some part of it that's felt so deep that it's very hard to put words to it.
Amit sir has been instrumental in my success as an athlete and has always stood by my side through thick and thin. He's a friend, ally, and guide to me, laying the foundation for my professional and personal growth as a human being.
लेफ्टिनेंट कमांडो प्रवीण कुमार तेवतिया। उस दिन न्यूज़ छपी थी टीवी के ऊपर कि एक कमांडो शहीद, वो कमांडो शहीद की जो न्यूज़ थी वो मेरी थी।
Is it a terrorist attack planned by?
It was a journey that it's all consuming. It eats you up from the inside out, mentally, emotionally, physically. And it's a journey that perhaps can never really be adequately described in words by anyone who's gone through it, because there's always going to be some part of it that's felt so deep that it's very hard to put words to it.
Amit sir has been instrumental in my
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I once again welcome all of you to the MMA Annual Convention 2025. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the viewers and members who have joined us online this morning. Please stay with us throughout the day. I have excellent sessions coming up. So to begin with the convention, may I now request the dignitaries for the inaugural session to take their place on the dais. May I request Mr. K. Mahalingam, President MMA, Partner TSM Group of Companies, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, Senior Vice President MMA and Managing Director Sundaram Home Finance, Mr. A.R. Unikrishnan, Vice President MMA and Managing Director Saint Gobain, Mr. Josh Folger, Member Board ICT Academy and President Electronics Network, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, Founding Member ICT Academy, Chairman Emeritus Cognizant, Mr. Brajendra Navneet, IAS, Secretary of Information Technology and Digital Services Department, Tamil Nadu, and the Chief Guest of the day, Mr. Velan Subaya, Chairman, Cholamandalam Investment and Finance Limited, Executive Vice Chairman of Tube Investments of India Limited, and may I now request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to accompany the dignitaries to the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, just start of the day, let's welcome the dignitaries with a big round of applause. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think all the dignitaries are on the dais. Let's give them a big round of applause for taking their time off this morning and being here. All good things begin with divine blessings. So, let's welcome Ms. Padmaja to render an invocation on Lord Shiva, followed by Tamil Thai Varthu. I'll request all of you to raise and continue to remain so until Tamil Thai Varthu is over.
मृत्युञ्जयाय नमः ॐ त्र्यम्बकाय नमः ॐ लिङ्गेश्वराय नमः ॐ साईश्वराय नमः ॐ सत्यसाईश्वराय नमः ॐ मृत्युञ्जयाय नमः ॐ त्र्यम्बकाय नमः ॐ लिङ्गेश्वराय नमः ॐ साईश्वराय नमः ॐ सत्यसाईश्वराय नमः ॐ ॐ नमः शिवाय नमः 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 ॐ
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டனிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செய்ய மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you, Ms. Padmaja. That was a very, very energetic rendition on Lord Shiva. I'm sure all of us are blessed to have a great day today. May I now request, as a token of appreciation, may I request the chief guest and other dignitaries to present Ms. Padmaja a floral bouquet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a big round of applause. She's been here practicing all the while and rendering such a wonderful song to us. Thank you, Ms. Padmaja. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mahalingam is the President MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. K. Mahalingam, President of Madras Management Association and Partner Director of TSM Group of Companies, is a distinguished leader with over 35 years of experience. A graduate of NIT Trichy and IIM Calcutta, he is an active angel investor mentoring budding entrepreneurs.
I now invite Mr. Mahalingam to deliver the welcome and introductory remarks.
Good morning, everybody. Lovely to see a hall almost full on a midweek morning. Thank you for being here. It's indeed my privilege and honor to welcome the delegates to MMA's flagship event, MMA Annual Convention 2025. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, invitees, past presidents, delegates from corporate, industry, management professionals, and my colleagues in the management committee, members of the media, viewers watching this convention live from all over the world, there must be thousands, I guess. Dear friends, good morning and a very, very warm welcome to the MMA Annual Convention 2025 on the theme, Foundations for Building a Resilient India. I take this opportunity to extend our hearty welcome to our chief guests. Firstly, Mr. Vellayan Subbiah, Chairman of Cholamandalam Investments and Finance Company Limited, and Executive Vice Chairman of Tube Investments India Limited. On a personal note, it's for me a rare privilege and honor to state that I interacted with him briefly professionally in a startup which I had invested in, and Mr. Subbiah was guiding and mentoring. The experience was, I think that was a trailer to what I'm going to get today. Truly educating and enlightening. Thank you, Mr. Subbiah, for accepting our invitation, being here. Really an honor for us. We were actually, I was telling Mr. Surya Narayan that we hope you find time when we were discussing your name. Thanks again. Mr. Brijendra Navneet, Secretary of Information Technology and Digital Services Department and former permanent representative of India to the World Trade Organization. We are indeed fortunate that to have Mr. Navneet here, and I was just telling him before he got on stage that it's possibly going to be the first address as IT Secretary, Mr. Navneet. It's going to, given that our focus today is also going to be on technology, I'm sure Mr. Navneet's contribution will throw more light on all aspects. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time off and being here. And I should tell you that Mr. Vijay Kumar, when he spoke about you, had nothing but the best to say. Thank you again, sir. Distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan, I know him personally. I'm really fortunate to know him personally. Chairman Emeritus of Cognizant, founder of ICT, chairperson of Kriya University. Lakshmi is an inspiration and a great support for entrepreneurs and managers in the city. We are indeed really fortunate to have Mr. Lakshminarayan India. Thanks, Lakshmi, for doing this for us. Thank you. Mr. Josh Folger, I was just telling, he's the manufacturing rock star of Tamil Nadu for us, and he's a good friend also. So I'm taking the liberty, Josh, of saying a personal thank you to you for doing this for us, traveling all the way from Bangalore, and most importantly, on the collaboration with ICT. I think it's going to be an important collaboration for both of us. I think ICT Academy and students will benefit hugely from the management content that MMA, thanks to Group Captain Vijay Kumar, puts out. And we'll also benefit hugely from dealing with students in the technology area. Thanks, Mr. Josh and Mr. Lakshmi, for doing for this. It's very special for us. I also welcome the distinguished speakers who have taken time off to speak at the various sessions during the day. I must tell you, thanks to Lakshminarayan, the convention chairman, we have put together a wonderful range of speakers, some of whom are already here, and from across the country, literally, and the best of thinkers, thought leaders, and professionals. Thanks, Lakshminarayan, for doing that for us. Yeah. For the benefits of our members, for those who are attending and would like to know a little about MMA, MMA has been a fountainhead of managerial excellence and knowledge for the last 68 years in Chennai. And it's done great work, known for its excellence and great content and great thought. It has been awarded the best management association in the country for 14 years running. So I must make special mention here that has been possible largely to Group Captain Vijay Kumar and his team. This event is also a testimony to their energy and hard work. MMA's team-based annual convention is a high point in the calendar of management events in the country, where it has gained a reputation for high quality, high content, great content and excellence over the years, and attracts delegates and speakers from across the country. I must tell you on a personal note that I had my personal friends, people, senior bureaucrats and corporate leaders from a country who didn't think twice before accepting an invitation and fly down to Chennai for the annual convention. And thanks to the efforts again of Group Captain Vijay Kumar's team, we've had the best of speakers and fantastic number of delegates. Must mention in the context, we have more than 700 delegates registered for a midweek conference. That's testimony to the excellence and the reputation our annual convention has built. Not to forget the thousands who are watching online. Mr. Lakshminarayan, Senior Vice President, MMA, and Managing Director of Sundaram Home Finance will provide an overview of the convention shortly after me. The theme of this convention is Foundations for Building a Resilient India, was something which was curated and arrived at after a lot of discussion with us and our knowledge partner, McKinsey. I thought in the current context, we thought in the current context make eminent sense. In our minds, all of us agree resilience is not just about coping with challenges, absorbing shocks, but adapting, treat the challenges as opportunities and bounce back and grow. So I think the topic is quite appropriate for the current times. Not to forget, the biggest need for reliance is to face uncertainty. And there is no lack of uncertainty in the world today, in every possible sphere. While we talk of foundations of building a resilient India, I just want to spend a minute or so saying that India has resilience in its DNA. India's history, geography, and culture are testimony to its resilience. We have had hundreds of invasions from various across the world. I'm tempted to believe that India was the most invaded country in history, both culturally conquered by and ruled by outsiders, but both our culture and our history and our tradition stayed intact. Not only stayed intact, but used opportunities to assimilate, absorb, and we have a wonderful combination. So India is no stranger to being resilient in every possible sphere. As I said, India's geography, culture, and history are testimony to its resilience. Fast forwarding to today is a new world and new challenges and new uncertainties. We are facing a new challenge every day. We have social challenges, geopolitical challenges, we have growth challenges, we have technology changing rapidly, and not to forget, all of us as individuals are extremely stressed because of all this. This convention is, thanks to Mr. Lakshminarayanan, McKinsey Group Captain Vijay Kumar and the convention team have woven this beautifully. Look inwards to our social challenges on inclusivity, class divisions, etc., and what the opportunities are. Look at the geopolitical challenges. There's so much happening geopolitics which affects us economically, socially, every which way. How to deal with? We have a wonderful panel doing that. How do we grow in this kind of uncertainty and challenges? And how does the biggest transformation uncertainty is thanks to technology. We have a session on that. And finally, having said that there's an opportunity, how do we as individuals handle the pressure of doing all that? So it's going to be a mouth-watering day of 5 or 6 sessions where all of us hopefully will be enlightened, enriched and inspired. I'm sure the perspectives shared by this convention would be beneficial to all of attendees and all those watching online also. On behalf of MMA, it's indeed a pleasure to welcome you all delegates, distinguished features, past presidents of MMA, invitees, media, and my colleagues in the management committee this wonderful convention. I will sign off by saying, by the end of this day, through all the discussions, all of us will be enriched, enlightened, and inspired from our own individual parts and organization parts to make India more resilient and bounce back. Let's all together make India not only a resilient, but a wonderfully bouncing back nation to lead the world into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahalingam, for setting the tone. Mr. Lakshminarayanan is the Senior Vice President MMA and the Convention Chairperson. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Lakshminarayanan, Senior Vice President of Madras Management Association, is the Managing Director of Sundaram Home Finance Limited. With over 30 years of experience in financial services, a qualified cost accountant and MBA from Liba, Chennai, Mr. Lakshminarayanan has expertise in risk management, operations, and strategy, with leadership roles at Sundaram AMC, GE Capital, and Citibank.
May I now call upon Mr. Lakshminarayanan to present an overview of the convention.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's indeed my proud privilege and honor to present you an overview of this convention. Designing a convention for a heterogeneous body like the Madras Management Association has always been a challenging task because it has to appeal to the widest possible audience. However, true to the spirit of MMA and the team and support from our knowledge partner McKinsey, we present you yet another edition of the annual convention on the theme Foundations for Building a Resilient India, with a galaxy of eminent speakers from the industry, government and academia. The MMA Annual Convention 2025, themed Foundations for Building a Resilient India, is designed to address the challenges and opportunities shaping India's future. In an era of economic, technological and geopolitical shifts, resilience is key to ensuring sustained growth and stability. This year's convention features 5 special sessions, each focusing on a critical pillar of resilience. Social resilience, transforming rural India to bridge the urban-rural divide and fostering inclusive growth. Geopolitical resilience, preparing businesses to navigate increasing geopolitical volatility and uncertainty. Growth resilience, empowering MSMEs as the innovation engines of the future, strengthening their global competitiveness. Technology resilience, exploring the real potential of AI and separating the hype from reality in its practical applications. And finally, mental resilience, the role of leaderships in times of volatility, focusing on adaptability, decision-making and crisis management. This convention brings together industry leaders, policy makers and experts to provide valuable insights and actionable strategies. By fostering meaningful discussions, we strive to empower organizations and individuals with knowledge and resources needed to build a resilient India, prepared to tackle the future challenges with confidence and creativity. The details of speakers for various sessions are provided in the convention schedule included in your delegate kit. Due to time constraints, I'm not going to go through the details again. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our members for their overwhelming response to the convention. In fact, we had to close registrations a couple of days ahead of this event. My congratulations to the winners of the 28th Young Managers Competition and all the participants in the competition. I'm sure all of you will benefit from the deliberations at this annual convention 2025. The highlight of this session is the launch of the MMA ICT Academy, a joint initiative benefiting a large number of engineering students. Our sincere thanks to Josh for this initiative. I look forward to our joint endeavor. Wishing you all a good luck and a rewarding experience at the convention today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lakshmanaran, for laying the entire canvas of the convention today. Ladies and gentlemen, Group Captain Vijay Kumar is Executive Director MMA. May I have his AV, please.
Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, retired, VSM, is the Executive Director of Madras Management Association, MMA. An Indian Air Force veteran, he received the Vishisht Seva Medal for his exceptional service from President of India. Under his leadership, MMA has been honored as the best management association in India for 14 consecutive years.
I now request Group Captain Vijay Kumar to make a couple of special announcements. First, regarding the special issue of business mandate, followed by the launch of strategic partnership between ICT Academy and MMA.
Thank you, Venkat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it's so nice to see and welcome you back to our convention again. MMA comes out with an eagerly awaited news magazine, a business mandate, with the readership of over 90,000. Our readership includes leading business groups in South India, dynamic medium-scale companies, and reputed professionals from various industries. In addition to MMA members, business mandate is circulated among notable opinion makers, industry leaders, senior government officials, multinational group heads, and management students, and host of distinguished personalities. MMA has adapted to leverage technology with a variety of unique online initiatives, including the state-of-art digital magazine, Business Mandate, which features embedded video. The digital magazine of MMA has several distinctive features. On the occasion of MMA Annual Convention 2025, we have brought out a special issue of the magazine consisting of interesting articles for the benefit of our readers. May I now request your attention to the screen to know more about the MMA digital magazine. May I have the AV, please? That is a mandate for you, and thank you, dignitaries, for having the privilege of launching in front of you. A copy of the mandate has been already delivered to your inbox, and additionally, you can scan the QR code which is provided in the convention agenda, which has been shared with you along with the kit, and you can just scan them and read the magazine and share it with your friends. Now, I have another pleasant job to do this morning, and I am delighted to announce another milestone initiative, the MMA ICT Academy collaboration, aimed at promoting the management movement among the institutions in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. This initiative will significantly benefit a large number of engineering students, equipping them with valuable management insight and skills. And heartfelt sincere thanks to Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan and Mr. Josh for their unwavering support in bringing this initiative to life. Their vision and dedication has made this collaboration the reality this morning. The synergy between MMA and the ICT Academy will play a pivotal role in ensuring the success and impact of this initiative. May I have the AV, please? I now invite Mr. Josh and Mr. Mahalingam, President MMA, to step forward and for the exchange of MOA between MMA and ICT Academy in the esteemed presence of our dignitaries and Lakshmi Narayanan, who is the founder of ICT Academy, who are indeed privileged to have with this morning. I also request Mr. Srikanth, the CEO, and Mr. Good Captain Venkat, GM, to also join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate this remarkable partnership with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Josh. Thanks to the President of MMA for doing us these honors. And now thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais. It's going to be a very, very memorable day for both ICT and MMA. Mr. Josh Fogler is President, Electronics Book, and board member of ICT Academy. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Josh is a seasoned leader in the electronics sector with 30 years of experience in global manufacturing, supply chains, and operations at companies like Nokia and Foxconn. He has built and led diverse teams across the US, Vietnam, and India, combining values-driven leadership with strategic, people-led execution for sustained impact. Previously, he was the country head and managing director at Bharat FIH.
May I now invite Mr. Josh to share his perspectives on this collaboration between MMA and ICT Academy.
Vanakkam, Mr. Navneet, the current secretary. I think this is your first meeting, and also you're also the ICT chairman now. So it's a It's really a very rare privilege to see the founding member of ICT Academy and the current ICT chairman here with us today. And so Srikanth, the pressure is on you. I know group captain will drive things very fast, so a lot of pressure on you. So, but really, truly an honor that Group Captain Vijay Kumar, sir, you are an amazing man. You can just make the simple idea, forward. So, it's great to have friends, dignitaries, on the dais, off the dais, and people dialing in. ICT industry, or I call it electronic systems design industry, is a $3.2 trillion industry globally. India this year will be about 150 billion. The target by end of this decade is to take it to $500 billion or $500 billion. So it is a massive industry. And this is an industry where resilience is being tested today. And India has an amazing role, to play here, to bring the resilience back to the supply chain. And I can tell you, having started Nokia here 20 years ago, exactly 20 years ago, and doing 500,000 phones a day, doing about 15 million phones a year, a month. I know what India is capable of in ICT hardware as well. So this industry is also a full stack employer. It is employing people across multidisciplinary skills. All aspects of engineering is needed. The challenge has always been that a lot of these kids, the students, will not get exposed to management thoughts 10 years into their career. The first time I went to a management program was 10 years after I had graduated, right? So I think that's the idea here, is that it's not just tech skills, but also management exposure, which is the idea to expose them through an amazing platform provided by MMA. ICT Academy, which was founded by Lakshmi Narayanan sir, who's also on the stage, today has, I think Srikanth gave me a number, I don't remember, I think it's 5,881 and counting of ITI, diploma, arts and engineering colleges across India, mainly in Tamil Nadu, but across India. Okay? It is a wonderful platform of ICT software and ICT hardware. The MMA is going to provide an amazing repertoire of tools, certificate courses for the students right from first year, right when they enroll into whatever program they are in. This MOU is going to be very, very pivotal doing this. But I have to tell you, so to the ICT Academy team here, Srikanth, is our chairman, Mr. Navneet, already told me, Josh, we need to track this monthly. Because MOUs are great, but we have to track the performance. I said, sir, this is something we do regularly in ICT Academy, is we track the number of people who have signed up, who enrolled and taken certificate classes. It's very, very important that we start to introduce this idea there. Because I can tell you that Group Captain Vijay Kumar will be there already in the college before you. So it's up to you to be there, executing this. So tracking is going to be key. Our ICT chairman is going to be following up on that. Again, I think it's a great effort. Resilience building is going to start with skill building, and all the best, to this convention. And again, thank you for this opportunity, for kicking this off here in this wonderful day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Josh. We'll certainly work towards it. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brajendra Navneet, IAS, Secretary Information Technology and Digital Services Department, Tamil Nadu. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Brajendra Navneet, IAS, is the Principal Secretary to the Government, Information Technology and Digital Services Department, Tamil Nadu, and officer on special duty to the 16th Finance Commission. A 1999 batch IS officer, Mr. Navneet served as India's ambassador to the WTO, Joint Secretary in the Prime Minister's office, and held key roles in the Tamil Nadu government.
May I now invite Mr. Brajit Navneet, IAS, to deliver the keynote address, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good morning to all. First of all, I would like to thank MMA and specifically Mr. Vijay for having faith in me, for giving me such challenging task of addressing this August gathering and eminent people. And I am sure that you will be looking forward towards the full day session, and my role would be only to give you some catalytic kind of ideas or experience coming from the national, international and subnationals experience at Delhi, Geneva or in Tamil Nadu, and to invigorate that decision on discussion on the resilient part of that Indian story. So first of all, this phrase resilience is these days you go in any board meeting or you even in a drawing room discussion, you will find that people are talking a lot about resilience. And when we say resilience, it has different meaning for different people. So I will confine myself only to the level of resilience for the Indian economy, particularly the economic aspect. And on that also, I will be more talking about or sharing my experiences on the trade aspects of it. Because I believe my interaction with Mr. Vijay was not as a Principal Secretary, Commercial Tax and Registration. It was basically a talk with the industry and particularly MISMEs on the impact of CBAM and EUDR. And that is how we got connected, and he felt that I must talk to industries on the impact of that. Now, to have that resilience part, we must have multiple layers of foundations. And when you say multiple layer of foundations, country has gone through these experiences, reforms, whatever you call, and it is an evolving process. In giving resilience to Indian economy, the role of trade is very important, because when we talk about trade and when we put it in the context of Indian economy, just put the numbers in perspective, we may be hitting $4 trillion economy. If we say we are 60% consumption economy, then maybe $2.25 to $2.5 trillion of domestic consumptions. But if you compare it with what is there on the plate for the industry to tap on, is last data from WTO is about, if I remember correctly, it was $32 trillion of global trade, 25 happening through goods part and 7 through services. But I can tell you that 7 services is underpitched, because I was inside crunching into those publications for last 4 years. There are a lot of embedded services which are getting captured as goods. So very fairly, you can say that it is about 20 trillion of goods trade and about 12 trillions of 60-40 kind of ratio, and which is services going faster. It will be even more going forward. It will be more important. So therefore, we need to keep track of this aspect, that whether as an industry or as an investor, you would be eyeing for a cake size of 2.5 trillion, or you are looking for, even if I say 10% of the $32 trillion, you are talking of 3.2 trillion. And since we start with a very low base, put it in a perspective, if you see, almost 75% of domestic consumption you are holding on as domestic manufacturers or service providers. But if you look at the global share, that in the $32 trillion, maybe we may be less than 2 or around 2% on the goods side and maybe 4% on the services sides. So since we are starting with a very low base on that, therefore the delta opportunity for you is to tap to make India more resilient in the economic growth is to tap on the 2% or 4% share part, because it is very easy, you know, as a business, that to move up from 2% share to 5% share, rather than moving from 75% share to 90% share. And that is growing at a much rapid pace, even 2-3% growth in the global trade. The size of the cake is increasing very fast. But the warning here is that whatever we see in the global trade and the taught principles of economics, all these principles are getting changed. When I say getting changed, why I'm saying that our business, our colleges, our universities, our faculties, first, we have to unlearn what we have been taught. First of all, we have been taught as an individual, as a bureaucrat, or as an industry, we have been taught we are very good in managing scarcity. You push us in a trouble, we will bounce back, and that is what the previous speaker talked about, the resilience part of the Indian character. But you throw us in a surplus situation. I think what I have seen within country and outside, we may be one of the worst person to handle surpluses, whether it is the personal matters, whether it is the family matter, whether it is the society, or whether it is for the Indian economy. Now is the place, now is the time when India has emerged, and we face plenty of surpluses in various sectors. And the question before us is whether we are deploying those surplus resources to the optimal place, whether it is demography, whether it is agriculture, whether it is services, manufacturing, any sector you take it up. We have surpluses. The best part of it is, what I experienced, is we are not aware of our surpluses and we are not aware of our potential. It's like something like Hanuman's story, the young Hanuman, that someone has to tell or remind that what is his power. Good part of it is that world recognizes India as that Hanuman. I can tell you with my interaction with all diplomats and all important trade ministers of the world who matters in shaping global economy, they look at us as that Hanuman who is going to have a great leap, and therefore they want to be relevant as a participant in the global field with India. They are eyeing the global market, in that particularly the Indian market. The problem they are facing is that earlier you were a closed economy, slowly you opened up. Still, we are not able to participate that much. So that is their first complaint. They have reconciled with that. The second complaint was that you are displacing us from our established market. And that is a real complaint for them, because certainly, based on the industry's performance, we have certainly taken slightly more share, particularly in services. And those countries who run huge surpluses of trade in services are seeing that as a threat. They have reconciled with that okay, we are not able to compete on cost and the human resources part of it, so we have reconciled it. The third threat from India, what they are facing, and that is what is pinching them more, is, okay, I have reconciled that I cannot compete with you in India. You are displacing me from some of the markets across the globe. But the worst part of it is that wherever we are still able to manage the show or penetrate that market as the world supplier, India is bringing down the cost. Because the benchmarking is that we are so frugal and we are so innovative that, you know, UPI, what it has created in the world financial market today. That I should not name the companies, but in my interaction, I realized that what are they feeling, what was not done in last 40, 50 years. In 4, 5, 6 years, it has been done. Today, if you add digital payment transactions in India, it is 45% of the global live transactions, and the sum is more than entire North America, entire Europe taken together, what we do, that daily transaction. And the best part of it for the business, which I always tell the bankers, that we have moved away and we have given them a very robust system from asset-based lending to transaction-based lending. And asset-based lending was very difficult for young entrepreneurs or the people who are coming from as the first generation industrialists, because they were not having those assets to back their claim for the additional capital And the transaction-based lending is so these are some of the examples. Now coming to the topic again, that what are those theories which are getting challenged in the present world? So first theory is comparative advantage. The entire trade was based on the comparative advantage thing, that whatever you are best at, you produce, and you need not produce where you are suboptimal in that. No more world is believing in that theory. I can tell you, whatever you hear in the discussion, seminars and workshop, it may be there, but closed room meeting of the hard trade diplomat negotiations, it is not the issue of comparative advantage. People are looking at persistent surpluses and deficit between two countries. People are looking at employment. People are looking at the forex availability. Now, to build resilience in this world where comparative advantage was the last generation or maybe last 3 generations mantra for doing trade, what is going to happen in the name of resilience? So in the name of resilience, first thing is out is the concept of low cost, just in time concept. Just in time is taken over by the phrase now, just in case. That I am willing as an investor, as an industrialist, I am willing to put more money into it, maybe a costly affair, but I don't want to buy this theory of just in time because I want my supply chain to be resilient. I don't want any further disruption by centrally localizing that. So even we need to think, maybe a warning for Jose that in his sector, it was proven over last 20, 30 years that the winner takes it all. So always you will have the first player who will have 80, 85% market share. But whether industry is going to believe in that concentration power, because everyone will be looking at not just in time, just in case, what if it happens with this supplier? So do I have a fallback arrangement? So we need to prepare for that. The second threat for industry or opportunities for industry in process re-engineering or business re-engineering is 2 scenarios are getting challenged now. For last 50 years, the Western world, for that matter, and some of the East Asian rising, developing economy into developed economy, they thrived on 2 important low-cost items, which was fuel subsidy and labor subsidy. You know that cheap energy, so someone was subsidizing that cheap energy, and cheap labor from one particular geography. So someone was subsidizing, it was basically the consumer of that country who was subsidizing that cheap labor supply to the world or Western world. Now in today's geopolitical scenario, post-pandemic and post-geopolitical struggle, both these subsidies are challenged. The consumers of that world, Western world, I was sharing just that 2 generations of Europe and America, they don't know what is animal called inflation or what is the price rise concept. They don't know. Actually, they don't know. If you talk to their students or who are doing weekly shopping of groceries and all, we saw in Geneva one gentleman carrying the carrot of the egg to the counter and not scanning it and saying that something is wrong. And that guy is convincing, no, nothing is wrong. It is the correct thing. No. For last maybe 4 years, 5 years, I am picking up this carrot from this place and it charges me 4 francs. But I am seeing a sticker of 6 francs. So something is wrong. Someone has put some wrong sticker. So he is not believing in that price rise. So as long as you are not exposed to that situation, same thing with energy, that a person, this is again a real story from my known family, that people sent the car, that kid sent the car to the garage, that it is not working properly. Now what was the reason? It comes back, everything is fine. The father is scolding the daughter that why have you sent it to garage? We have spent that much money. The answer was the dad. For X dollars, it was running for 7 days for last 2 years. Suddenly in last 2 of my refilling at the gas station, it is going off in 4 days. So that kid has never been exposed to read the price because it is almost constant, X dollar for a gallon. So if X dollars, so for them the transaction was, let us say, $10 to buy the gas. So $10 will run me for 7 days. Now $10 is running me for 4 days. So something is wrong with the car. So why I'm telling you that it has tremendous impact, because if that situation is challenged, that people are willing, in the Western world, people are willing to go for higher energy price, and people are willing to raise the level of wage, because if you bring back the industry, then they have to compete, and therefore the industry has to pay more wage. Forget for a moment the impact of CBAM, where steel will be 20% costlier. Forget the impact of EUDR, deforestation regulation, where the input cost will further rise. You can imagine that what kind of a steady inflation scenario the Western world or the reserve currency world is looking at. It is no more 2% or lower. It has to be higher, because someone has to pay. Either you pay from the government side as subsidy, it is inflationary, or you have monetary stimulus to do that, again, higher inflation. So someone has to pay for that. And our industry has to be ready that what will be the cost of capital to build that resilience if 5% risk-free US Treasury investment is available across the globe. And if you put the markup of the inflation differential scenario between that country and your country, you have to prepare for that scenario for higher capital cost. And even what we are seeing, the flight of capital and then strengthening of dollar in that sense, whether our industry is willing to tap the external resources at that cost for a longer period. So therefore, we need to see that how are we going to cope up with this doing away with low inflation scenario in the Western world. The second thing, which is a challenge to build again a resilience, is on the carbon border adjustment mechanism and EUDR. So again, CBAM, somehow we have understood that, okay, our business with Europe is only this much, so this much is impacted. No. It is a clear no, and the business must prepare for that scenario to be resilient, because EU is a big consumer of these products, and EU is a big importer of these products which are covered under EUDR and CBAM. If European Union is telling that we don't want these products, that means they are willing to create two classes of products, because their suppliers will not overnight change their supply mechanism. The blast furnace cannot change to electric arc furnace overnight. It may happen for greenfield. So you will be sitting on huge capacity of products which are being consumed in Europe and now available for the world. So suddenly you will be hit, because you will find lot of inflow of those materials into your supply chain, and your manufacturers, maybe downstream you may be happier, but the primary producers will find a great challenge in competing with that, and therefore bigger industries will have a threat of having two products, two different standards, two different pricings, and suddenly you find that where you were competitive in your domestic market, you have become non-competitive in your own domestic market. On deforestation regulation, the challenge is traceability. I don't think in India we are ready for traceability. And that means that for particularly like in Tamil Nadu, that leather industry, footwear industries and all, it goes to that extent that you have to push that traceability to that level, that the skin, linking it to the cattle area, and that cattle's grazing ground, and that grazing ground not coming out of the deforestation, this thing. So imagine that what kind of scenario we are facing. Now, coming back to, for us, what should motivate us and how broadly we should prepare is in India. A lot of financial experts are here. All of us are familiar with the credit rating scenario. Single A rating, very good. Triple A rating, everyone aspires for. So what we should look for is the triple A rating in building foundation for resilient India. And that triple A rating is not a typical credit market rating. It should be the rating, what I say, that single A rating is availability. That whether you have that foundation available. Fine. These days, everything is available. And you cannot say that whatever is required for foundation is not available. You can make it available, and that is the single A rating for the country. What is the triple A rating is the other two, which is with availability, we need to test that whether it is accessible and whether it is affordable. So AAA rating is availability, accessibility, and affordability for Indian business to grow and build that foundation, which is not merely, and there comes the role of three things. That is, if I say technology, finance, and trade, that these are the building blocks for country to grow in the next 10, 15, 20 years. We must have the tech, we must have the finances, and we must have recourse to trade. So therefore, all of us have to get ready for that situation. And for that, I will exhort private sector again to get into joint ventures, get into even those free trade agreements. And you would have seen that after a lot of push in the EFTA trade agreement, which we have concluded last year with 4 EFTA countries like Switzerland, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway, is that first time we have built in the commitment of investment, that you must invest $100 billion over X years in the country, and that investment brings technology partner and allows us to grow. So it brings technology, it brings finance, both at the same time, which is unique. People were very circumspect that whether it will fall through or not. Fortunately, it has done its work. Now the challenge before the industry is to get in touch with those partners in, let us say, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland kind of countries, and bring those partners here to move ahead. The second thing what I would like Indian industry to add, and that is with my experience in finance and economic ministries at the Center Estate and Geneva, because I have worked in this sector. Of my 25 years of service, 18 years of service, I have worked in this sector. And in 18 years, I have received so many memorandums from the industry, you name it. Unfortunately, till now, I am yet to see one memorandum from our industries that what the industry needs in other countries, what Indian industry needs in other countries. All the missions and trade diplomats are busy in finding the loopholes, finding the lacuna, and finding this thing in the export market. That what barriers they face. I can tell you examples. You go to Delhi in any ministry, you will find their trade diplomats literally penetrating our ministries, and before any meeting, minutes or discussions are out, I get that in Geneva. And they ask me the question as Indian ambassador that whether are you thinking of doing this? It will hit us. Be careful. We will ask you questions in the committee and you have to respond. So my plea to the industry is that please think what I said in the beginning, that pie, and let us know that what all challenges you face in market access as per the rules, and let us know. And please be, when I talk to industry privately, the fear there is that whatever little I am doing in that country, if I become a kind of complainant or a cribbing guy, I may lose that business. I'm giving you this comfort that may be true maybe 20 years back. But today, I can tell you that India is not going to push around in those discussions where you will have a threat that if you, and obviously it will remain anonymous. So please come out as association or this thing, that what do you need in outside this thing. Last thing, I think I have taken a lot of time, so I will just say that some of the things, what I said, that unlearning is very important. I will tell you again a couple of examples. One example is the way we negotiated those agreements at the WTO during the Uruguay round in mid-80s and early 90s. And a classic example always I want to share is that how do we felt that we cannot reach, again, that Hanuman story. And today agriculture, we are exporting 50 billion. And that is what it is pinching the Keynes Group, which is Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and South America, and along with the US, that how can you export 50 billions? Now the crux here is that what is the catch? The catch is, we were made to think that we will never have the capacity to subsidize. And therefore, you know, whenever you read in newspaper that WTO says India pays that much subsidy to agriculture sector, do you know how the subsidy is calculated? You will be aghast to know. The price put on India to buy from Indian farmers the rice and wheat is fixed at 1986-88 average price. So anything paid to Indian farmers above rupees 3 per kg, I'm not getting into point paise and all, roughly 3 rupees per kg if Indian government or state government is paying to buy or procure from Indian farmers. Entire thing is calculated as subsidy in WTO context, and therefore today we subsidize 90% because you are buying something at 30 rupees, whereas the cost our forefathers committed in WTO in blue ink is that we will continue to buy at 3 rupees. No concept of inflation, no concept of price rise, no concept of indexation. So this is one mistake. Second one, which we thought that the bargain was, we thought, fine, we got a good deal. Always we are more informed in the hindsight, but still, when we talk about the next 20-25 years, these are the learning examples. The second example is, we were told that, look, you don't have money. We have money, so we have deep pockets, we pay subsidy. But you have tariff, because historically these people started with higher tariffs, gradually reduced. We were still having higher tariffs. So they said, okay, you keep your tariff, I keep my subsidy. So today, all industries, whatever you say, C is not correct. Inside, lot of subsidies are flowing from these so-called developed economies to their manufacturers and particularly in agriculture sector. Time came when we were told, look, you have kept your tariff, I have kept my subsidy, but tariff is bad. You reduce your tariff. And fine, we were also taught, and fine, I'm not saying it's a bad decision, I'm just giving you the context. So we started reducing our tariff, but we never negotiated that, okay, fine, we are reducing because it was a level playing, so-called level playing field that you have tariff, I will have subsidy. So once we started reducing tariff, we should have asked that, okay, you reduce the subsidy also. No. So subsidy remained at, let us say in Switzerland, if you have a farm, nothing doing, you get 40,000 franc. 40,000 Swiss franc today means 45,000 US dollars. You get every year sitting on your farm. Whatever you want to produce, you produce. So this is one fallacy again that we need to think, and therefore it has to be sui generis. We have to think as thinker, as bureaucrat, as industrialist, that what is good for our economy and what is bad. And again, support to industry. Again, it is a very challenging thing. We don't have the deep pocket, but it is a requirement because you look at the entire industrialization started with the cover of tariff and the subsidy. You are seeing the same game now being played in sunrise sector because where you have established, you have penetrated the market, you don't need those protection or support. But for the sunrise sector, again, the same theory is being applied. So whether we are ready to match that, certainly we don't have that deep pocket. So in the sunrise cutting edge technology sector, we need to see that how to make resilience when we don't have these things and offer, and the other side will offer you. Lastly, I will say that, yes, to make resilient economy, we need to do a lot of unlearning. New rules have to be written and we should be part of it. I can say time is running out for us. We call about demography, but my worry is that we should not become old before becoming rich, and therefore we have to move faster. Thank you. And sorry for taking longer time.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a fabulous address. Very, very insightful indeed. Thank you so much, Mr. Navneet. I now call upon Group Captain Vijay Kumar to make an announcement regarding the winners of the 28th Young Managers Competition.
Thank you, Venkat. What an inspiring address. Thank you so much. MMA has been organizing the MMA competition for young managers annually since the year 1996. The competition is held every year as a prelude to the MMA annual convention on the same theme of the convention, restricted to young managers below the age of 40 years. MMA competition for young managers is a platform for young managers to exhibit their talent and leadership skills, thereby win recognition of their potential to excel and exceed in all whatever activities they do. The competition provides unique opportunities to young managers to demonstrate the knowledge, creativity, experience, and professional prowess to become leaders of tomorrow. The competition for this year was held on 7th of Feb as a prelude to the MMA annual convention. On the theme of the convention, Foundation for Building a Resilient India, about 42 teams participated in the competition. The panel of the judges from the corporates and management professionals evaluated the written and oral presentation of the team and select the winners. May now request the chief guest and the dignitaries to please do step forward, do the honor of presenting the award for the winners of MMA competition for young managers for the year 2025.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite the winners to please come close to the dais. As I read out the names, please come and collect your trophy and the award. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to the runner-up team. Mr. Nikhil Mundra and Mr. Vivekanandan Bharati from Lubrizol and Myntra respectively. Unfortunately, they have not been able to make it with us today. We wish them good luck and congratulations. And now coming to the winning team, we have Sri Kalaivani Panir Selvam and Rajalakshmi Ramanathan, the winners of this year's Young Managers Competition from Tata Consultancy Services. Well, I think we can give them a little more of applause. They did a lot of hard work, participated among some 25, 28 teams and won this award. Not easy, taking their time off from work. Excellent effort from Sri Kalaivani and Rajalakshmi there. And now we have the most awaited award, that is the Best Young Manager of the Year 2025, and we have Miss R. Saranya from Daimler India Commercial Vehicles Private Limited. Well done, Saranya. It's your turn now to come and pick up the award. Once again, she's competed with all those 50 participants who have actually participated in the competition, and she has been picked as the Best Manager of the Year 2025. I'm sure a very, very memorable day for Saranya. Thank you. Thanks, dignitaries, for taking time out to give them the honor. Mr. Vellayan Subbiah is the Chairman, Cholamandalam Investment and Finance Company Limited, Executive Vice Chairman of Tube Investments. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Vellayan Subbiah, Chairman of Cholamandalam Investment and Finance Company Limited and Executive Vice Chairman of Tube Investments of India Limited, has over 2 decades of experience in consulting, technology, projects and financial services. An alumnus of IIT Madras and the University of Michigan, Mr. Vellayan has held leadership roles at McKinsey, 24/7 Customer Incorporated, and Sundaram Fasteners. He is a recipient of the EY World Entrepreneur of the Year 2024, EY Entrepreneur of the Year 2023, and Tycon's Extraordinary Entrepreneur of the Year 2014.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to present Mr. Vellayan Subbiah and request him to deliver the inaugural address.
Namaskaram, and morning everybody. So I actually think Navneet gave me a great platform for what I'm going to talk to you all about today. When we think about resilient India, we really have to think of, both what India needs to do and how we need to do it, right? And so we should spend a little time talking about both, right? So first I'm just going to show you a slide which talks about, so first off, maybe I kind of ask a couple of questions around what Navneet said, right? Navneet said 2% of global goods trade happens from India, 4% of global services trade happens from India, right, of the total 32 trillion. So first let me ask you, what percentage of you, right, work for companies that export either more than 50% of their goods or service? Hey, raise your hands or something. I don't want this to be a monologue. So there are 5 of you in the room. So let me ask you, what percentage of companies export less than 50% of their goods and service. So what do the rest of you do? Sum total should be about 100, no? So can we try again? I want a bit of a response here. So you're saying very few of you work for companies that export 50% of your goods and services, from here. I think it's a very valid thing to think about, right? First off, as a country, if we only focus on the domestic economy, I don't think we're focusing enough on what can build a resilient country, right? If India has to be resilient, we have to think of how we export a lot more. And that is step number one. The second thing is we need to think about what we export, right? So this is a slide that basically talks about, what product companies do and what service companies do, right? This has basically a price to earnings multiple of all the product companies on the left. Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, all the famous ones you've heard of, Alphabet, Meta. And then you've got service companies on the right? All very successful, all companies out of India. But one thing that you basically see is that when you look at the market caps that you can get off of a product company and the market caps that you can get off of a service company, the ratio is basically on the right side, pale. Right? Is that fair? Yeah. It'd be good if you all respond also, because otherwise I'm worried first thing in the morning that everybody's not had enough coffee or I'm getting too boring to talk to. But what do you think? Do you see a huge difference between product and service companies? The slide? Yeah. So we need to start thinking, fundamentally what India has been very good at is building service companies, right? And when Navneet talked about it, he said we're 4% of global services trade. But it's very interesting to think of what we are doing, right? India is now building a lot of GCCs, and I'll come to the next slide about the approach of different countries, right? But what is very interesting is that basically we are exporting our services, basically we're exporting our people to the world at a particular markup, right? The markup could be 20%, the markup could be 15%, whatever it is, right? Could be, but it's not in too many cases exceeding, I would say, a 25% markup. Would most of you, and I know Lakshmi, we've got experts here on the services side, but roughly markup will be 20 to 25%. Right? Now, what do you think the markup is on NVIDIA's GPU? Can we get some answers, responses? Group captain, you've not given them enough coffee in the morning, clearly. Huh? So we'll pick, huh? Give them coffee. So what do you think? What do you think? You can just shout out your answer. What do you think the margins are on some of the products on the left? 75, 100%, 80%. So gross margins on these products are insane. Right? And we need to think about this because India, I would say the biggest challenge we've got is that we've got caught in this, in this thing where we provide services to the world. Right? And what is really interesting, right? How many of you use either, in your companies, use either Gmail or Microsoft as your mail service provider? All of you, right? Pretty much everybody's hands going up. Do you know where Microsoft's mail product and Gmail got written? Hyderabad, Bangalore, okay, some combination of Hyderabad and Bangalore. What did India get for it? Salary of employees, maybe plus some 10% if we charge them taxes properly or something like that, right? How much do you think when who's negotiated with Microsoft or Google when they come to negotiate with you for pricing? I've negotiated with them at the other end, okay? What margin do they sell the product back to us at? 70% plus gross margin. We have to think what we're doing, right? As a country, right, we're selling our people at a 10 to 15% markup and we're buying the product back at a 70% markup. Is this considered good business buddhi or not? Huh? So we really need to think about this as a country, which is basically, if we need to think of what we're going to do to get more competitive, more resilient as a country, this path is not going to get us there in the long term, right? So getting proud about how many more people we've got at GCCs. By the way, I'll give you a small story, right? Right? It is my genuine desire that we kind of change this for India, right? And so, there's the same story in the world of semiconductors, okay? So we basically are making a semiconductor packaging facility to basically to manufacture the semiconductors here, right? But where is 60% of the margins of semiconductors? Huh? No. So where is, if you think of a semiconductor value chain, where does the 60% of the margins come from? The design of the semiconductors, right? So now, if you take every large semiconductor company in the world, you take NXP, Broadcom, Infineon, Texas Instruments, Qualcomm, anybody you say, they'll have a GCC in India with at least 8,000 people, maybe 10,000 people in it. So where are those chips getting designed, just like Microsoft's mail and Google's mail? Where are those chips getting designed? In India, by Indian engineers. Okay? How much do we get on those chips? On those people who design them? 10% markup. How much do we buy these chips back at? By the way, it's a second highest import item on our import bill after oil, like Josh knows. How much are we buying these chips back at? Basically at the 75%, 80% gross margins. We have to really think about this. So basically what I said is, hey, listen, this is crazy. Let's go and try and see if we can start a semiconductor design company. So we just bought, the transaction's not closed, but it's in public domain. We're waiting for CFIUS, which is, so we bought the radio frequency division of a Japanese chip maker called Renesas, which is predominantly based in the US, right? So we bought that division. By the way, that division has, over 60% of its employees in Bangalore, and but the rest of the 30% are in the US, and 10% are the rest of the world. Now, the interesting thing is that the 30% that are in the US, of those employees, 80% are Desis. Okay. So now we had to go and pay in dollars to an international company to buy an organization that is basically 90% Desi. Okay. And what we have to think of is this is what we're doing with our intellectual property, right? And unless we start thinking of how we change this, I don't believe we can really kind of be a resilient nation in the long term. We have to think of our trajectory, right? So this is an interesting slide because it basically shows how China went about it, right? And I think that the Chinese approach has just really been thought through so much more deeply and in so much more of a structured fashion than the approach we're taking, right? I'm actually kind of quite amazed that we're just happy kind of charging ourselves, marking ourselves up by 10%, right? And then effectively kind of buying back intellectual property. But you just should look at how they've started dominating world trade. And honestly, like we know, no other country dominates world trade like China does today. And how have they gone about it, right? And basically, you got to just look at the three phases, okay? First, they started off by becoming the world's factory, right? And honestly, even this stage, right, I would say India is still in its infancy on, right? I think, what Josh and some of the others have done in terms of the electronic sector is quite amazing, right? But still, we're importing 95% of the components that go into that sector, right? So we've basically become an assembly house, right? But systematically, they said they become the world's factory over those 20 years. Then they basically looked at how they're going to climb the value chain, right? And what's interesting is this, you can see the basic shifts in terms of their share of world output, okay? They went from 8.4% to 21.9% of world output when they made that shift. And now they've entered the phase of basically developing deeply indigenous technology, right? How many of you were at that Bharat Mobility Expo in Delhi? From Chennai, I would have expected more people because so many people in the mobility industry. Nobody went there? Okay. It was fascinating. I went and saw this BYD stall. Now, BYD is making cars that they're selling into India with effectively a 25% duty, and they're selling them at cheaper than Indian prices, right? And by the way, these cars are, how many of you have seen a BYD car? A lot of you. Do you think it's good quality, bad quality? Amazing quality, right? Do you think it's good technology, bad technology? Good technology. So now they've actually got world class in terms of technology, world class in terms of quality. Because always we used to say, China, they keep subsidizing, they've got rotten quality, they can't compete with everybody else. They've got world class quality, they've got world class technology, right? And they're doing it at a price where they can import into India and beat Indian prices. So what do you think will happen to the Indian auto industry if we just basically opened our borders and said China can come in? Finished. Okay? So we really need to think about this, right? Because is protectionism going to be our approach to compete? You can't build a resilient world if protectionism is our approach to compete, right? So fundamentally, unless we say, what are we going to do? How much are we investing? See, by the way, the profit pool in an automobile has moved away from metal. It has moved into the electronics in the automobile, right? Why are they being able to be so dominant? Because they are able to produce the electronics in an automobile much, much cheaper, right, than India can. How much are we investing, right? We're trying to make we're making electric vehicles in India now. Pretty much all the electronics, right, all the control units, we can't get them in India. Nobody is making them in India. So we have to think of how we're going to move from becoming a service nation to a product nation. If that shift does not happen, right, I don't think there is a path of resilience for us, right? So it's fundamentally something that the country needs to think of. And when we say the country needs to think of it, who needs to think of it? All of us, right? We are industry, we are management. So the fundamental question I have is, what are each of us going to do to change, right? Because if we don't go out and change our companies, right, I do not think there's a long-term chance for resilience in this country if we don't go out and fundamentally change what we are doing in our companies today. If we're just going to continue to do what we're doing, I do not think we're going to be able to build any resilience in our countries. So I actually think this journey actually then comes back to us and you, and what are each one of you going to do to basically change things. And in this, I just want to, oops, it didn't build, the whole thing built up too quickly, sorry. I think maybe we didn't have the build settings right. I want to kind of talk about a very individual journey on this, right? Because actually I think that if India has to compete and win in the world, we cannot compete the same way that the West has competed, right? And I don't think we should even try to compete. Why? Because I feel that India has a technology that we have not actually leveraged. It is probably the biggest technology that India has, and we've not leveraged it to basically create a different way of competing, okay? So this curve should have, these charts should have actually built up. But this is a totally individual question, right? So the question is purely, so I'll tell you what's on the left of the curve is benefit, right? So if I ask you all at an individual level, what would you say is your objective in life? What are the benefits? What is your objective in life? Some of you, what are your answers? What's your objective in life? To evolve, to grow. Okay, now this is easy because I got evolution on one part of this chart here. But if you just thought of what is your objective in life, what are we trying to, when we're in this planet, in this lifetime, what are we trying to be? What do you see as kind of your objectives? Sorry? Excellence. Excellence in what you do. Other things? Reach our potential. What else? Do something meaningful. Anything else? Think out of the box. So all of you talking about actions, right? In terms of objectives, right? Would you say like happiness, joyfulness, state of mind, all of that is important as well? Yeah? So basically whatever you look at, as if you say like happiness, joyfulness, or some state of mind is important, and you say that's on the left, right? what I'd like you all to think of is that there are ways of getting there, right? So one of the ways, obviously, is like we all get into our jobs and hopefully kind of make a bit of money in the process, right? But I have a question for you, right? In that process of making money, when you first got your first whatever, right? When I graduated from IIT, I got a job and it paid, 3,000 rupees. And I was absolutely thrilled when I got my first paycheck, right? How many of you were thrilled when you got your first paycheck? All of us were thrilled when I got our first paycheck. So now, what happened after that? Did your objective function and how much money you wanted to make go up? Were you really happy when you got your 3,000 rupees? Actually, it was quite a bit. Could live pretty well. The next 3,000 rupees you make, did it make you equally happy or a bit less happy? A bit less happy. So actually what you realize is you get caught on a curve that is a diminishing return curve, right? And this has been fundamentally the way that, now we've learned, which is actually, I think, kind of a more Western view, that you get caught in this curve that is a diminishing return curve. Now what's interesting is that the other curve, okay, the curve of evolution, right, the way I look at it is actually an exponential curve. And this has been a curve that is more traditional to the way we've done it in India, right? Which is we keep investing in ourselves. And we have to think of what are we doing to improve ourselves, right? A lot of people said the objective of this life is to improve ourselves, right? And fundamentally, I think if we don't work enough to improve ourselves, we don't have a chance to improve the companies we're in. We don't have a chance to improve the country we're in, right? If we want to build a resilient India, it actually has to start with ourselves. What is the famous Vivekananda quote? He said, give me 100 people and I will change the nation. But it started with saying, we need a certain percentage of the population. Vivekananda said 100 people. We need a certain percent of the population that recognizes that we need to change ourselves first if we're going to change the organizations we work with, if we're going to change the country, right? And only in India do we have the mechanisms and the tools to basically change ourselves, right, in a fundamental way. And if we really think of what we're going to do, I think that this is a core technology, because right now I feel we're just adopting too many technologies, just blindly taking them from the West. The West has a lot of power, the West has a lot of potential, but we should learn what we adopt from the West and what we inculcate from what we have in the East. And this potential, the way of improving our own selves, is a technology that we only have in the East, right? And so really thinking of how we do that, because if we don't do that as individuals, I don't think we have a chance to basically change either, the companies we work for, what those companies do, or actually making India a resilient country, right? So I genuinely believe that this journey starts with each one of you, with each one of us. And if we really want to build a resilient country, I think it's important that all of you go back home this evening and say, what are we, each one of us, going to do to improve ourselves? Because everything starts with us, right? And kind of starting ourselves on that journey, I think, is fundamental. If we start with that, we make India more of a product nation, I definitely believe that we'll achieve this resilience. Thank you. Namaskaram.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vellayan. A very, very thought-provoking and inspirational address there. Ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude this session, I have a very interesting video. All of us are aware in MMA that we have a long-term partnership with the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. We have a short video from Dr. Adrian Hack, who is the Director, KS Office, India.
Namaste, friends from Madras Management Association. Warm greetings from Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Delhi. Unluckily, I couldn't make it this year to Tamil Nadu for your annual convention because I have to host German delegations here in Delhi. Just recently, we had our annual directors conference here in Delhi, where the leadership of Konrad Adenauer Foundation as well as all the country directors come together. This is only one of many signs how important India is for Germany. The relationship between India and Germany is rising, it continues to rise, and it has a great future. KAS and MMA, we look back for a friendship of almost 3 decades, and therefore we are very glad to have you as partners. You are doing a great work. All the best for your annual convention, and a special thanks goes out to Group Captain Vijay Kumar. Thank you very much for your outstanding work. Jai Hind.
Time for us to honor the dignitaries on the dais. May I request Mr. Mahalingam and Vice President MMA and others to honor the dignitaries on the dais. First, may I request Mr. Velayan to accept a memento on behalf of MMA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. They've been there this morning, taking time off their very, very busy schedules. Mr. Navneet, thank you, Mr. Navneet, for making it here today. Then we have Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, Emeritus Cognizant. Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, sir. Mr. Josh, thank you so much, Mr. Josh, for being here today and launching this partnership with MMA. Please stay on, sir. And then we have Mr. Josh. Yeah. Vote of thanks. Then we also have a special memento to the Convention Chairman, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, which has been handed over. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for all the dignitaries on the dais. Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan is the Convention Chairman. He has toiled hard for the last few months putting this together. Without him, this may not have been possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Lakshmi. Thank you, everyone. Please take a seat on the dais, sir. Just have another important duty to do. Mr. Unnikrishnan A.R. is the Vice President MMA. You may have his AV, please.
Mr. A.R. Unnikrishnan, Vice President of MMA and Managing Director of St. Gobain India Private Limited, Glass Business, has over 20 years of experience in the glass industry. He played a key role in establishing St. Gobain Glass India as a market leader and is a thought leader in sustainability and policy frameworks for the construction industry. Mr. Unnikrishnan chairs CIISR Task Force on Future of Manufacturing.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A few months back, we had the annual convention with the theme India 2047, a developed nation. As a journey towards that, I think it's very important that we have resilience, especially on 2 key areas. One on geopolitics. Every day we have to see what are the Twitter message of the day to see how much it's going to change. Second is also on the technology. So it's very important that today we have this conference working on the resilience. Mr. Velayan Subbiah, it's always very informative, very insightful listening to you. You spoke about the product versus, the services part of it, and really triggered the thought among all of us to really work on that part of it, not just looking at India, but also from India, outside India. So thank you very much for being here as an inspirational speaker. I will not say the inaugurational speaker, but an inspirational speaker today. Mr. Brajendra Navneet, you have actually awakened all the Hanuman in all of us. So thank you for that. And you really spoke about the 3 dimensions on the finance, technology and the trade, where we need to really build a strength. We have to unlearn and also learn new tricks. It's a privilege for us that you are first official event after taking over as the IT Secretary is with us today. So thank you for being here. Let me also thank our own Josh Fogel, whom we have exported temporarily to Bangalore. So Josh, thank you for being here. And you really spoke about the opportunity in this ICT sector of 3.2 trillion and the importance of learning the management lessons at an early stage in the career for people. So from that point of view, it's an interesting initiative that we have today between ICT Academy and the MMA on the management education. And we are really blessed that has happened today in the presence of the founder of ICT Academy, Mr. Lakshmi Narayan. So thank you for being here, sir. A conference of this nature cannot happen without too much of, effort and the brain in terms of what all we need to cover. I think that is provided by Mr. Varun and team from McKinsey. So thank you, Varun and team from McKinsey, for being the knowledge partner for this convention. Let me also thank all the eminent invitees, past presidents, leaders of the business. We have all the convention sponsors. Let me thank them, because without the sponsorship, a convention of this nature will not happen. Let me also thank all the speakers, all the chairs of the sessions. Day long, we are going to have several interesting sessions. So thank you all for taking your time and for being here. Let me also thank the media for its presence, and especially I can see Bala sitting here, the Hindu Business Line, for being the media partner for MMA Annual Convention. Let me thank all the invitees, all the dignitaries who have assembled here, and a very special thanks to MMA team led by none other than our youthful and the most energetic group captain Vijay Kumar. So thank you for putting together such a fabulous day. Let me wish all of you a very insightful day as the day progresses, and let's build a resilient India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Uni. That brings us to the close of the inaugural session. But stay on your seats. We are going ahead with the convention, the first plenary session. Just give us a couple of minutes to adjust the dais, and we'll be on. So you have very, very interesting first session. Plenary session is on the theme, social resilience, how rural India needs to transform. You'll all agree with me, a very, very topical theme this is. And we have very, very distinguished speakers here to speak on this topic. We have Dr. E.M. Sudarshan Nachiyappan, who will be shortly on the dais. We have Mr. Varun Prakash from McKinsey. We have Dr. P.N. Vasudevan from Equitas. And we also have Dr. Rukmini Banerjee from Pratham. So, ladies and gentlemen, just give us a couple of minutes and the stage will be set for the plenary session. And I'll be back very soon.
कि एक कमांडो शहीद, वो कमांडो शहीद की जो न्यूज़ थी वो मेरी थी.
But we don't know, is it a terrorist attack planned by...
It was a journey that it's all consuming. It eats you up from the inside out, mentally, emotionally, physically. And it's a journey that perhaps can never really be adequately described in words by anyone who's gone through it, because there's always going to be some part of it that's felt so deep that it's very hard to put words to it.
Amit sir has been instrumental in my success as an athlete and has always stood by my side through thick and thin. He's a friend, ally, and guide to me, like the foundation of my professional and personal growth as a human being.
Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We are about to commence the plenary session. May I now invite onto the dais Dr. E.M. Sudarshana Nachiyappan, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India and former Union Minister, Mr. Varun Prakash, Partner, McKinsey and Company, Dr. P.N. Vasudevan, MD and CEO, Equitas, and Dr. Rukmini Banerjee, CEO, Pratham Education Foundation. May I request all the four of you to come and take a place on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers are already on the dais. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. May I have the AV of all the distinguished speakers, please?
Mr. Varun Prakash, partner at McKinsey and Company, holds AB in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from Nanyang Technological University and an MBA from the University of Michigan. With extensive consulting experience at McKinsey and prior roles at Schlumberger and Accenture, Mr. Varun brings deep expertise in strategy, engineering, and operations. Dr. E.M. Sudarshana Nachiyappan, Senior Advocate at the Supreme Court of India and former Union Minister of State for Commerce and Industry, is a distinguished politician and member of the Indian National Congress. A former MP representing Tamil Nadu in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, Dr. Nachiyappan addressed the UN General Assembly on peacekeeping and globalization. He is the co-founder and president of the Parliamentarian Forum on Human Rights. Mr. P.N. Vasudevan, MD and CEO of Equitas Small Finance Bank, is a seasoned leader with extensive experience in financial services. A qualified company secretary with a bachelor's in physics, he previously held leadership roles at Cholamandalam Investment and DCB Bank. Mr. Vasudevan was also the managing director of Equitas Holdings Limited before his current role. Dr. Rukmini Banerjee, CEO of Pratham Education Foundation, is a Rhodes Scholar with a PhD from the University of Chicago. Since joining Pratham in 1996, she has played a pivotal role in improving children's learning outcomes through large-scale education programs and the ASER initiative. A recipient of the Yadan Prize for Education Development, 2021, Dr. Rukmini writes extensively on education and children's literature.
May I now request Mr. Varun to take the session forward, please.
Good morning, everyone. That was a fantastic start to the morning with very, very thoughtful inputs from the speakers who came in before. So thank you to MMA for organizing this event. I think it's a privilege to host this panel with a very eminent group of speakers. Over the next hour, we're going to unpack many elements of social resilience, right? So I'll start off by setting a little bit of context for why this is important and a little bit of context for what we're going to be discussing as well. 2/3 of our population lives in the rural areas, right? So this topic of social resilience and transforming the rural economy is a critical topic. Half of our population is engaged in terms of livelihood in agriculture. Right. Our penetration of MSME, small and medium enterprises, is 10 to 20 percentage points lower than what you would see for other large developed nations. Right? And 20 to 25% of our population are likely below the multidimensional poverty line as defined by Niti Aayog. So all this is to say that when it comes to social resilience, we are a work in progress. There's work to be done, right? However, there are also green shoots. There is momentum, foundations that we've built that we can continue to build on top of. Oh, is this better? Okay. Yeah. So, however, there are foundations that we can build on top of, right? When it comes to social resilience, we are the largest growing fastest growing large economy in the world, right? And this is by a couple of percentage points. So again, there is some momentum here that we can build on top of. When it comes to agriculture, our productivity has actually tripled over the last 2 decades when you think about per capita GDP contribution coming from agriculture. Similarly, we are starting to create more MSMEs. We have about 650 million people who have access to the internet, a significant part of them via smartphones. So there are lots of foundations that we can build on top of as we think about social resilience and how to transform the rural economy. So it's fantastic that we have 3 speakers who are going to bring in very, very different lenses to the conversation today. Dr. Nachiyappan has a close view on how legal and administrative systems can help support the growth of social resilience. Dr. Banerjee takes a view on how education, skill building capabilities can be a critical part of transforming rural economies and rural population. And Mr. Vasudevan, with a lot of the work that he's done in the finance space in rural economies, can talk about why financial inclusion and resilience will be a critical part of the growth moving forward. So with that context out of the way, could I request Dr. Nachiyappan to maybe start off with some opening comments, and then we'll go from there.
Good morning to everybody. I'm very happy that I got a very great luminaries in different forums, that the microfinance, education, and administration and other field. I'm very happy that I could meet Tirumurthy, my friend from IFS, for the past 30 years, and also Mr. Kapil. We are very much attracted towards his presentation always in the media. His brother is one of our colleagues in the Supreme Court. I am very happy that organizer Vijay has identified us and called us for this discussion. I am very happy that how you made the agenda in a very excellent way, starting from the grassroots level to the international level. I first of all congratulate the organizers who have made these different topics which are to be understood by the youngsters, because we are all becoming a generation very old. Nowadays the generation of Z, Alpha and Beta are thinking differently. Therefore we have to learn ourselves to think in their wavelength. Now after the COVID has happened, I feel totally we have gone back to the centuries, and we have got remembering how much we have got the potentiality at the village and rural area. The topic which says about, first of all, identifying the division of social divisions. But due to the digital world, the social division is so-called social division is submerged. And there is no division at all except for the politicians. I am also a politician, semi-politician, but only the people who are not at all interested on the social division, they are interested in showing their intelligence, showing their capability, and showing their skill. Whether all these things are available in the rural area, I will say yes, it is available. More so after the disastrous COVID-19, the entire cities urban area has gone to the roots. Just like a tree, if you imagine a tree, how from the top it goes to the root. Now they have searched for the root. There are many topics nowadays in the semi-urban areas searching for the root. Because they have gone to the root and found out that so much fertile area we have left to seek the job in the urban area. They have got so much of the digital exactness is there in their mind. It is not this somewhat satisfactory way of answering the question. The villagers are ready to have the exact answer as digital world expects it. But we feel that villagers are not having that skill. If you go deep and discuss with the people, you will find out that they are very, very exact in everything. But urban area people are having so much of resilience to think about how we are going to suit for the urban area, how we are going to emerge ourselves in the competition in the urban area. Now, due to the COVID, the people from the urban area have gone to the villages, and the individuals who have gone to the urban area seeking jobs, especially IT people, have been allowed to work from home. They have gone back to the home. They enjoy the nature. They enjoy the society, the social structure, the celebrations, the groupings, and thinking together. These are all they could get back when this disaster moment had happened. Now, the whole thinking of city is also changing, that I want to have a separate residence. I cannot afford to have a bungalow, but I can have 20-story building. In that, 540 square feet is sufficient for me. For working spaces in the 20th story, I will have afforestation being brought in, and in that small slot where I can work with my IT tools. This is the world we are now living. We are away from the political system. We are not expecting the corporation to clear the garbages. We are not expecting the corporation to give the water facilities. We are not expecting the police to give the security. We are not expecting how to repair our own bathroom, other things. We have got the society where we are living about 2,000 people as a society. Therefore, the thinking is now village is transplanted in the urban area is transplanted into the village. That's a new situation which has arisen in the resilience of this world. Therefore, we have to understand as persons who think that how much talent we can brought out of rural area. First of all, I want to say that huge time is available in the youngsters and other people, human resources at the village level. They have got more than 12 hours or 18 hours in their hand. Now the mobile has come, especially Chinese mobile, very cheap, very easily they can get connected with the world. They need not go and search for the library. They can use a 5G connection or 4G connection is available in many of the villages. They have got broadband in many of the villages. Therefore, they can easily connect with the world, and the knowledge is available with them. There is no need for seeking the here and there. They need not go and seek the knowledge where to get it. If you click it, if you make a line, then it gives you a lookup. You need not search for the dictionary. Nobody is searching for the dictionary. Everything is available in the digital world itself. If you want to have a correlation, it can do it. If you want to have a calculation, it can do it. Everything is in hand. Therefore, it is available in the villages also. How you are going to utilize that intelligence, that is, they say. Whether you are going to make it as skill development, already they have got the skill. Whether you are going to educate them, already basic education they have got it. You have to make it modernized, that's all. Already they have got the exactness, which the digital world expects it. I used to say to my students and staffs in the school, I got a school also, 21st Century International School, where I have to tell them that look here, our state syllabus or central syllabus is satisfactory answer you have to give it. But if you go to the NEET examination, you have to give the exact answer. The difference you have to understand it. In the exact answer, how you arrived at the exact answer, you need not give it. You have to touch where it is correct. But in the government examinations and the other examinations which are available now, you have to give the narrativeness which is similar or nearer to the exactness. But rural people are having both. If you want to narrate them, they are ready to narrate. If they want them to be exactness, they will hit at the bull. That is the knowledge of the villages. Then why not utilize that opportunity? Already we are connected. The world is shrinking down. When we were getting the address of Bill Clinton around 20 years before, he addressed the joint parliamentary session in Delhi, when I was the member of parliament at that time. He told the distance is not the criteria now. He told it 20 years before. The distance is shrinking. Once we used to say that I have to locate a factory nearest point of the port, seaport, airport, railway station, and good national highways. Now, everything is available and the factory is located in the villages. Very easily, very of the merchants, and now they are ordering the villages fresh vegetables. They are ordering from the village. They are ordering from fresh milk from the villages. It comes to the home on the dining table. Therefore, the world is shrinking. Accordingly, we have to plan. The youngsters have to think that you have got sufficient time to work more on your table. Because there is no wastage of time in the travel. Even if you are travel, you can do with your tools. You can learn many things. You can execute many things. You can oblige your employer what is the needed for you. You can oblige your customer how you have to deliver it. Everything is in the hand. Therefore, the topic in which we are discussing is social division is narrowing down. It is submerging in the digital world. The knowledge is coming on the hands of the people. Therefore, there is no need for seeking here and there, wasting your time to one library to another library, getting discussion from one place to another place. The audience who are now sitting, much more than the digital audience. The much more digital audience are available now. Therefore, they are not traveling, they are getting the knowledge from just looking at their own mobile phone. This is the world we are living in. I want to complete my presentation that, I wanted to give a write-up, but it is not connected properly. Therefore, I will circulate my thinking to the participants by another mode. And small two examples, I want to say it. If you see, before the COVID, people attending in the village festivals on Diwali or Pongal or any 3 or 4 days holidays who are having living in the city will not go back to the villages. Now, after the COVID, you will find millions of people are going out of the city and vacating the city for 4 days or 1 week, and then they join together again. What it shows? They are searching for the root. They got the knowledge. Trump has made us to think that you go to the root rather than coming to my country. I am ready to use your knowledge. You sit in your villages, you sit in rural area. I am ready to use your knowledge, but I want to give more employment for my own people. That is the thinking of the American society now. Number two, I want to say that people want to have eco-friendly by sitting inside the room or outside the room or in any forum. Therefore, they love the environment. This is the society, this is the resilience we are having it, which was available centuries ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nachiyappan. That was very, very insightful. I think we spoke about the opportunity that exists in the villages as you outlined this. So it's a good segue to Dr. Banerjee and your opening comments from the vantage point that you take.
Thank you so much to MMA for inviting me here. I work for a group called Pratham, and we largely work with young children, Prathamik, primary, pre-primary, and a little bit also with youth. So for me, it is a very big opportunity and an honor to be able to speak to such a large crowd, an eminent crowd of people who are working in industry and in business. And when I was invited by Group Captain Vijay Kumar, my question was, what is it that I have to say that may be of relevance to people who are working in industry? And he convinced me that I do have something to say. So let us find out from your reaction whether this makes any connection. So as Pratham, we do a variety of things, three major things. One is that we work directly with communities, urban, but also largely rural, both with young children as well as with all the way up to youth. Secondly, we do some kind of, to call it research is a very big word, but we do bring out something called the Annual Status of Education Report, the ASER report, every year, which gives an idea of what is the status of education in the country. So what I'm going to do is to combine understanding that we have gained both from the evidence that we generate as well as from some of the experiences that we have in the ground to sort of provide us inputs to the discussion that can go ahead. The 2024 ASER report was released about 2 weeks ago. And it's a very simple survey. The survey is done in every rural district in India. So this year we were in about 605 rural districts. A sample of households are surveyed, and children in the age group of 3 to 16. Putting it all together, it becomes one of the largest household surveys that are done in India, at least outside the government. This time we had about 650,000 children who are part of this survey, and therefore you have very large samples for each age group. I want to just cite a few of the key findings there. Remember that we had COVID. COVID had a big impact on the education system. India was one of the countries where schools were closed for the longest period. We had almost 2 years of school closures during COVID. And so the last ASER report was in 2022 when the schools had just opened, and that gave us a sense of what was the situation after 2 years of COVID. And in 2024, it was after 2.5 years almost of schools being open and uninterrupted. So it gives us a chance to see where we were post-COVID, and also gives us a chance to see how far we have come since then. So the good news from the report is that there was a big fear, I think, during COVID that children will not come back to school. We see exactly the reverse. Not only do you see our very high enrollment levels have gone even higher, we have been much higher than 95% as a country, even in rural areas, as enrollment for elementary school children for more than 10 years. But after COVID, this number has even gone up higher, which I think tells the country that everybody in India really wants to be in school, and despite difficulties, children have come back. There was worry about older children, kids who are beyond, let's say, age 15, especially about older girls. There as well, we find much larger numbers have come back than ever before. So I think as far as schooling goes, enrollment in school, we are in a very good place in India. We have almost 25 million children in each age group. And I can say at least their names are all in school. In many states, enrollments and attendance are the same thing. So we can say that we have a very good, strong base of kids being in school. The question that Asar also asks is, you are in school, but are you learning? And are you learning basic foundations? Basic foundations, as we see here, for building anything, you need the foundation first to be clear. So are you able, after a few years in school, to read basic simple text in your own language? Are you able in school to be able to do basic arithmetic operations? Listening to the speakers in the previous session and about how we want to compete with the world, I think some of these basic foundations are absolutely essential if we want to do the kinds of things that we have ambitions for. If I look back 10 years, Asar has been done since 2005. So we have a long trend data. And if we see when we first started doing Asar, which was in 2005, 6, 7, that about half the children, even after they reach standard 5, and this is, I'm talking about a rural population, about half the children were still struggling with basic reading and basic arithmetic. Since the last, say, 10, 15 years, we see improvements, but they are small improvements. 1 percentage point, 2 percentage point every year. And by the time we came up to 2018, the number, let us say, I'm quoting off the top of my head, for a third standard population was that about little under 30% were at grade level. This is age 8, 7 or 8, and we managed to do a really good job for about a quarter of our population or a little bit more. But that means also that there was large numbers of kids who were still trailing behind, even in the first couple of years of schooling. The good news from this year's Asar report, you may have seen a lot of coverage has come because I think, at least in education, everybody was waiting for good news, is that number has risen to well into the 30s. And that is a big jump. It may still look like there's a long way to go, but what I think the report suggests, and it's just a reflection of the work that has been done on the ground, is that big jumps are possible in a short period of time. We went low during COVID. Our levels had sunk to the low 20s. This is simple arithmetic, simple language. But now, after 2 years of COVID, we see a big jump up. And I think that gives confidence to everyone, whether it is the government, whether it is the families, whether it's communities, that big jumps are possible in a short period of time. So if you can take a big jump in this year, your next year's jump can be even higher, and the following year's jump can be even higher. During the period of COVID, schools were closed, but I think a very important another thing happened in India at the time. We had a new national education policy. That education policy has a lot of ramifications for all of education, but I can speak for the primary and the pre-primary grades that several very important things have become part of the policy. One part of it is that the age group 3 to 6 is now taken as part of the education system. We've always had education for children in that age group, but I think now it's a mandate for the country to think about age 3 to age 8 as a continuum and to consider that to be the foundational stage of education. Now, this means that we need to start looking at our younger children as well. And that means that the runway to coming into school is now longer and needs to be taken more seriously. So the fact that today, based on the report, we see that in third standard, I'm just keeping third standard as an example, third standard has seen a massive jump. I think it's a combination of the fact that these kids who are in third today have had the last 2.5 or 3 years of schooling happen in a way that was perhaps different from before. What would be the factors that go into this? One is that these kids, ones who are in third standard today, are post-COVID kids. They did not have an interruption. They started first standard in 2022. And therefore, they are in third in 2024. Second is that they've had the benefit of the new education policy and of the many things that the government has been able to do, especially for government school children in grades 1, 2, and 3. If you look at the Tamil Nadu numbers, for example, which like India had been quite low, there's a big jump up in Tamil Nadu in the last 2 or 3 years. And I think this is a combination, one, of the fact of there was no interruption, two, the fact that there has been a big focus to translate the policy into action in ways that make sense for each state. And I think three is a carryover from COVID. And I think we will all remember that regardless of income or education level, every family in India did whatever they could for their children while schools were closed. So I think parental and family engagement, not only in schooling, but in learning, has gone up. So in many ways, I think we have a new cohort of kids who are coming through. And I raise it here in particularly because you may say, what do children who are in third standard have to do with the businesses that you run? What do children in third standard in India have to do with WTO? What do children in third standard in India have to do with the fact that we should be a product economy or a service economy? I think everything is important here. So remember, we have 25 million children in third standard, another 25 in first, second, third. We have about 125 million children in the foundational age group today. A kid who is 8 today is going to be in late 20s in 2047. So therefore, everything that we do with this age group is going to tell us what India will be capable of doing when we hit 100 years. And therefore, I think that this is very important that we look at it. Now, I gave a talk at IIM Ahmedabad. This is very rare for me to have these kinds of opportunities. And after my talk, lots of people clapped, as I hope you will. And then I was quite happy because I thought, okay, I've done a good job in this whole management circuit. And I went to the washroom, where there were a lot of young women in the washroom. And they also told me that I had done a good job. And so my question to them in the washroom, and I had actually raised this question even on the stage, is that this, and I think like some of my previous speakers have done, this is not a job that only the government does in government schools. This is not a job that only parents of young children do with each other. This is a job I think that we all need to think about. So I brought it up again in the washroom to say, so what did you think about my question? And the answer I got, and no disrespect to McKinsey, one young lady said, but ma'am, I have a job in McKinsey. I have more important things to do. And I think that this is a reaction, perhaps not voiced very loudly by Indian business, but that this is a job of someone else. We need to focus on how we make our economies resilient and moving forward. But I think if I want to, I have lots of things to say, but I won't take up more time. But what we do with this cohort of kids who are in early grades today will decide the future of India. And therefore, I think it has to be each and every one of ours headache. I'll just end this young children point. We have children of many ages. We have many things to say about them. But I want to end just these opening remarks by saying that if you look at the mothers of these young children, mothers who have children in the age group 3 to 8, they are also a particularly interesting cohort. They are the beneficiaries of the last 15 years of universalizing of elementary education. So if I look at the same age group of children and mothers in 2010 versus 2024, there is an absolute difference in their profiles. Today's young mother who has children in that age group has, across our states, at least 5th standard education, if not more. We have only 3 states right now who have a percentage less than 50% mothers who don't have at least 5 years of education. And even those states are pretty close behind. Rajasthan, UP, Bihar, they are at about 40%. But there's a huge rise of education of parents. I'm saying mothers because they spend more time with their young children. These mothers have 3 characteristics. One is that they have very high aspirations for their children. That I think is universal. All parents have had high aspiration for children before. Number 2 is they have significant years of schooling, which can be translated in a very productive way to help with whatever is going on in school. And a third characteristic, which could be looked at in many different ways, is that labor force participation of this age group is very low, particularly in rural areas. There are many reasons why women in this age group find it difficult to find work outside of their family farm. But I think that means that there is very widespread opportunity both for them to engage with their own children as well as being able to be economically productive but not moving out of where they are. I think our Indian economy, we work with skilling to some extent. We are quite successful, like others are, in taking young people from where they are into a training institute and then placed all over India. But this is a very large segment, educated, aspirational, investing in their children, but wanting to be productive themselves in the rural area in which they are. And I think that the systems for helping them still need to be developed. So I'll stop now because Varun is looking at me. But do remember, even if you're at McKinsey, you owe the young children of this country your contribution so that we can all make it to the India we want to be in 2047.
I was looking at you with fascination, Dr. Banerjee. Those are really, really interesting insights. And I think it's also uplifting to know what's happening in the space, both in terms of enrollment, in terms of outcomes when it comes to basic skills and capabilities. So thank you for that. With that, if I can request Mr. Vasudevan to provide your opening remarks as well.
Morning, and thank you for inviting me here. The first session we had was, how India is becoming a global competitive country, and what further we should do to try and improve our global competitiveness, etc., etc. As we know that we are the 5th largest economy, and I'm sure it's just a question of a few years, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 years before we overtake Germany and Japan to become the 3rd largest. I think that's more or less a given factor. Whether we'll overtake China or ever or if, I don't know. But 3 and 4, we should beat them hands down very shortly, because we are growing at 6-7% and they are growing or maybe degrowing or growing at 1-2%. So it's just a question of short time. So all that is great, and India is doing very well. Right, India is shining, India is doing very well. All that is wonderful. The question is are Indians doing well? That's a question. There was a proposal from the government to name India as Bharat sometime back, but we don't hear of that much nowadays. It would have really been good. It would have seriously been nice if we could have just called ourselves, changed our name to Bharat than India, because Bharat really represents the second half of the excluded or not so privileged population. That is Bharat. India is where we are all, most of us, all of us in this room, we all belong to India, whereas people who bring us here into this room belong to Bharat. And we don't give much of recognition to them because we have arrived, right? So that the whole question is that 140 crores of Indians, will we get the benefit of the economic growth that we are going through, or will it be the top elite part of the Indians who will get all the benefit and the remaining still struggling in their daily lives? That's the real question. And there are a lot of things to be addressed to really overcome that scenario, to try and get inclusive growth for everybody. A lot of areas to be addressed. Health, education, social empowerment, political empowerment, so many things. So largely I will try and restrict to financial empowerment because that's where I come from, that's the area that I work in. So largely, by and large, I'll try and restrict myself to financial empowerment and financial inclusion. So back in the 1950s, when India became independent, the government realized that the private banks, all banks are private in those days, the private banks were really, offering banking services only for the elite and not for the masses. And so in 1969, the government came with this act. They took over all the private sector banks, most of them, and made them into public sector banks. Obviously, the intent was that once you are a government bank, you will just do what the government wants. And the government wants inclusion for the common man. And so naturally, these banks were expected to just go out and do the inclusion because now they are part of the government. This was in 1969. Within the first few years, the government realized that that objective is not working. Right? Change of ownership did not result in the desired objective of inclusion. And so in the early 1970s, RBI came with this concept of priority sector lending, targeted lending, where they defined whom the bank should give a loan and put a target on top of that and said that you shall give loans to such type of people and this is the minimum target you have to achieve. So the PSL target as a concept came in the 70s after nationalization, right, after nationalization, which means that even the ownership change did not really improve the inclusion part of it. And then over the last 25, 30, 40 years, so many initiatives have been taken by the government and by RBI. Then came the concept of RRBs, regional rural banks, where they felt that the large banks, they are all very urban or city-centric. They are not rural-centric. So we have to create a separate type of entities which will be more having the DNA of serving rural areas. So RRBs came. And RRBs went. Almost 200 RRBs were formed, less than 35, 40 exist today. The remaining have been in some way, kind of moved out of the system. And then came the local area banks. In the mid-90s came LABs, and they came and they went. And then came the concept of self-help group, and I think that's one area where India has actually done quite well in the self-help group as a concept, where the RBI came with a news. I'll not get into the details, but RBI came with a very nice change under Dr. Rangarajan, his governorship. It came with a very nice change in the rules, which enabled banks to embrace the self-help group movement. That really was probably one of the best effort that has been taken by the government and RBI together. And then came, after some time came the SFBs, small finance banks. Again, the concept was that, you create a differentiated set of banks to promote financial inclusion in the country. So the SFBs came. I wouldn't say the SFBs came and they went. They are still there. We'll have to see how far they go and what they will do. So that's been the journey of financial inclusion in the country. So over the last 60 years, 70 years, there's been so much of concerted effort, both by the government and RBI, to promote inclusion in the country. So where are we? Out of all this exercise and so many years of effort, where are we? If you look at the number of Indians who have been able to take a loan from a bank is less than 15%. If you take the number of Indians who have been able to get a credit card from the banking system, less than 12-13%. If you look at the number of, tiny to small enterprises in the country who have been able to get loan from the banks, is less than 5%. Okay, less than 5%. And there are a lot of government data to show what's the level of exclusion, financial exclusion in the country. If you take MSMEs, if you take small business people, very small business enterprises, and if you take consumption loan for the low income population, and if you take affordable housing as a basket of financial needs for the low income people, that entire basket of financial needs from the low-end income segment of the population, the total amount of unmet credit demand from those segments is somewhere in the range of around 50 lakh crores. And this is various government data that I am quoting, a lot of government data that if you aggregate, it will come to about 50 lakh crores is the unmet credit demand from that segment of population. And what's the total banking credit in the country today? All banks put together, what's the total credit in the country today? Is around 2.5 lakh crores. So you're really talking of about 20% of that, entire banking credit in the country. 20% of that is unmet demand coming essentially from the low income segments. So that's where we have reached, and which means that we just have a long way to go. And I've been speaking on this topic in a few other sessions in different places. Generally my session turns into a crib session because it always ends up by saying that we are very far away from wherever we want to be, and not enough is still being done on that. So I'm trying my best not to turn it into a crib session, but trying to turn it into something which is more, motivating, or something to energize us to at the end of the day, and not just leaving us with a very despondent kind of feel. So in Equitas, of course, we are a small finance bank, so we do our bit of financial inclusion. We have financed maybe about 5 lakh or 500,000 people, very small business people. Almost 97% of those borrowers have no credit history at all in the credit bureau, which means that at least that number of people have become part of the mainstream. But like us, there are other small finance banks, and there are some lending companies like NBFCs who do address the segments, and all of us put together, we might have included anywhere around 2 to 3 million such people out of a potential demand of around 50 million people. So about 50 million people need this kind of facilities. We have included about maybe 3 million people. So that's where we are. So there's so much of scope. And, in the first session, I came in the last few minutes of the first session. So Vellayan was saying that, if we want a resilient India, it should start with me and you, right? That's what he said. So if you want inclusive India, again, it should start with you and me, right? So what can we do for creating an inclusive India? RBI has done its small amount of homework by coming with on-tap guidelines for starting a bank. So today earlier the scenario was different because RBI used to open the window for licensing for banks once in 10 years. And the window will open just for 2-3 months, people have to rush in, and after that it's closed for the next 10 years. Today they have given an on-tap guidelines. So anybody can apply for a banking license at any point in time they want. So RBI has done their homework by opening the window on a continuous basis. And so now it's up to you and me. It's in your hand and my hand. Why don't you guys also start a bank and then do financial inclusion? I mean, we can say, what can I do? How can I start a bank? It's not like that at all. Starting a bank is not that big a deal. Of course we need capital, but there is always money available in the market, enough money available in the market. You have an IPO for 5,000 crores and you get 2.5 lakh crores of investment for that IPO. So then where is the dearth of money? There is no dearth of money at all. If there's an idea and if there's a potential, money is going to chase us. There's no doubt on that. So I think that, we just need 100 more banks, 200 more banks in the country. That's probably what is needed. And this 5, 10 banks, 20 banks, 30 banks are just not going to be able to bring a resilient Bharat. It will bring resilient India. We will fund that 5,000 crore, 20,000 crore for a large project. No problems with that. But we will not be funding the 2 lakh and 5 lakh rupee loan for that small fellow who wants to run a small business, as in front of his house. He has got a provision store. He is not going to get our money, right? So if he needs to get that money, if we need to be able to provide that loan to him also, We just need lot more number of banks. This 2030 is just totally inadequate. We need 200, 300, 500 kind of banks, and the window is available. So from a CRIP session now, I am turning it around and saying that, why can't more people step up and start a bank? And, it may look a little daunting, but it's really not so. You get into the arena, it's just a very normal thing. It can be done easily by anyone who has got that bent of mind. So with that request, resonating with the first session, I'll say that again, Resilient India, if that's in your hand and my hand, then Resilient Bharat is also equally in your hand and my hand. So please, let's join together and let's do our best to try and create that inclusive India, so that when we do become the third largest economy, we will not have millions and millions left behind, but most of them taken forward along with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasudevan. That's very, very insightful. I think between the three speakers, we covered a broad range of topics, right? We started out by saying that there is a large talent base, especially in our rural areas, that we can build on top of. And this is a talent base that has access to technology, has education levels, enrollment levels, literacy levels going up, and with people pushing to drive financial inclusion, right? So positive signs. But Mr. Vasudevan, you also spoke about how the development is not always equal. The inequality levels, especially from an economic point of view, are increasing. So maybe I'll start with you. From your conversations with the customers in rural areas that you work with, what would it take for them to transform their lives? What are the facets of change that they would like to make this happen?
So the problem of inclusion, is obviously it's very high even in urban areas. But if you go rural, it just becomes even more difficult, because access also becomes a big issue. At least in urban areas, there is no access issue. Affordability maybe, but not access. But if you go to rural, then accessibility and access also becomes a big issue. So the question is that why are then people migrating out of villages? They are migrating because they don't have access to finance, they don't have access to livelihood, quality education and quality healthcare. They don't have access. It becomes very difficult. So if you want to lead a decent life, you think that you have to go urban to earn money, right? So how do you do that? It's a big issue. It's really not a small issue at all. In fact, we have taken one village somewhere near Kanchipuram here as a role model to try and see, can we completely prevent migration by empowering that village or that cluster of villages on all fronts. So we have been at it for almost a year now, and I can tell you we are still at the very, very surface level scratch only. We are not able to get penetrated below. I think finally we kind of come to a conclusion that we just need a large amount of governmental intervention. Ideally, it should be a government-led project with private sector people like us just being a kind of support establishment. So I think that's what it's kind of looking like. But that's a challenge of rural, especially in rural. It becomes a big challenge of access.
And hopefully in that village we see that urban-rural interchange that Dr. Nachiappan was talking about. Maybe Dr. Banerjee, if I can move to you. You spoke about how, at least in education, access may not be the challenge anymore, right? There is enough enrollment, there is enough basic literacy. But on one end of the spectrum, you're saying 3 to 8-year-olds are getting better educated and we're making strong progress on this. On the other end of the spectrum, we had the earlier speakers in the morning saying we need to become a product economy, right? Which requires capabilities, expertise. So as you think about the journey from I've learned basic arithmetic to sitting in a rural area, I'm able to build a product company, what would it take?
So I think that's a long jump for someone might like me to take, but I'd like to say a couple of things. One is that beyond the basics, until you get to the excellent, there is a long space. So if you look at our middle schools, grades 6, 7, 8, and I'm specifically looking at that age group because by the time you leave 8th, the pressures of your 10th and 12th exams are just overpowering. And that is not the place unless we do some significant reform in our examination system that you can bring in any innovation. But in 6th, 7th and 8th, there is several problems. One is that many children there don't have the basic foundations, and so they're not benefiting from even your standard, whatever it is that your curriculum requires you to do. Second is that if you don't develop at least your basics, you're not very useful in the real world. A couple of years ago, we looked at the age group 14 to 18. And that's an interesting age group. Again, about 100 million in that age group. After 14, there is no compulsory education. Many children in India are still enrolled in school, but there's no, it's not part of the Compulsory Education Act. And 18 is when you can sort of formally become part of the labor force. A formal company cannot employ you unless you're 18. So in that age group, 14 to 18, what are people doing? Very high aspirations, but very traditional aspirations. You want a white-collar job. Now, no matter how much you talk to young people, that there aren't as many white-collar jobs as there are you, people don't want to believe that. Very little interest in vocational skilling. Once actually young people get onto a skilling tangent, they can go places. But to get them onto that tangent is very difficult because your entire aspiration is you're going to do academic work and then get into white-collar jobs. And you will give all these hundreds of exams, to be able to do that. So what do we do about this? And I think we see some interesting initiatives being taken in different places. For one thing, this entrepreneurial skill can't start suddenly when you're 30. You either have it in your family, so you've seen it up close, or you have to have some experiences that enable you to start thinking in that way. Our education system, right from KG till PG, is very individual and excellence oriented. But frankly, what the world needs is the ability to work in groups and to be able to deliver on real life problems. And in many ways, I would say that past our basic foundations, our schools don't teach you that. And the pressures outside school, most parents feel that academic success is the metric to my child's future, rather than a whole bunch of, other experiences that may help. So to me, I feel like, we see, I in my own organization, 10, 12 years ago, there were very few Indian students who wanted to come and do internships. Most of the requests we got were either people who had lived abroad or understood this. Now we are seeing increasingly, how can you make it possible for young people, maybe 14 is too young, but certainly well before you come into the labor market, to have some real work experiences up close, so that you're freed from this, I have to do exam, I have to do well in the exam, and then I have to find a white-collar job. Because apart from the fact that this pathway is not going to work for many people, the disappointments, I think, are a big obstacle. So if you didn't do well in your 12th class exam, you're only 18. You didn't do well in one thing. And that one thing you can question as to what is that one exam measuring. So I think there's a great deal of work to be done about how do you connect young people to the immediate environment? How do we bring in, I'll give you an example. In rural Chhattisgarh, we were doing some work with middle school children about how do you understand water supply in your village. And, even though they were, 13, 14 years old, doing a project that was hands-on and locally based, lots of solutions came out at the local level that even children at that age could talk to their panchayats about. But we don't encourage children to do that. We say, exam karo, open your textbook and do the test. So I think there is a great deal of thinking about how do you connect your students at different ages to some real life situations. It could be work situations slightly older, but there's plenty of problems that we have to solve and very few, solutions that can come from top. So my suggestion would be that, look at examples where this is happening and how do we build on.
Wonderful. There's a question here from Aryan from Delhi, which links to the conversation and the last thing you said, which is very few solutions need to come top down, right? There's more that we can do. I think the question here is, or the thought is, community-driven solutions have been effective in transforming rural landscapes. So the question from Aryan is, how can we strengthen community-based organizations to help them perform better and help them govern better?
I'm very thankful to Aryan because he has raised a very important question. As moderator has initially told what are the laws and administration, I have given the only extracts. I have not given any enactments because it may be boring. But if you are interested, I can make you to write. About 15 enactments of the Parliament are there. For example, if you take from the Food Security Act, Food Education, Right to Education Act, Right to Health, and then you have got Panchayat Act, Panchayat Amendment, Constitutional Amendment Act, Gram Sabha, that is the lowest assembly at the village level. It has got the right to make the planning of that particular village, how to use the local water resources, channels, tanks, irrigation tanks, and other community properties. The Grama Sabha can make it planned and implemented. The funds will be allotted by both the central and state governments. And if you take the scheduled tribes, they have got the right to land. For the first time, they have given that right. Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Scheme, it is one of the right to work. And we are, whatever it is implemented in the constitutional mandate of directive principles of state policies are brought in. Right to Information Act, it creates a lot of awareness among the villagers, how the public money is utilized in the road and other community properties being raised by the government. And you have got Right to Women's Property Act, and you have got village planning, waterways, village courts are there. Now latest enactment is the mediation center. Normally the villagers used to spend huge money for litigation and other things that can be done at the village level itself. And disaster management, it is connected with the New Delhi Disaster Management Center, is having connectivity with the villagers so that they can get all the climatic changes and other things. And you have got the rural health centers and cooperative society for finance, milk, traditional handicrafts, foodstuffs, fresh flour to food. Exports are made from many of the villages for foreign countries. Through Amazon type of carriers are there, they are taking up orders and they are making that orders being delivered. For example, my area is Chettinad area. The village housewives used to make beautiful baskets and other materials, and it gives a livelihood for them. It is exported to foreign countries. Similarly, you have got all the community level thinking is now narrowed down beyond the caste. In some places there will be some clashes that is created by social engineering. That is by, we have to blame ourselves. Politicians want to have some division so that the divisional vote can come to them. But actually the people, the digital world, there is no difference between a scheduled caste holding a mobile phone or scheduled tribe holding a mobile phone or backward classes having reservation for having the mobile phone. Forward caste is alone having the mobile phone. No, nothing. Everything is in their hands. Now the world is openly in their hands. Therefore the planning, execution at the village level is properly done in many of the places after COVID. I'm just making the COVID very important, impressing upon you because many of the graduates, engineers, PhD holders, IT specialists have gone back to the villages and they want to have their own area to be managed properly by their own knowledge. That is happening there.
Thank you. I think I'm being told by Captain that this is time for us to start closing out. It's been a fascinating set of insights listening to all of you. Maybe the one common theme that went across is we can't externalize this need, right? This is about us. This is about you and us. So maybe any parting thoughts or advice for all of the young managers that are here in terms of what can we as individuals do to support this entire social resilience agenda? Any advice or thoughts for the young managers in the audience?
See, financial inclusion is something all of us do in our house, right? Always there's our housemates or our drivers or somebody or the other known to us very closely where there's a need, and we also always step in. I mean, all of us, I know, we step in and do something or the other to help them out. That's the financial inclusion. That's kind of some kind of a support to help them to come up the curve. The only question is that can we extend it as much as we can? Everybody, every one of us. Either you start a bank, then it's okay. If you don't want to start a bank, at least try and do something to your neighborhood or to extend the sphere of influence that you can in your neighborhood to whatever extent you can. If you can help 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, that's still a great amount of support that you're giving.
So I would just extend what Mr. Vasudevan is saying is, we are all here both as individuals as well as members of an institution or a social group or something. And I think we need to think of what can I do and what can we do. And the we can be a group of individuals or an institution. From my point of view, I would say that everywhere, everybody is connected to basic education in some way. So it's not years of schooling that matter. It is the value add of every year of schooling. So whoever you're in touch with, whether the people connected to you in the household, ask not just if your child is going to school, but can he read? What is the problem that he's facing and so on. As an institution, I think similarly, bringing quality into education sometimes needs not just resources, but it needs an effort and a mindset. So many companies do CSR, but a lot of the CSR is done for infrastructure. I would say do it for human infrastructure, do it for human development, and that may differ from where you are. I think in terms of young people, thinking out of the box and showing the way is really important. And so while people are, I don't want to interrupt those who are studying for their 10th and 12th exam today, but those who are in 9th or 11th, really there are many things to do in the world, and many of the big learnings will come from outside. So how as an individual or as an institution, we can actually open up the fact that almost everybody in this room is not doing what they learned in college. It's the things that they learned at work. And how can we start doing that from before?
Any advice, Dr. Nachia?
Actually, I want to conclude by telling that youngsters have got the duty to bring out the people who are in the comfort zone. I made one graphical representation also. The comfort zone is making them to live within the nest, within their own habitat. They want to enjoy the entire world sitting in their own house, in the corner of the house, and look at the mobile and connected with the world. But they are not coming out, walking out of the place to participate in a mass way, except Kumbh Mela and other things. For other things, they are not coming forward for that. Therefore, the youngsters have got the duty to bring them out and make them to be effective persons as a society to participate in the development of India, which was the initial session was telling about it. We have got a lot of potentiality. We are not in less way to the China. More than the Chinese have got the knowledge from India. Therefore, we have to bring out the people from the comfort zone to work for them, work for the society, and work for the nation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vasudevan, for urging us to be entrepreneurs and urging us to start a bank. Thank you, Dr. Banerjee, for reminding us that working for your employer is not enough, right? We need to think about what else we can do to support social resilience. And thank you, Dr. Nachiappan, for reminding us that we have the talent and the tools in place, so we have an obligation to engage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Varun, for having so nicely moderated this session. Please, may I request President MMA, Ms. Anju Mary, Director Danfoss, and Mr. Annadurai from Indian Oil to come and honor the guests by presenting a memento. May I request Mr. Mahalingam to please join them, please. Ladies and gentlemen, just give them a big round of applause. They've taken their time off, their busy schedule to be here. 3 people from 3 different fields talking about the same topic, that is foundations for building a resilient India. From their own experiences, they have shared what we are supposed to do in the next few years. Thank you so much, Mr. Sudarshan Nachiappan there. Thanks a lot. Mr. P.N. Vasudevan for taking your time off, and thanks Dr. Rukmini for coming all the way. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Varun. Been a pleasure. Lovely. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving on to special session 1, and we have a very, very interesting session. The topic is geopolitical resilience, preparing your businesses for geopolitical volatility. And to drive this session, we have very, very eminent personalities. Ambassador Tirumurti is here, Ambassador Kamal Sibal is here, and Lieutenant General Narasimhan is here. Just give me a few seconds to set up the stage before I invite them on to take their place on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the dais Ambassador T.S. Tirumurti, IFS, former Ambassador, Permanent Representative to India to the UN, Ambassador Kamal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary of India, and Lieutenant General Narasimhan, three very, very senior officials of the Indian government whom you have been seeing very often on the TV and other media channels. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking your time off and being here today. May I have the AV of all three distinguished speakers, please?
Ambassador T.S. Tirumurti, IFS, retired, served as India's permanent representative to the UN and Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. With 37 years in diplomacy, he contributed to India's non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council and chaired its Security Council. Ambassador Tirumurti is now a distinguished professor at IIT Madras and an expert on the Arab world, having served in Egypt, Palestine, and various key positions. Lieutenant General S.L. Narasimhan, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, is a distinguished infantry officer with a PhD in India-China relations. A former defense attaché in China, he has deep expertise in international relations, China's economy, and defense. Lieutenant General Narasimhan served as the Director General of the Center for Contemporary China Studies and was a member of India's National Security Advisory Board. Ambassador Kamal Sibal, IFS, retired, served as India's Foreign Secretary from 2002 to 2003 and has been Ambassador to Turkey, Egypt, France and Russia and Deputy Chief of Mission in Washington, D.C. He holds a postgraduate degree from St. Stephen's College and a doctorate in philosophy. Currently, Ambassador Kamal Sibal is the Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University and a former member of India's National Security Advisory Board.
Indeed, a pleasure having all of you on this dais today together. May I now request Ambassador Tirumurti to take the session forward, please.
I'd like to thank Mr. Mahalingam for inviting me here, and also Group Captain Vijay Kumar for
coordinating this panel. The focus of this convention, the annual convention, is on resilience and a resilient India. And of course, we have entered an era of conflicts and we have entered an era of violation of international law, not only violation with impunity, but also violation without accountability. We have global challenges facing us like climate change, energy, and a whole lot of things. So I think this is absolutely the right time to talk about geopolitical resilience. But geopolitical resilience is not that easy to quantify like economic resilience or financial resilience or climate change, infrastructure resilience and other things. So what I plan to do is just to try and distill some 5 attributes which India has, by which we will be able to enhance our geopolitical resilience. Basically meaning that enhance the foreign policy aspect of our resilience. The first aspect, in my opinion, is that, our governments have built on the foreign policy successes of the previous governments. And therefore, there has been a certain thread of continuity. I think this is the first attribute of resilience I can think of as far as India is concerned. And we don't have this type of huge swings in foreign policy, like sometimes you may see even in the United States, when Democrats hand over to the Republicans, then you see the huge swing in foreign policy. That doesn't normally happen in India. And an example which I'd like to give you is, for example, the way we have preserved the nuclear option. And we have also refused to sign the NPT, the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty. And also there has been a parliamentary consensus for doing this. You know that it was Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in 1974 who did Pokhran 1. Then in 1998, it was Prime Minister Vajpayee who did Pokhran 2. And interestingly, between both of them, we had Prime Minister Deva Gowda, who in 1996 took the decision and refused to sign the CTBT, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. Thereby, you had 3 prime ministers taking 3 prominent decisions in this area. And it is interesting that this type of a resilience is being inbuilt in our system. The other aspect, the second one, is the domestic policy. Normally, they drive our foreign policy. And this is something which you all know. And when we got independence, thanks to our very unique freedom struggle, and we had a very strong moral voice in international affairs. And that was important in the context of how we went forward, particularly the non-aligned movement and other things where we took an independent stand. But later, with the rise of India, economic rise, the technological rise, and in defense and other aspects, therefore, this is automatically also enhanced our a voice in international affairs. So, domestic resilience has also promoted foreign policy resilience or geopolitical resilience. And this is the reason that when we rise as a country, we are also seeking a greater voice in international affairs. For example, we are asking for UN reforms, and we as the largest nation and what we have contributed to the UN, we certainly think we deserve a place in the permanent seat in the Security Council. And I am also of the opinion that, since you're all mostly businessmen, the point is that it is not enough to say that we have risen economically, we are doing very well economically, domestically, and if you are not going to engage politically with the world conflicts. So this actually is a case I would like to make out for engaging politically in world conflicts. We should take a larger role in the conflicts which are around us, even if it's not directly impinging on us, but it will start impacting us because we are becoming bigger and bigger. The third aspect is independence of action and decision making. Now, this we loosely call it as strategic autonomy. Now, we are fortunate to have this independence of action and decision making in our foreign policy. Not many countries are fortunate among developing countries. There are more than 100 developing countries who cannot take too much of an independent action, partly because of maybe their size, their geographical area, their vulnerabilities, and so many other things. But India is fortunate to be able to do that. And it is not that we suddenly woke up and started having strategic autonomy. We have had a rich tradition of statecraft, starting from the Arthashastra, Nidhisara, our own Tirukural, and a whole lot of other things. And we have a rich tradition of statecraft. So when we got independence, we are accosted with a world, which was during the Cold War, when we had two rival blocs, United States and Soviet Union, and thanks to the tradition which we had, we were able to take an independent stand. And we formed, as you know, the non-aligned movement, which is a very, very powerful political movement where many developing countries actually joined. And fast forwarding 70 years later, right now, we are facing once again broadly two blocs, the United States and the European Union. And on this side, we have China and Russia. And once again, we are taking a decision where we are refusing to join either of the two blocs. Of course, we don't call it non-alignment. We call it multi-alignment, because now they are far more interlinked. So we engage with all of them, but we don't join them as a bloc. And you also saw our vote on Ukraine, where we abstained on the vote, basically to say that we don't agree with either of you. And, you all know what Prime Minister Indira Gandhi mentioned when she was asked by one of the media in the press that, Prime Minister, do you lean left or do you lean right? She said, we stand upright. So that is how I look at it. And the fourth attribute, I would say, is leadership. And leadership is, number one, of course, we are very fortunate to have prime ministers in India who focused on foreign policy. And irrespective of the politics of the whole thing, let us, we should recognize that even if Prime Minister had a very short tenure like Lal Bahadur Shastri, they all had, spines of steel, and they focused on foreign policy. But we also gave leadership to developing countries. And that is very important. The leadership to the global south has been part and parcel of our coming of age as a country. And you've seen recently in G20 during our presidency, we actually made sure that Africa was represented in G20. So, and developing our development partnership, which basically means that our assistance, grants, lines of credit, and human resource development, this is a huge part. More than $35 billion is what we have done. And finally, the fifth attribute, I would say, is something which we are becoming more and more conscious of, is our civilizational context. It's not, as I told you, we have a civilizational context already. It may not have been expressed. It has come down, but now we are talking about the International Day of Yoga, the International Year of Millets, and we have International Solar Alliance. We have the vaccine Maitri, which we put forward during COVID, and we have the public digital. So a lot of them, we are very conscious of it, and we put all this under the rubric of Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. That is what we talk about. I'm not sure how many of us really understand what it means. It has become more like a slogan. But the fact is that we are trying to make this into a reality in our foreign policy. So these are some of the attributes of resilience in geopolitics which I wanted to put forward before I take this forward. And I would now like to invite Ambassador Sybil, who was, in fact, Foreign Secretary when I was a middle-level officer in Washington, but right through we have always looked up to him in the Foreign Service. Sir, I would like to invite you to say your opening remarks.
I'd like to thank MMA for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to speak on a subject that is on everybody's mind, including the business community and not merely people in the diplomatic community, about the impact of recent US elections globally and on India, especially on the eve of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States, as well as conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza and their global impact, including economic impact, and India's role. Now, I think it's very early days. Trump has took over on January 20, and even in these few days, he has caused huge amount of disruption in international politics, not to mention domestically. Trump has always been known for his transactionalism, but one has thought that after his first term, when he may have found that transactionalism would not carry the United States too far, and there would be resistance, that he would have learned a lesson. But this time we are being faced with what I might call unadulterated transactionalism. Now, international relations are not built on transactionalism. If it was so, then instead of the UN Charter, we could just have had a business model on how nations should deal with each other. But we have the UN Charter instead. There is international law. There are certain principles that govern international relations. There is history. There is national sentiment. There is a lot of complexity in relations between countries. There are cross-cutting issues internationally, which if countries don't cooperate with each other and sacrifice to some degree their national interest, those issues will not be resolved and could put at peril humanity. And one of the most important issues which is exercising us is climate change. And there is the role of religion also, which is a very important factor which governs international relations. Now we find that Trump is discarding established norms, almost with impunity. Look at his claims, territorial claims. In his inaugural address, if you look at carefully, he slipped in 2-3 words. He talked about territorial expansion of the United States. This was not, the media didn't focus on it, but this was a hint that this is going to be part of his declared agenda. He has laid claim to Greenland. Why he has done that is very difficult to understand. Of course, one can analyze why he has done so, but in terms of how international relations are being conducted, it is puzzling that the United States can so openly claim territory which belongs to another country. This is 19th century politics. This is not the politics of today. He had a very difficult conversation with the Prime Minister of Denmark. If his idea was that, and he said that he needs Greenland for the protection of the free world. Now, I don't know how India, which is part of the free world, would have any benefit from United States claiming Greenland or occupying it by force. They already have bases there, and the Prime Minister of Denmark has offered him more bases, more opportunity to invest in Greenland if he eyes the resources of Greenland, but he is determined to acquire that territory by force if necessary. I think the idea is that the Arctic route is going to open up because of the effects of climate change, and today Russia is the predominant power in the Arctic. United States is not. But if they get Greenland, then yes, they would have a big role in the entire management of the Arctic route, in which China also is interested. So there seems to be some strategic thinking. Similarly, laid claim to the Panama Canal. Now, the fact that the United States built the Panama Canal in 1908 is neither here nor there. The British and the French built the Suez Canal in 1956. They tried they actually launched military aggression against Egypt when Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal, and America opposed it. And now you find Trump claiming the Panama Canal because China is managing part of the port in Panama. Now, that also creates a big problem in terms of international relations in general and American policy. And it seems to be a throwback a little bit to the Monroe Doctrine, which actually has been the leitmotif of US policy for a long time vis-a-vis Latin America. He is laying claim in some sorts to Canada. He wants to incorporate Canada into the United States of America. And he's quite unbothered about how the rest of the world sees these territorial claims. So in a sense, it is unilateralism of the United States which has been revived under Trump. One had thought that after the what happened in the unilateral phase of US foreign policy, especially under President Bush Jr., and the lessons learned would have made the United States much more cautious in trying to play the role of a world policeman and impose its will on others, but it seems to be that Trump is determined to do that. Now, we all know that the United States has weaponized the financial system, weaponized the dollar. And now Trump is weaponizing tariffs. We had the former ambassador to the WTO, not to the WTO, in Geneva, but he understands how the WTO, well, he was ambassador to the WTO, indeed. And here, in fact, he's completely undermining the entire basis of the WTO by unilaterally announcing tariffs, 25% on Canada, 25% on Mexico, 10% on China, and now he's again threatened 25% tariffs on aluminium exports and steel exports to the United States. He's threatened BRICS with 100% tariffs. He said that the United States will impose as much tariffs on other countries as other countries impose on US products. So this is going to completely break down the only system, the only body that governs the rules of international trade, which is the WTO. Now, to my mind, this MAGA business is a reassertion of US primacy. The Make America Great Again means what? It means really that Trump's belief, or the belief of his base, that US has lost ground in recent years, especially with China's rise, and it's not able to impose its will as it was able to do for a long time in the past. And therefore, United States has to recover this lost ground. So America, making America great again is not simply a domestic goal, but it is also an international goal, that the United States must be in a position to impose its will on others and bend the others to its will by using what he thinks are America's inherent strengths. I mean, he's gone ahead and said that if there's any move by any country to de-dollarize, he's going to impose 100% tariffs on that country. He has now, actually, he's in the process of breaking down the already declining multilateralism in international affairs. He's walked out of the WHO. He's walked out of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. He's walked out of the UN Human Rights Commission. He's also showing disregard of the global South. And now we take pride that we have managed to take a leadership role of the global South, best exhibited during our presidency of the G20, when we expanded the G20 to G21 by including the African Union as permanent member. But now you find trends that are visible that he is going to, in a sense, combat the global south. And it's increasing importance in international affairs, which would have an effect also on India's role as a leader of the global south. The Secretary of State of the United States has announced that he's not going to attend the G20 foreign ministers meeting in South Africa because they're unhappy with South Africa's domestic policies of land acquisition. So G20 is the only body that today exists which has the G7 as well as the rising economies of the world, the middle income countries which have an increasingly influential role. Now, if he, by not participating, enfeebles the G20, then what is left in terms of a global body which is a forum for trying to manage and harmonize the divergent interests of the developed and developing countries. His politics towards Russia is unclear. He's been saying that he wants to find a solution. Earlier he said that he would find it in 24 hours. Now he's given himself 100 days. And now he's announced a couple of times that he's been in touch with President Putin. There has been some change in language of President Zelensky, who feels that with Trump taking the position he has taken on Ukraine, Ukraine can't only rely on the European Union to continue to this conflict and the war with Russia. However, personally I feel that no matter what is being said, it's going to be very difficult to find a solution because Russia's bottom lines are very clear and they have suffered a lot. They have, as a result of these 3-4 years of war, and their goals and their demands are very clear that Ukraine must be neutral, it cannot join NATO, and that the territories acquired by Russia will remain Russian territories, and this must be recognized, and that there has to be some security guarantees not only for Ukraine but also for Russia in the future. Now, it's very, very difficult for the United States or Trump to step back and make concessions on these points, because then he'll have not only Europe but also the Democrats and those lobbies in the United States who would then condemn him for a defeat, a strategic defeat. That you America began with the idea of a strategic defeat on Russia and would have ended up with a strategic defeat on the United States of America. And it'll totally upend NATO because NATO's basic charter is that membership remains open. That any country which wishes to join NATO is free to do so. It's an exercise of freedom of choice of the countries concerned. Now, if Ukraine is denied the right to join NATO, then the entire philosophy of NATO gets affected and there will be serious divisions between Europe and the United States. As it is, Trump has made noises on NATO even during his first term to the effect that NATO is no longer relevant. And Europe, for its own security, cannot simply do without the United States of America. The Baltic states and Poland, the new Europe, is totally dependent on the United States and wants to remain dependent on the United States for its security. Germany hosts several US bases, including nuclear weapons. Germany is not a free agent. And nobody is going to accept in Europe the dominance of France, which is a permanent member of the Security Council, has nuclear weapons. They don't feel that they can rely on the French nuclear umbrella that they had. They can only rely on the US nuclear umbrella for security against Russia. A couple of good things. he has done, to my mind. One is this wokeism business. There's a strong pushback against wokeism under Trump, and this should have some salutary effect on other countries, including on India, where this social poison had begun to complicate our own society. On the immigration issue, for Trump and his base, this is a very, very sensitive issue of domestic politics. And he's now taking some very robust steps to deal with illegal immigrants, and he has sent 104 Indian illegal immigrants back to India, manacled and with leg restraints in a military plane, and this has caused some reactions in India, political reactions in India, and the government has certainly been embarrassed. Basically, what Trump wants to convey to his base is that on this issue, he is going to be extremely tough with his allies and with everybody, including India. I will not go into this as to whether he is right or wrong. There are two sides to this. Finally, on Modi's visit to the United States, Trump has already made his expectations known in the White House readout of his telephonic conversation with Prime Minister Modi, where apart from some very positive things he said about the relationship going forward, he made the point that he has to have more market access to India, that India has to reduce its tariffs, and that India should buy more security equipment, which means defense material from the United States. I think they want to sell the Stryker armored vehicle to us, the Javelin anti-tank missile, and aircraft to us. They talk about the F-35. It is there at the Bangalore air show. So there will be some pressure on us, and we'll have to see how to deal with this. These are matters which need a lot of discussion. We have to see how all this fits into our Atmanirbharta in defense manufacturing. So we'll have to see how we can satisfy him on tariffs. There are some decisions taken in the budget which theoretically will open up possibilities for US products in India, but I don't think this is serious. What we will want to do is to engage in trade negotiations with the United States. Have a bilateral trade agreement where if we give something, they must also give something. It simply can't be done on a unilateral basis. For that, United States, Trump has to get a permission from the Congress, I forget what it is, some act that the Congress has to pass to allow the administration to enter into trade negotiations. So let's see where that goes. Technology, we had this ICET, which was a major plank of our expanding technological cooperation with the United States. It was making progress, though slowly. It was being handled by the national security advisors on both sides. On this, I understand that this will continue, but Trump will rebrand the name. It will not be called ICET anymore. There is the issue of H-1B visas, which is of great interest to our business community. Trump has made contradictory noises on this. On the one hand, he wants highly talented people, but he also wants to limit migration, legal migration under this. So let's see what the final decision would be. There is this personal rapport between Modi and Trump, and there is a feeling that we will be able to attenuate some of the demands that have been made, unreasonable demands on us, and we'll be able to engage him at the highest level. One positive thing is that some of his appointees, the key ones, whether the Secretary of State or the National Security Advisor, or for that matter, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, whose nomination has been confirmed. They're all very positive towards India, and they have a history of positive attitude towards India. There's nothing new. So we would therefore have people within the administration, including Vice President Vance, who we could count on in order to attenuate some of the aggressive demands that Trump may make on us. There is also this issue of Islamic terrorism. If you read Trump's inaugural speech, he's been very strong. He used very strong language in his speech, and this could also be an area on which we could strengthen our cooperation. There is a nuclear issue. I think the nuclear modular reactors, this is something that will be talked about when our Prime Minister goes there, though again, we are making our own research on modular nuclear reactors, and in this area we're very cautious about developing the base of our own technology and not become dependent on others. So let's see where it goes. And finally, just when our foreign minister visited United States for the inauguration, it is quite remarkable that they had the Quad meeting. And the first foreign visitor that the new US Secretary of State met was the Indian foreign minister, even in advance of the Japanese foreign minister. In diplomacy, these things have a little meaning. They are not totally neutral in terms of the messages they send. Because people surrounding Trump are extremely hawkish on China. And therefore, India is a valuable partner in that larger context. Although Trump himself makes conflicting noises on China, the only person whom he publicly invited to his inauguration was President Xi Jinping. And then he made the statement that between United States and China, working together, we can solve the world's problems. So on the one hand, the US policy will remain targeted at China as a competitor, whom they want to weaken in every possible way. On the other hand, they like to also manage that very vital relationship and have some kind of stability in ties. So in that context, India has value. And Trump hopefully will come this autumn for the Quad summit to India. I think I have taken enough time, and if there are questions, I can answer those questions if and when I'm asked. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir, for this very comprehensive and insightful analysis of where the new US administration's policies stand vis-a-vis India and the world. I would like to invite General Narasimhan, who not only is an expert on defense and security studies, but he's also an expert on China and East Asia.
Yeah, let me at the outset thank Madras Management Association for getting me over to this very important annual convention. In the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about these 4 issues. The first one is on the how we view the national security. Second is Indo-Pacific dynamic. Third is China strategy. And of course, the role of technology. These are the 4 issues that I intend covering in the next about 10 minutes. For the sake of getting the audience onto one way of thinking, security, national security doesn't only nowadays stick to the conventional form of security that we talk about, or the traditional security that we talk about. There are traditional security issues, there are non-traditional security issues. Just to highlight what is traditional and what is non-traditional, please look at the national security threats that we can face, right from military aggression downwards to space. All of them constitute the traditional way of looking at security. It talks about espionage, economic warfare, resource conflicts, all of them come under the traditional form of security. Non-traditional security issues, you can look at climate change, health crisis like we had COVID pandemic, food security, energy, technology disruptions, illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing, and water security, all of them come into the non-traditional way of looking at security. So when you look at national security, both these have to be seen together. That is how you will be able to ensure your national security and build the national resilience, as the topic of the convention today is. Now let me take you on to the national security issues. Firstly, it is not only, national security is not only restricted to territorial integrity and sovereignty. As I explained to you in the traditional non-security issues, it is not only restricted to what you see on the border. China attacks you on the border, or Pakistan attacks you on the border, and you defend against it. Non-traditional security threats affect their day-to-day lives far more in some cases. Like, for example, COVID actually paralyzed almost not only China, India, it almost paralyzed the entire world. It's a non-traditional security threat. And it affects your day-to-day lives as you normally go by. There are periods of traditional and non-traditional primacy. Like, for example, before COVID, nobody thought about non-traditional security in the form of health so much. But COVID brought the focus back onto health issues. So there are primacy periods of traditional security, and when Galwan happened, everybody forgot the other issues, and then the national security of the territory came into focus. So there are periods where primacy between traditional and non-traditional security comes up. The traditional security threats also transcend to non-traditional and extra-regional. Why am I saying this? You look at the Ukraine war. It affected the entire world for its grain supply, for its fertilizer supply, which means food security was affected. It also affected the oil, which means the energy security was affected, which are all part of non-traditional security. And so traditional security also transcends to non-traditional security issues, and that became extra-regional. War is happening between Russia and Ukraine, but the whole world is affected for food security and energy security. So it is transcending everywhere. Look at Gulf of Aden. The Houthis and others who are actually doing the piracy and other businesses, it increases your insurance costs. So it is affecting shipping, it is affecting transportation, it is affecting the value of other commodities that are being shipped. So there is a linkage between traditional, non-traditional, and the extra-regional. Non-traditional security threats are as lethal as traditional ones, as COVID explained to you. There are so many deaths which you wouldn't have seen in a normal conventional war. So this is the impact of traditional and non-traditional security threats. What is the current scenario of Indian national security? Given this background, if you look at the national security of India, the first thing that comes to you is the active borders. Both your western border, your northern border, and trans-regional movements. Like, for example, there are people moving in and out through Myanmar, which is porous border. So all these issues are along the border. Second, you have an insurgency going in Northeast, you have an insurgency going in J&K, and you have a Maoist insurgency going in between within the country. So insurgency is another issue that you need to be contending with. J&K is fairly under control, Northeast is fairly under control, barring Manipur, and the Maoist insurgency is fairly well under control. Cyber attacks, we are vulnerable to cyber attacks. When Galwan happened, you found the Western electrical grid going off the line. That was due to a cyber attack. So there are cyber attacks which can come to our critical infrastructure, which could affect you and your daily life. Then vulnerability for external events. Like, for example, January, February 2020, when China closed down for COVID, you found your industry here in India was suffering from manufacturing problems, basically because the intermediaries and others were to come from China. So it actually paralyzed the manufacturing in our country. Dependence for even minor machinery we have at this point in time, that is an extreme vulnerability as far as national security is concerned. Active pharma ingredients is another problem that you face. So there are a number of issues on which you are vulnerable, basically because you are dependent on external supply chains, which are going to affect your own manufacturing and your sustenance. Economic warfare, you know what China is doing to us in terms of trade deficit that you have. You are not able to improve your exports, you are not make your entry into China. There are a lot of non-tariff barriers, etc. So that is affecting you. Similarly, USA-China warfare, you see, USA-China tariff, that and the implications of those, like Ambassador Sybil mentioned to you about Trump threatening to impose tariffs on India, all those things are economic warfare that is going to affect you in terms of security. Non-traditional security, the climate, the water, energy, etc. Like, for example, China wants to build a dam on Brahmaputra, that is going to affect you downstream. So this is going to be another threat that you need to be looking at. And India is a water-stressed country, and you find the requirements of water is going to again become a problem as you go along. Climate change, we are affected, and everybody else is affected. Energy, similarly. So, coming to the second part, this is the national security aspect of it. Coming to the second part of Indo-Pacific, instead of single country coming into play, you find groups of countries coming into play. Like, for example, starting from the east, further to the east on the right-hand side, the Pacific Island countries, wherein there is competition between Australia, China, US, and we have also our interest there. So Pacific Island countries, ASEAN, South Asia, Central Asian countries, Africa, these are all group of countries coming into play in the Indo-Pacific dynamics. Look at the interplay between the Maritime Silk Road of China and the IMEC that we have proposed, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. The Gulf area is going to come into play. One of these routes is going through the north, one of them is going through the south. Irrespective of the fact, the West Asian countries are going to come into a major play in the Indo-Pacific region. The number of military bases that China is actually aspiring to build in the Indian Ocean region is going to be another factor that is going to affect the Indo-Pacific region. You also see, of course, US has got 750 bases all over the world. But this is where Chinese are trying to bring their own military power into play. And that is going to affect the Indo-Pacific region and the interplay that the countries will have with China. China's strategy towards India, you can say, multilaterally deny India the opportunity. There are many examples I have given you. You can just go through them. Similarly, regionally, it also wants to gain ascendancy. That is something that you cannot do away with. Therein, your own aspirations of gaining influence is going to come into play, and that is going to affect this entire interplay of relationship between China and India. Bilaterally, it will continue to apply pressure on the boundary question, on the economy, etc., which I have spoken to you about earlier. So China's strategies towards India is this. So then what does India do? This is India's response. On the bilateral relations, you find we continue to be cautious. On the external balancing, we try to maintain our relations with the US, Russia, European Union, and West Asia. Minilateral and plurilateral. Many of the minilateral, that is 3 countries, coming into play. Similarly, many plurilaterals in which we are members of. We have joined almost 40 such groupings in the last 1 decade. This is another way of responding to the national security requirements. We follow a neighborhood first policy, Actis policy, where ASEAN plays a major role, and build up deterrence against China. This is where the resilience comes. As we build our deterrence, the resilience to withstand the pressures from China will increase. And to do that, we need to look at Atmanirbhar Bharat, which was mentioned earlier. So these are the issues that you need to deal with. The next one is on the technological issues. On the cyber capability, I have given the ratings. You can question those ratings, but these I have taken as one reference. But the fact of the matter remains, China has put in a hell of a lot of effort into the cyber capability. This is going to affect India, not only India, other countries. Like, for example, 20% of all the attacks that come up are from China. So please keep this aspect in mind. On the artificial intelligence, all these things are there, and China has very clearly articulated. But by the end of this year, there will be a major play of artificial intelligence in the battlefield. So this is something that they are working on. Last month, end of December, the Chinese PLA has placed an order for 1 million drones to be delivered to them by 2026, and that is going to have a major play in the battlefield. Leadership in AI, this is the ratings. You can have a look at it. We are 17th. We need to do a lot of scaling up on this. On the quantum technology, which was not mentioned in the list, but I thought I must mention this basically because this is a technology that is going to be very, very important in future. And that is something that where we need to be concentrating. I have given the China's capabilities. India has invested approximately 8,000 crores of rupees. 12 labs are working, but we need to synergize a little more to catch up to this. China's space program, there was a mention about surveillance in the reference that was given to me. There are 591 Chinese satellites on board. 360 of them can do surveillance from space. And this is what we are up against. And please look at the 40,000 odd satellites that they are planning to launch, which I have given in the text box here with the reference. You may like to read up in case you want to more. This is something that is going to be extremely important sphere in which we have to scale up. ISRO is doing a fantastic job, but we need to do a more fantastic job than what we are doing in case we need to measure up to this. On the critical and emerging technologies, this is my last slide. This is where we stand. And we need to scale up on this. And what constitutes critical and emerging technologies, please, I've given it in the text box. I finish here, and if there are any questions, I'll take it up later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General, for that extraordinary overview of a variety of security challenges which India is facing. I'll move straight into the question and answer interaction. And I'll combine some of the questions I had with some of the questions which have come from the floor. In fact, some of them have already been answered by the speakers. So I would like to turn to you, Ambassador. And also I'd like to get a sense of India's role in this changing scenario with conflicts and with the change in administration in the United States. You have already mentioned about what his expectations are from India, but also what would be India's role in this scenario which we are facing now with conflicts around us. And also there is a question about the most pressing geopolitical risks currently facing Indian business and how can they anticipate and adapt to the uncertainty which we face.
Well, I can only have a view. I can't give you solutions because the entire scenario is extremely complex and has become unpredictable. I mean, the United States is the preeminent global power in every sense, economically, militarily, technologically. And if you have a president in that country which is upending the global economy in the way that he's doing by unleashing this tariff war, and also he's going to become very tight in terms of flow of technology from the United States to the outside world. Primarily his target is China. But if you have legislation in the United States which will restrict the outflow of technology, then everybody will be affected, including India. I mentioned earlier in my remarks about the ICET between India and United States, but this is predicated on lifting export controls on the flow of technology to India in very sensitive areas, and this is one area in which not only our experience, but the experience even of the closest allies of the United States has not been very good. The United States has just too many layers of export controls mandated by the Congress, and lifting them is a very, very major task. So we'll have to see how it goes. You've seen how there has already been a delay in the supply of GE 404 engines for our LCA aircraft, and on GE 414 it's not very clear what may happen in the future. United States basically wants to sell equipment rather than share technologies and do joint development and production. On the tariffs front, we already see that he's going to announce tariffs. He's already announced tariffs on steel and aluminium. This is going to shake up the trade in these metals, even with regard to India's interests. Already our exports, I was reading, exports of steel to United States have drastically dropped. And we are the second largest steel producer. So I'm not in the steel industry. So people who are would have to see where the options are. And with the European Union passing all kinds of legislation, which who mentioned earlier by our former ambassador to WTO, we're going to face a challenge there also. In terms of India's role, we are facing a very unstable situation now in what we call West Asia. And we'll have to be extremely deft in handling this, because our interests in this area are vital in terms of the size of our expatriate population, the remittances we get, and the energy that we obtain from this region. There was a perspective of, as part of the Abraham Accords, of more stability in this region, but now, and that was the reason why the ITU2 project was conceived, and at the G20 meeting when we presided in India, the IMET corridor project was announced. Now, both these projects are uncertain in view of the situation that has developed and the manner in which Trump is also handling this. He has announced that he is going to own Gaza and develop Gaza and make it into a real estate marvel and move away 2 million Gazans either to Egypt or to Jordan. As you know, the Arab leaders, including Jordan and Egyptian president, have rejected this, but he is hammering away at it. He is not stepped back, and he feels that he can do what he plans to do, and this can have repercussions down the line for our interests. Now, he has also directed the U.S. Administration to look at Chabahar and see whether the exemption that was given to us on Chabahar can be removed or modified. Now, this will deal another blow to our relations with Iran and also complicate our connectivity projects with Russia. As it is, because of the India-US nuclear deal, we had to stop buying oil from Iran altogether. And now if the exemption given on Chabahar is removed, we'll have another crisis in terms of managing our connectivity projects to Russia and to Central Asia. They are tightening up on this oil trade with Russia. Now, one of the ways in which we want to placate the United States is to buy more oil from LNG from United States. And already our press is talking about the plans that we have to increase our imports from United States progressively till 2028 and buy God knows how much percentage of oil and natural gas from United States. So we'll have to navigate a very difficult period ahead because of the uncertainties and disruptions that have been created by Trump. And I'll end by saying that in this situation, our strategic autonomy becomes very, very critical. because if we are seen to be yielding, weak, and willing to make unilateral concessions, then more pressure will be put on us. So it will be a very difficult and delicate balancing act where, inconsistent with the national interest, we make some gestures to the United States, but not to the point where we whet their appetite and they feel they've cornered us, and therefore they can interfere with our other relationships, especially with Russia, which is very vital for the larger balance in our foreign policy.
So thank you very much. We have less than 5 minutes left, so I just wanted to ask General Narasimhan about the trade deficit with China, and how do you think that this should be addressed? There are a couple of questions from the floor, and one is about specific lessons which Indian business can learn from China's strategies to remain resilient. And the other one is about catching up with China on technology. So I'll leave it to you to answer them. Right. The more difficult questions are all yours.
No, I think the questions are maybe difficult, the answers seem to be simple. The way we need to look at the lessons for business is very simple. I have got 5 points, and I think that will also cater for the trade deficit that we talked about. One is the looking for opportunities in adversity. When international financial crisis took place in 2008, Chinese went around the world scouting for opportunities. They picked up companies at a very cheap rates. They picked up exploratory rights at very cheap rates. So these are the things that you need to do, risk taking and looking for opportunities when the things are not right for you. The second is having a long-term vision. We generally in India look at quick returns, and therefore we don't want to take much of a long-term view of things. I think that is the way we need to look at it. The Chinese go a very long vision for business. The third thing is investing in R&D. Our R&D investments are pretty low. I think industry as well as the government of course is giving a lot of opportunity for research now. R&D is a place that I think our industry needs to invest a lot more. Not to be incremental in thinking. Chinese go very long way, very large numbers. They look at large numbers, large growth, everything in large numbers. I think we have a little incremental thinking. I think that we need to look at. And last is manufacture. That's what was told in the morning. We need to become a product nation instead of a service-oriented nation, and that done with cost efficiency is the way to actually go for this. The second is on the geopolitical, the catch-up with China and technology. There are 3 issues. One is talent acquisition. It is not that we don't lack talent here in India, but that most of the talent actually goes out. We need to retain the talent in India and acquire more talent. In China, at any point in time, there are 230 talent acquisition programs running, both at the center and the provincial level. And the second thing is on the facilities for research and development. And the third, there are a lot of technologies in India which have been proven for concept, but we have not been able to take it to the commercial, marketable product. That is TRL3 to TRL9. I think that is the place where we need to gap. I think if we do that, I think we should be well on our way to catch up with China.
On this business opportunities for us, I think because of the tensions that are developing between Europe and United States, we have some opportunities in Europe, and we should concentrate on exploiting those. As you know, the van der Leyen, the head of the European Commission, she has said that the first visit of the European Commission as a whole would be to India. And they are now increasingly interested in moving the FTA forward. There will be hurdles, there will be very difficult negotiations, but this is an opportunity. Europe would want to balance in some ways the pressures that they are under from the United States of America. Now they can't move towards China because, first of all, van der Leyen herself is deeply, deeply anti-Chinese. And the European Union has the position that China is a systemic rival. So which is the other country, large economy, large Asian economy, growing economy, which would attract Europe as a kind of a balancing option vis-a-vis the United States, and that would be India. And therefore this is an area in which I think we should pay a little more attention.
I think we have practically run out of time, but I just wanted to add, there's some questions for me, but I think I'll answer it and not, I think the time has run, I've run out of times, but just to add to what both of them have mentioned, talking about business and the way we deal with conflicts. We were also in an era in the last 20 years when we thought that we should focus on our economic growth. 10 years of UPA, 10 years of NDA, focusing on economic growth. We did not engage too much with regional conflicts. We felt that let us focus on ourselves and let us not get too involved in regional conflicts. But I think that time is over. We have become bigger, and we need to take a more active role in regional and international conflicts. And in fact, it will benefit business. It will not, like Ambassador Sybil mentioned, he has mentioned about the critical, the interests we have in the Middle East. And if you look at Taiwan, for example, if, God forbid, a conflict were to break out between China and Taiwan, at least 1 or 2% of your GDP will go off. And this is very interesting because we are heavily reliant on China for more than 5 or 6 critical lines. Secondly, the 15 major cables go through Taiwan. If they are disrupted, we'll have huge disruption in our services and other industries. We have, we'll have the South China Sea. We had a lot of our trade goes through that, the Taiwan Straits. So you're going to face huge disruption in India, and we can't say that, no, that's between both of them and it will not affect India. So therefore, we have to examine more closely the interlinkages between conflicts and economic growth. And that's something, and that's why I've always been a great advocate of India taking a more active role. I'm not talking about mediation, but a more active role in many of the conflicts which we are facing now, including in Ukraine and in West Asia. So with that, I would like to thank both our panelists, very distinguished panelists, and their tremendous experience, and I'm very happy that both of them have been able to share it with us. And thank you once again to MMA for making this panel happen.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Tirumurthy, for moderating the session so well. I'm sorry we're running out of time. Otherwise, the session could have continued. Such legends on the stage together. May I request Mr. Ram Kumar, Past President MMA, and Mr. Lakshmi Narayan to come onto the stage and present them with a memento as appreciation of our token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. All three legends on stage together today. Very rare to see them together. That was a fabulous session on geopolitical resilience. And each of them expert in their own domain. I request Mr. Kanwal Sibal to receive a memento from Mr. Ram Kumar. And Mr. Tirumurthy, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for being here today. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of special session 1. And now we break for lunch, very briefly for about 45 minutes or so. I request you all to be back in the hall by 1:50 so that we can start by 2 o'clock on time. And that will be a great session again on empowering MSME. May I request you all to pick up your plates, enjoy your lunch, and be back on time, please. Thank you so much. Segar, can you send people inside whoever has finished lunch? MMA team, student volunteers, please Ask the people who have had their lunch to move inside, please.
दिस इज फॉर्मर मरीन कमांडो प्रवीण कुमार तेवतिया। उस दिन न्यूज़ छपी थी टीवी के ऊपर कि एक कमांडो शहीद, वो कमांडो शहीद की जो न्यूज़ थी वो मेरी थी।
Is it a terrorist attack planned by...
It was a journey that was, it's all-consuming. It eats you up from the inside out, mentally, emotionally, physically. And it's a journey that perhaps can never really be adequately described in words by anyone who's gone through it, because there's always going to be some part of it that's felt so deep that it's very hard to put words to it.
Amit sir has been instrumental in my success as an athlete and has always stood by my side thick and thin. He's a friend, ally and guide to me, like the foundation for my professional and personal growth as a human being.
दिस इज फॉर्मर मरीन कमांडो प्रवीण कुमार तेवतिया। उस दिन न्यूज़ छपी थी।
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I hope you all had a good lunch. And we are back. We have 3 more sessions, very interesting sessions to go. Now we are heading to special session 2, which is on growth resilience, empowering MSME to innovation engine of the future. And to drive this session, we have 3 distinguished panelists. Dr. Sandhya Shekhar, Advisor Digital, Business Strategy and Innovation. Mr. Mahesh Balasubramanian, Managing Director, Kotak Mahindra Life Insurance. And Mr. A. Balasubramanian, Managing Director and CEO of Aditya Birla Sun Life. So we have a power-packed speakers here. May I request all the 3 speakers to distinguished panelists to take their place on the dais. Dr. Sandhya Shekhar, Mr. Mahesh Balasubramanian and Mr. A. Balasubramanian. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a big round of applause. 55. Thank you all 3 of you for taking your time off to be here this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see the audiovisual profile of all the 3 panelists that we have today.
Dr. Sandhya Shekhar is an advisor in digital transformation and business strategy with over 3 decades of experience across industry, academia, and the startup ecosystem. She has held several CXO roles, including founding CEO of IIT Madras Research Park, and serves as an independent director on various corporate boards. Dr. Sandhya holds a PhD from IIT Madras and has contributed extensively to policy and innovation initiatives. Mr. Mahesh Balasubramanian is the Managing Director of Kotak Mahindra Life Insurance Company. With over 25 years in financial services, he has led Kotak's general insurance business and played a pivotal role in its growth. Mr. Mahesh co-founded Kotak General Insurance, building a strong leadership team and a robust digital and customer-focused culture. Mr. Mahesh is a mechanical engineer and holds a master's in management studies. Mr. A. Balasubramanian is the Managing Director and CEO of Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited, with over 3 decades of experience in the mutual fund industry. He has been with the organization since 1994 and became CEO in 2009, overseeing 3.60 lakh rupees crore in assets under management. Mr. Balasubramanian is actively involved in key industry bodies and philanthropic initiatives.
May I now request Dr. Sandhya Shekhar to take the session forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. Have you all had a good lunch? And post-lunch, you're all ready for a nice snooze and siesta. And I'm relying on our wonderful panelists here to take on the task of creating enough excitement to shake everybody up from their afternoon snooze. Thank you. It's an honor and privilege to be here, and thank you for the opportunity, Group Captain Vijay Kumar, for being a part of this wonderful panel. In an interesting coincidence, we have 2 Mr. Balasubramanians as part of this panel. An even more interesting coincidence, they both represent the same domain. Yeah. And while it's an absolute joy to be a part of this panel, I was just a little curious. And when I checked with Group Captain, he has a prompt answer for everything. And he says, we understand the challenges of the MSMEs and we are looking for solutions. And so both the gentlemen here on the podium today are part of the solution set that we are looking for. As you all know, this session is on growth resilience with special focus on the MSME sector. And this is indeed appropriate, and why is that so? I personally believe that perhaps the MSME segment today represents the most undervalued asset of our country. Because I think it's a reservoir of huge potential which has not yet been tapped sufficiently. And it's a little interesting because we find there is so much of excitement around the startup ecosystem today. And logically speaking, the MSMEs are chronologically the predecessors to the startup ecosystem, right? But yet, in terms of the energy, the enthusiasm, the funding options, the headlines and the eyeballs that the startup ecosystem enjoys, I don't think the folks in the MSME sector enjoy that much of liberty with the rest of the universe. Why is that? I think these are some of the things that we should attempt to understand, to see if we're talking about untapped potential, how is it that we can rise to the potential? Because this is a huge, huge opportunity for us. And if we get our act right in our country, I believe it is going to lead not only just to growth resilience, but it's going to push growth into a different trajectory altogether. So while there are a whole lot of differences in terms of the difference between, let us say, the startup ecosystem and the MSMEs or even the large companies, they differ from each other in multiple dimensions, as we all know. And we're going to try to explore some of these during our discussions. But very specifically, I thought I would park two thoughts with all of you today in my opening remarks, and we can talk about it further. Number one is this whole business of innovation, right? Now, the startups are known for innovation and disruptive innovation at that. But when we talk about MSMEs, it is more incremental improvement than innovation so far. But I see no reason whatsoever why MSMEs in our country also cannot become synonymous with innovation, which really is the best driver of growth. Now, at the recently concluded Bharat Mobility Show in Delhi, for instance, we had the CEO of a very large OEM very generously make a statement to another CEO of an auto component company where he said, look, I believe that it is the people in the supply chain who are doing all the innovation. We people are just putting everything together. And perhaps that's indeed true in the manufacturing sector. So there is a huge amount of potential when it comes to MSMEs. And why is it that innovation is not perhaps being focused on as much as we would like to? Or is it already being done, as is the case in some sectors, and we are seeing very, very visible signs of the same, and is not being publicized enough? These are some of the things that I would seek answers for from the panelists. The second thought that I would like to park with you is it's all very well to talk about innovation, right? But innovation needs certain enablers. Most importantly, financial enablers. And that's where our two wonderful speakers here for today are really going to throw some light on what does it mean to be able to build financial resilience into the growth story. Because after all, innovation is going to depend on financial robustness, be it by way of technology investments, infrastructure creation, skilling, so on and so forth. And currently, by virtue of their size, which could be an advantage in terms of agility, it could also very well be potentially a disadvantage on account of their ability to raise funds and to be able to take that leap blindly and become major risk takers. So, what do? And here is where I would really like to share a very small story. How many of you are familiar with ant rafts? You know ants, right? We all know the little ant. How many of us are familiar with ant rafts? Rafts is just a boat that is made by multiple ants coming together. Yeah. So sometime back, I saw these very, very interesting visuals in National Geographic post a very severe flood that had happened, a flood that had destroyed millions of lives and property and so on and so forth. But here was a very interesting picture of a network of ants, thousands of whom had got together to build a raft, and they had survived the floods. Interestingly, this tiny little ant managed to survive the flood. And if we look at it, there are so many lessons to be derived from these colonies of ants, because whether it is in the manner in which they get their food, whether it is in the manner in which they oppose enemies, whether it is in the manner in which they are able to keep their heads and bodies above the water, quite literally and metaphorically speaking, during floods, it is all the collective effort of a group that helps them rise above their individual limitations. And these ants, my friends, do not even have 1/10,000th of the neurons in the human brain. What is it that prevents us from doing what the ants do? Can the MSME leverage the advantages of an ecosystem better, of working together in such a way they can leverage a common pool of resources, whether it is funds, or whether it's infrastructure, or whether it is cutting-edge technology and allied services, is there a lot to be gained from working as a network instead of working individually? And has that really been leveraged enough? Because the digital age is all about leveraging the advantages of a networked economy. So do we have those structures? Are they adequate? Can we create and reinvigorate those structures which bring these entities together and work together in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation to reach not only their individual growth targets, but collectively reap the potential of what the MSME sector can do for us at a national level? So with those two opening remarks, I think we will definitely talk about many other things. I would like to invite our speakers to give their views and perspectives of the growth story for India. Thank you. Mr. Mahesh Balasubramanian, may we have your views, please?
So very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank the MMA for providing me an opportunity to come over here. I'm a boy from Chennai, so every time there's an opportunity to come back home, I feel very good. So thank you, Captain, for bringing me back here. So this is a post-lunch session, so let me see whether we can keep all of you engaged and keep you awake, right? I know it's a challenge, but between Bala and Bala, we'll try and do it. Okay, first of all, the topic on the board is MSME growth and resilience. So first, let's understand, what does MSME do to India? I think MSME globally, as in India, is a cornerstone of growth, and it's a very important aspect of the entire value chain of what's getting produced and what's getting consumed. MSME in India contributes about 30% to the country's GDP, about 45% to the exports of the country, and employs about 23 crore people. That's the size of the MSME in India. While these numbers look very staggering, let me say that we are nowhere compared to the rest of the world. There are countries where the MSME contributes in excess of 60% to GDP. Japan is one of them. Turkey has got, in fact, close to 53%. And even countries like Indonesia have got more than 60% of the contribution of GDP coming from the MSME segment. US is at about 45%. So that tells you the headroom we have in terms of how much more MSMEs can contribute towards the growth of this country. MSMEs are very important because they provide a whole lot of inclusive growth, because MSMEs by nature are people who employ a certain large sums of people, and therefore they bring in inclusive growth. They are not like the big corporations. They are people who basically run small and medium scale industries, and at last count, there are more than 6.8 crore such units in India operating across the length and breadth of the country. So what are the problems that MSME faces in India? The first and biggest problem for them is access. When I mean access, I'm talking about access to markets, access to finance, access to labor, access to technology, access to innovation and R&D, and more importantly, access to disaster management. Let me focus on access to finance and disaster management, because I think these are the two things which are closest to what we in the BFSI segment really deal with. And when it comes to access to finance, let me say that out of the total 200 lakh crore, which is roughly the credit that the Indian banking system has, not more than 15% actually goes to the MSME segment. Almost the penetration of credit into the MSME is not more than 13 to 14%, right? The credit gap in the MSME segment is close to 30 lakh crores, which is almost as much as the amount lent to the SMEs in India, which means if you want to lend to SMEs, we are somewhere halfway down the road. The gap is another 30-40 lakh crores, which is what has been put out by the RBI in a recent report. So that's the headroom we all have for supporting this MSME segment. Now, when we are talking about growth and we are talking about resilience, on the growth side, a huge plethora of activities have been done in the last 10 years, which has really given the impetus to MSME to keep growing their business. The RBI on its part has done a lot of initiatives. I think the recent set of initiatives, starting from the government, was the UDAN registrations. I think that's really brought a lot of MSMEs into the formalized segment. It's also brought in a lot more focus on the segment. The Pradhan Mantri Vishwakarma scheme, the CGTSC scheme, which has been a big boon to most of the SMEs because they really were not being able to access adequately, in a timely manner, adequate, timely, formal credit has always eluded them. But the last few years, all the initiatives taken by the government, the recent one basically is the trade receivables discounting, the TREDS platform which has been set up for them, has also given them ability to get their payments back on time. Account aggregator, OCIN database, GST registrations, the PLI schemes launched for various activities, all this has really put a whole lot of ammunition into the MSME segment so that we are able to increase the funding in the MSME segment. But having said all that, we are still roughly at about 50% of what their needs are, and the penetration is at a very paltry less than 15%. So let's see what the insurance industry and the BFSI industry can do. I'm keeping banking outside the ambit right now because banks do provide credit through the priority sector lending, through digital lending, NBFCs and fintechs have come in, and the entire credit growth in the MSME segment is probably growing faster than the rest of the credit growth in the economy. I think till December 24, if you take the MSME credit growth, that close to 13.5%, 14%, whereas the large corporates received only 6% of the incremental credit, right? So the banking system is doing a whole lot of stuff. Now let's come to what the mutual fund and the life insurance industry can do. I'll probably focus a little bit on the life insurance space. The life insurance industry today has an 80 lakh crore AUM, which has been garnered by all of us over the years. When I say AUM, this is the assets under management. So how does life insurance industry support the growth of the MSME segment? I would say we do it in a slightly indirect way because 60 to 75% of our entire investments happens in GSECs. And that's very important because both through the central government and the state government GSECs and the SDL program, we really support a whole lot of infrastructure spend. And we all know in the last 5 years, 7 years, the government has been doing the heavy lifting in terms of expenditure. The government has been doing the capex. The private sector is yet to come on to the capex table in terms of new projects. So what does 1 rupee of buying GSEC help the economy? I think that the GSECs we buy are normally in the 10-year and 30-year category. In fact, life insurance companies are the only ones in the long end of the market. Now, why is this important? Because when you do infrastructure funding, whether it's ports, roads, railways, airports, each of this requires money for 10, 15 years. When you build a toll road, it's going to give you a revenue across 15 to 20 years, right? So every other segment in the financial services is a little bit focused on short-term lending. And if you need long-term money, I think the insurance companies come in and really purchase most of the paper which the government puts out in the 10-year and 30-year category, even sometimes going up to 50 years. So this money is indirectly directly going to the infrastructure spend in the country, and the downstream benefit of this is enormous. Millions of contractors, laborers get employed into these downstream units, and that's why the life insurance industry has been supporting. Apart from, of course, investing in the equity markets, which I think Bala probably has far more ammunition than us. He's sitting on close to 70 lakh crores. So they do a lot of investments in the capital markets. We do have some investments in the capital markets, but I would say we focus more on providing long-term capital, which can have a multiplier effect on the MSME segment. Now we talk about growth and resilience. I've been talking about growth capital, right? Let's look at what resilience means. This is where probably the insurance industry plays an extremely critical role, right? What does resilience mean? Resilience means the strength to go through multiple cycles, the ability to build a sustainable business over a period of time, and people who are normally fragile are exposed to far more resilience challenges than large corporates and big companies. This is where the MSMEs actually require tremendous amount of help. Just to give you some statistics on what this really means, what we are talking about is risk transfer. The business of insurance is nothing but risk transfer. When you buy a car insurance, what have I done to you? Suppose you have a car costing 10 lakh rupees, right? Yeah, you may be 1 in a million person who's had an accident, right? But for you, that's the only car you bought, right? So what do? By paying a 2% premium to the insurance company, you're actually transferring the risk to the insurance company. Now the insurance company comes and tells you, hey, something happens to your car, don't worry. I'll make sure that I pay for it, any damages, right? That's the concept of risk transfer. And this is where the ability to transfer risk at the MSME segment or any other segment in India has been largely lacking, because the overall penetration of both life insurance and general insurance is close to 3.7% of GDP. In fact, the general insurance segment is almost only 1% of GDP. So what does this manifest in? We all know that the climate change is happening globally, and there is a lot of disasters which keep happening every now and then. 2020, we had the cyclone Amphan, then we had the Biparjoy, which happened 2 years back. Very sad to say that out of the $130 billion of disasters which have struck India in the last 5 years, not more than 10% is insured. So there is serious underinsurance and lack of insurance. So this 130 billion, almost 90% is paid for by people who are susceptible to this disaster, or they are paid for by governments. What a colossal waste. So this is where insurance can really come in and make sure we transfer the risk out of those people. By paying a small premium, the risk is held by insurance companies. Globally, the extent of insurance penetration in any disaster would be close to 50%. Whereas in India, we are sitting at almost less than 10%, right? So the entire mechanism of risk transfer is what insurance is focused on. And let me tell you how we can come in and help the MSME industry and of course other industries as well. There are two kinds of risk basically: what the entity goes through for its employees, owners and promoters, and what happens to the business. Let me focus on the business side of the insurance segment. The first and foremost insurance that we all provide is fire insurance, which takes care of your physical assets in terms of your factory, buildings, etc., against storm, tempest, earthquakes, and all of this keeps happening in the country, right? So that's why the first set of insurance in terms of protecting the basic factory. The second insurance that we provide is marine insurance, which is really the transit insurance when people are transporting goods from one part or the other when you deal with your supply chain economics, right? The third insurance that we come in is basically product liability insurance, where if your product fails, then what do you really do? How does the MSME promoter or the industry protect itself? That's where the product liability insurance comes. These days, risks are becoming more and more sophisticated. We have a big risk in cyber risk today, hitting almost all parts of the economy, and insurance companies do provide insurance against cyber risk. So there is basic fire insurance, there is product insurance, there is marine insurance, there is professional indemnity insurance, there is cyber insurance. So every kind of calamity can easily be protected by paying a small premium so that you're able to safeguard yourself against any of these untold calamities. Now coming to the individual, I think the employees of the company can be covered through the employees' workmen's insurance. People can take personal accident insurance, health insurance, life insurance, keyman insurance for the promoters of the company and key employees, Married Women's Protection Act, which is a wonderful instrument. I don't know how many of you know. If you're running a business and you don't want your family to be anyway endangered because of the liabilities you have taken on your business, you actually take a Married Women's Protection Act insurance, where the proceeds of the insurance in the event of a death will automatically go to the spouse or the nominee, and nobody can take a lien on that amount. Because when you get bankrupt or something happens, a lot of lien will be marked on your assets. This is one asset, nobody can mark a lien. So this really protects the vulnerable people in the society, basically women and children or spouses of businessmen. It really protects them. So we have a plethora of products which really slices and dices the risk that entities have, and we try and provide insurance against any of these calamities. Another very important area of insurance is credit life insurance. A whole lot of borrowing happens, and we all still remember the COVID, which happened just about 3 years back. Happy to tell you that a lot of NPAs of the banking system was protected and picked up by the life insurance companies, where we settled more than 30,000 crore claims because the borrower had taken a life insurance called credit life insurance, which really says that if the individual dies, right, the bank will be paid off the loan by the life insurance company. This saved a lot of NPAs in the banking system. And this kind of credit insurance goes a long way, again, in making sure that we build a resilient society. Similarly, credit guarantee insurance, surety bonds, which are in place now for contractors. These products have also come in to make sure that we give a umbrella protection to all our customers. Now, if all these products are available, then what's the problem? Why are we not able to protect the MSME segment? I think the problem lies in AAA, which I call awareness, accessibility, and affordability. India is still a largely underpenetrated market because we've just not been able to reach out to the various parts of this vast country and make sure that our products, awareness is built about our products, and we are able to build also affordability and accessibility to the population. So what's the solution that we are looking at? The solution is the IRDA, in fact, has put out a mission called Insurance for All by 2047 as part of the Viksit Bharat initiatives that everybody is taking. And the solution lies in what we in the industry have started calling as Triple B. So what is Triple B? The first and foremost B is something called Bima Sugam. This is a portal which is expected to be launched very quickly, shortly rather. Bima Sugam is probably the ONDC version or the Policy Bazaar version of service and sales to individual customers and corporates, etc. on the insurance platform. This will include every life and non-life insurer, totally about 70 insurance companies, all intermediaries, claims assessors, intelligence bureaus, everybody will be in this ecosystem, and that will really democratize the purchase and the servicing of insurance policies across the spectrum. The second is Bima Vahak. Bima Vahak is nothing but a business correspondent model version for the insurance sector. The insurance industry is planning to hire largely women who will probably be the Bima Vahaks, who will go into the villages and then be able to distribute insurance using a mobile interface where they'll be able to enroll customers onto the insurance platform. The third is a product proposition called Bima Vistar, which cuts across life insurance and general insurance, where for a small price of, let's say, 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees per annum, or even 1,000 rupees per month, right? An individual will be able to get a package of all the insurance that he or she needs, which includes life, a little bit of health insurance, hospital cash, fire insurance for the residents, and maybe a personal accident insurance. So these are sachet type of products which are going to be launched soon. So this, I would say, is the AAA and BBB approach to make sure that we are able to bring in a huge amount of risk mitigation into the industry, which I think is a prerequisite for building resilience. Growth always comes once you preserve something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mahesh. Mr. Balasubramaniam, request you to please share your views.
Thanks, Mahesh. Mahesh has made my job a little easy, giving a lot of insight on the sectors. I just remember SME as a sector. It's now widely talked about, and now a lot of people can take pride in having created a success story for MSMEs and SMEs in the country, thanks to the Prime Minister's vision of making India self-sufficient by announcing Make in India kind of theme. That's the way the whole thing that started. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Digital India, Make in India. All of them set the vision for the SMEs sectors, which can be, which as Mahesh mentioned, about 30% of GDP coming from MSME sectors. 45% of the employment is provided by the SME sectors. I remember having spent 30 years in the Indian mutual fund industry. I remember there was a vision in the year 1992 to set up a separate exchange only to help companies to raise equity capital, which is the OTC exchange, which was set up by none other than Ravi Mohan, who is of course no more, who was part of CRISIL. And he set it up under the guidance of ICICI and financial institutions. And it took a lot of time for this to take off to where we are today. I just want to give some data points. SMEs, MSME sectors, especially in the finance world, I think Madam spoke about financial engineering, which is also equally important for the survival of SMEs. One is the business model, and second, the business segment in which you are in. And if you want to make it sustainable, your cost of capital should also be more affordable so that you are able to get a right return on investment. And we have moved away from guaranteed return scheme that used to exist for power sectors, which are dependent only on the guarantee of return that you give, on the basis of which companies used to undertake expansion of their business, has moved away from that. And today, cost of capital has become one of the lowest in India. The reason it happened, I think MSME, this is one of the issues which I always used to face, is you go to the bank for borrowing, the ask rates for the lending used to always be the highest. Used to be in double digit in excess of say 18% or 20%. If you have to say borrow from banks, then when you are return on equity or return on investment is itself is going to be only about 18 or 20%. And if you are going to borrow at about 18% plus, then naturally you will always be discouraged to build a business, or making a bankruptcy also equally high. In fact, post-COVID, I think India discovered the real the policy making which US has always been successful in providing a guarantee for the borrowers by way of government guarantee. In fact, the big turnaround that came for Indian MSME sectors post-COVID, when the government of India discovered for the survival of small-scale enterprises, not only help them actually grow in their business, also provide the right level of employment and build the right level of skill set, therefore right level of employment, and produce not only for the nations and produce for the global market also. And since the time the credit guarantee scheme was introduced, all of them in fact became dealable. In the sense you can deal with them from the credibility point of view. In fact, the entire MSME segment was funded only by public sector companies, State Bank of India and BOB. Their money is available at, you take a working capital loan, then you are able to get an access to the money. But they do have, of course, limited resources through which we can give money. Therefore, they cannot expand big time. In fact, when the guarantee was given, that is the time most of the private sector banks, which otherwise would have felt whether they can deal with this kind of company in the absence of proper IBC law, NPA recovery systems, and whether the business model is right, whether the promoters are trustworthy, whether the business model can actually make it grow for a long term, and so on and so forth. Many doubts used to be there. I think post these guarantee schemes, and most of the banks started dealing with them. And what good it did, it not only brought down the cost of capital, most of the banks also could experience the business much better than what otherwise they would have perceived to be. I mean, most of the banks would have made an assumption. Of course, when you make your own assessment on the form of real balance sheet analysis. Second, you also make an assessment on the individuals running the business. And when there are many unknowns, and which otherwise you don't get in the balance sheet, the only way you can get at it is the way you behave in your servicing your debt. In fact, that created a track record. The equivalent of CIBIL score, if you have to take, and the scores of most of the MSME companies today has become one of the best in the country because of the government guarantee. Even today, I was quite happy to see in the recent budget, Government of India extending the guarantee schemes for another 10,000 crore for SMEs. This, in fact, has done a revolution in the Indian country, because of which SME sectors not only could grow, they could not only contribute to the success of the India success story, they could also contribute close to about 46% of exports is actually being met by MSE segment. The second which has also happened is, I think as it is known, India is a vast country. Definitely the SME's presence is there across the country. I actually, as the CEO of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Funds, I do undertake every 3 years as a CEO Yatra to go down to the various parts of the market. I started from Trichy sometime back, and to my surprise, I went through my purpose of tracking these markets is more to understand the digital economy evolutions, then how they are contributing their business success, and how the financial literacy is improving, because I am coming from the mutual fund, how it's improving, and how the UPI payments are also being used by the common man. This is a whole topic in which I was going around the country. I started from Trichy, because that's a place where even Prime Minister started his first canvassing for his first Prime Ministership when he came. He started from Trichy. Then I said, let me start from Trichy since I also come from the same town. I met a company which is, of course, about 200 crores turnover company and producing motors for renewable energy, especially for the windmills, and both the pole as well as the motor he makes from Tanjavur and exporting to Baroda and Delhi and other parts of the country. Just imagine that being a place which is an industrial belt, known as the industrial belt. It is the first industrial belt that the Tamil Nadu has created. And somebody is sitting there and producing equipment which is being supplied to the rest of the country as well as the rest of the world. So that's something which I saw very interestingly. A similar tour when I did between Pune and Ahmednagar. And I found companies who are traditionally in the sugar belt. And as you know, the sugar industry goes through a lot of vagaries government intervention, pricing restrictions. If the moment inflation goes up, I mean, you definitely put a restriction on pricing on the sugar industry. Therefore, sugar industries goes through their own challenging period. In fact, since the time they made the sugar industries more viable, there is a policy making. The moment they made sugar industries more viable, by making some of the productions actually be used in ethanol in the mix of your petrol, it did two good things. It actually made the profitability of this segment become more visible, viable for the business to run. At the same time, even from the consumer point of view, from a country's point of view, it also could help in saving dollars, import of dollar, we could save many dollars. Therefore, it did good for the industry. The same thing happened in the case of power sectors. Power sectors have gone through so much of revolution in the country. There are many companies in this sector, are small scale enterprises, giving solution for certain few pockets of this industry's requirement, which is nuts and bolts kind of things. There are many such companies that are existing in the country. In fact, they have got the significant benefit as a result of these measures which the government of India took in the last 3 years, which I could witness it myself. I also met a company who was almost about 60-year-old company. It does the testing for bikes from safety point of view. I was very surprised to see this company doing a bike testing from a road safety point of view, putting in Pune, doing it for TVS Motors and other such companies, Hero Motors and other companies, having a turnover of just about 60 crores, having a profitability of roughly about 15 crores of profitability, which almost about 20% of their turnover comes from a profit. Again, SMEs, very clean balance sheet. So therefore, in the last few years, I think the capital has become cheaper for them by way of borrowing. As a result of that, most of the companies actually could sustain their return on their investment. Therefore, they could actually plan their aspiration to make it bigger. Last but not the least, which I would like to mention, in the last few years, how the Indian market, since I come from the mutual fund industry, I generally look at what the market cap. It's roughly about $4.5 trillion market cap today, after taking into account the recent fall that you have seen. And out of $4.5 trillion, roughly about in the Nifty 50, I mean, taking the Nifty 50 is the representation of the large set of companies that are listed, like FANG stocks and so on and so forth. The large companies are listed in the Nifty 50. The rest of them represents the smaller size companies. Nifty 50 cutoff is about 40,000 crores is the cutoff. 50th company cutoff is 40,000 crores. Then you go down, and then we have many companies in the 5,000 crores market cap, 2,000 crores market cap, 3,000 crores market cap. In fact, to my surprise, one of the numbers which I saw about 5 years back, the Nifty 50 companies used to dominate roughly about 65% of the overall market cap. Overall market cap of total market cap of country, if you take, 60% of the representation coming from Nifty 50 companies. The same number as I speak today is about 48%. That means Nifty 50 companies remain Nifty 50, no change. But other companies have grown so big, the representation of the rest of the companies actually today, the large component of the Indian market cap, which essentially means the company's ability to grow, seek capital from the capital markets have gone up. Because the business model undergone a change, cost of capital has come down, their access to equity capital has increased. In fact, SME exchange, I think equivalent of OTC exchange I just referred in the beginning, the OTC exchange could not be successful because of lack of vision, lack of facilities, and lack of policies for enabling companies to access capital. In fact, since the time SME exchange was made successful, companies with just a simple vision of about 10 crores turnover, 5 crores turnovers, or 20 crores kind of turnover, such as small companies could raise equity capital from the equity market and therefore raise money from SME exchange, and basis which they could actually build their business model. In fact, there was a day I was actually seeing one of the company raised equity capital. As you know, in today's world, anything that happens, it can come immediately in the digital medium or maybe social medium. Either you can appreciate, you can criticize it, right? Both you can do very much. There is one company, which of course I am not naming it, raised about 2 crores on a 10 crore turnover company. 2 crores or 3 crores they raised from the market. And stock price of course went up by multiple number of times. It came as part of the criticism. And I happened to be and SEBI on the same day discussing with one of the members who gives approval for all these IPOs. And he asked me, what is the news, Bala? What is the market is saying? Anything specific that I must know? Then I said, sir, you are doing such a good job on enabling companies to raise equity capital from SME exchange. People also criticize you for having given approval for companies which does not have the big track record, does not have the big balance sheet. You are also giving approval for such kind of companies to tap the capital market. Concern is right. And at the same time, the answer that came from SEBI, here he said we are in a position of enabling companies to raise equity capital. At the same time, we also have a duty to ensure every company who raises equity capital discloses everything that they are there. Then he also made a comment, if you expect a 10 crore company to have an office in your building, Bala, in Bombay, in India Bull Center, and expect him to have a lavish office and pay actually huge rental, and then be profitable in a 10 crores turnover, how will he be profitable? He has to operate in a place which is more like a small factory or hutment. And as long as his business model is genuine, as long as people are genuine, as long as he is able to actually have proper customers that he has, he doesn't cheat anything, that we must enable. That's why I think that's why India. He said, Government of India is very clear about ensuring every person in the business or small business, however small it is, they must have an access to the Indian capital market through the SME exchange. I found it so interesting. I said, one side, we being in the market, whenever the market crashes, we do make our own opinion comment. At the same time, the enabling provision that now is coming in the policy making is also to ensure that deserving people should get access to the Indian capital market. And that's something I feel extremely proud, the way Indian market has evolved in the last 2-3 years, making money available for companies, which largely is coming from mutual fund, HNIs and individuals into these kind of companies. In fact, as a result of that, 65 lakh crores of Indian mutual industry that manages, today roughly about, out of which roughly about 6 lakh crore is coming into the segment that invests only in the small and mid cap. Though people can say in the last few days of market fall, people can say anything, but the fact of the matter is the pool that was available has gone up quite significantly. So that's something is a beauty that has happened in the Indian capital market. This is what in my own belief is, in order to fulfill the dream of India to become a $10 trillion economy, we need the whole ecosystem to grow. In my own belief is more and more companies will get benefit out of the change in the regulation, change the mindsets, change in the banking, the way they deal with MSMEs, and who used to be untouchable maybe about before COVID. After COVID, all have become touchable. Therefore, dealing with banks will have become so easy, and getting access to the capital has become so easy. My belief is the next 5 years, we will probably see all the steps that has been taken would only help these companies to grow bigger and bigger and fulfill their own aspirations. Some of them I will not be surprised to become BSE 100 companies, even larger than them. I think that's why I think we're creating the ecosystems. I think this will make it more easier for every companies to fulfill their aspiration as they move forward. With this, I'll stop and we'll have question answers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Balasubramaniam. Since I have the onerous task of keeping time, Group Captain, how much time do we have? Because there are a whole lot of questions. 10 minutes plus? So, okay, then I'll restrict my questions to just one each, yeah, and then jump on to the audience question. You mentioned, Mr. Mahesh Balasubramaniam, that there is a significant gap in terms of the credit available and the credit uptake from the MSMEs. So if I were to draw a very, very loose analogy, the MSMEs are representative of a segment that appear to be a little risk averse, believe more in stability rather than in drastic innovation, look more at bottom lines than at top lines and valuations as the startups do. And so the propensity or appetite for risk seems to be limited. So do you think this time has come for them to break out of those shackles, or as we would do in terms of balancing our portfolio and say, no, debt fund also has an equal place. Equity funds might be cool and, greater returns, but for the sake of stability, we need people who look at the longer term. How would you strike a balance? And what is it that you would like to convey to the MSMEs?
You're asking me from an MSME owner perspective,
yes,
or from a lender perspective?
From an owner perspective. Lender perspective, I wouldn't, because I think we all know the answer.
All right. No, I think MSMEs by nature, I think over a period of time, they've expanded their ambit of operations. And I think every entrepreneur, if you ask me, right, would like to grow and would like to become bigger. I can't think entrepreneurship itself means that you're able to take the risk and you want to keep growing. And in a young country like India, where we still have the average age to be much lower than the rest of the country, rest of the world rather, I think the aspirations and ambitions of every entrepreneur would be to want to grow, right? At the same time, they would like to make sure that they manage their risks well. so that they are not exposing their families and exposing themselves to higher risk than what they perceive. But end of the day, risk is all about information that is available to you and what decisions can you take. I think as I spoke about access to markets, access to opportunities, if we are given to them, I'm sure they would want to continue to grow their business. For instance, today in this digital age, there's so much of opportunities being given to MSMEs through the ONDC network, through what Amazon and Flipkart are doing. I think this is throwing up a whole lot of opportunities for them to increase their quantum of business. The credit guarantee schemes, which is coming from the government side, also gives them some amount of comfort that they can borrow at a good rate. Otherwise, they were going to the informal sector, which was making them greed and borrowing at a very high rate. The formalization of the lending to the MSME sector is one of the things which has really happened in the last 10 years. As Vasu spoke about in the morning, the advent of small finance banks, the advent of formalized lending has helped them reduce the rate, and the PLI schemes and the CGTSE schemes has given them a rate of borrow which they can afford to borrow, right? So that's giving them additional impetus to go and take money in hoping to expand them. The remaining things which are required there is basically making sure that asymmetry of information between what they have and what they require is bridged through technology. So I think if you can provide them support on labor, provide them support on management, very many SMEs really become mom and pop stores. And you really need to grow beyond that if you want to expand your business. That is where management capabilities, providing them talented management teams, providing them skill, providing them data, providing them technology, providing them enough room for innovation, through providing funds for innovation. Innovation hubs have to come up across the country so that they are able to experiment. And finally, business is an iterative process. I think if we lay the environment and ecosystem well for them, I can't think of an entrepreneur as what to do.
Absolutely, I entirely agree. But just to take that same thread of discussion forward, Mr. Balasubramaniam, there is obviously no dearth of aspiration. From your own example that you cited about the entrepreneur in Pune, that is not the hurdle. So if we really look at it, government policies seem to be in place. All of you have a plethora of products that can actually help to finance these entities. Do you then think that the key inhibitor is a mindset issue because you have your ear to the ground in terms of what the MSMEs are up to? So it's all very well to say that, we have a certain level of aspiration and we have huge potential. Quite obviously, we haven't gotten there. Do you see this as a potential mindset issue where somewhere we seem to be still holding on to the old economy kind of a thought process? Is that what differentiates those MSMEs that are going fast from those that are not going adequately fast? Is it a mindset issue?
I think I saw a bit of mixed kind of reaction. I think I said to the example of two examples I mentioned.
Yeah.
I think most of them, of course, appreciated the enabling provision that was being made. Because one of the gentlemen appreciated, I asked him, which is the one good thing of government you like the most? Is the GST. And I said, why? Because a single tax, single filing of return. I'm okay, I pay 2-3% more, it's fine, but at least I don't go through the hustle of going to the tax authorities and so on and so forth. He really liked that. At the same time, the other gentleman whom I spoke to, especially on the power sector, while he thought about closing down his the equipment that he's making actually that is being used for the thermal power plant. But the reason why he was doing it, that the ESG was hanging over factors worldwide. Therefore, he thought his business will not be sustainable. And suddenly, post-COVID, his business model started booming. But he's still not very sure whether we should continue to make investment, given the fact that over a period of next 3 years, 5 years, ESG will come into place, his business model will come into the question marks, where does he expand and so on and so forth. So this is one of the dilemma which I saw some of these. They're able to expand the business beyond certain point. So this is one. Second is the next generation. I think some of them actually next generation, some don't want to run the business, they want to actually get employment, go overseas and so on and so forth. Some of the promoters felt, I'm the only one, now I'm going to daughter or son, but they may not have the big vision. Some of them of course have big vision. This is some of the challenges, concern that was being expressed and some of them. But leave aside this, but definitely I think most of the people did feel that from the banking industry I'm getting money, but they don't have an aspiration on going to the market for raising equity capital. At the moment you raise equity capital, then you are answerable to larger shareholder systems on a quarterly basis. And there is one company whom I met, a listed company based in Aurangabad. I did ask him actually, how do you manage your quarterly results and communicating with the investors? I don't do it. As a policy, I don't do it. Therefore, everybody knows what is my operating style of management. So this is something which I saw. But clearly, I think the constraints could be the business model sustainability, because these are the established business model over a period of time. And the way then the world is changing, as I mentioned about automation, technological adaptations, and new model coming in, and like EVs. Those who are in the traditional space, I think they do themselves have certain element of doubt and apprehensions how the business will grow.
Right. So, just
at the same time, I also want to just mention, but most of the companies I met, they also felt happy about developing skills. For example, the company which I met in Trichy, she made an interesting comment. The person who actually delivering a chai there, a coffee and tea, it's a transgender. And she felt happy. I have recruited actually every year about 4 or 5 transgender recruit to work in my factory. So they feel happy. They also feel happy about providing employment to people who otherwise may not get employment in any of the organized sectors.
Right. So just a quick poll in summary. Top 2 inhibitors, top 2 facilitators. Very, very quickly. 30 seconds.
I think facilitators, I would say.
No. What are the top 2 inhibitors in your opinion and the top 2 facilitators in your opinion?
I think one is, I think creating a mindset for technological adaptation.
Is that an inhibitor?
Enabler.
Inhibitor, okay.
Enabler. In terms of facilitating, I think creating an ecosystem where the ecosystem actually works with the management of fulfilling the vision. It's not just alone you can do it.
Yeah.
Then how to build your team, people. Government people is the largest resources, which talent can be larger resources. How you are able to utilize the resources to actually facilitate to fulfill ambitions.
So we need to focus on that. Your thoughts?
I think the limitations today are more around access to markets, I would say.
Okay.
I think all of them want to grow their business, but it takes time and effort to build a brand or keep promoting your business. So I think access to markets is certainly one of the reasons why they're not able to grow. And I would say still, while there is still tremendous amount of ground presence there, access to capital can be much more, because we are still not going where money is required by them. So what are the enablers for that, I think you asked me? I think, as Bala said, I think we all need to create an ecosystem where every SME knows that he'll be able to get access to credit or markets as quickly as he can. We got to reach out to him rather than they reaching out to us. And I think the second enabler would be rapid digitization and technology upgradation. Because India still lags behind in these 2 areas, and we want to really make in India truly arrive. I think we need to improve the productivity of our labor force. While we have large amount of labor, I don't think we are the most productive nation in the world. So for that, technology and digital can pave the way for better productivity. And better productivity will mean better cost economics, better price differentials, and therefore better competitive advantage.
Absolutely. And interestingly, digitization itself is a key enabler for creation of that kind of an ecosystem. Wonderful. So let me quickly go on to the question. Since you were mentioning, GST in specific, there is one gentleman, Mr. V. Sriram, has a question for you. It's actually addressed to you, Mr. Mahesh, but I think I will, request you for the answer because you were talking about it. The question says, while government is doing its best to MSMEs in financing and ecosystem, do you think current tax system is user-friendly to them, particularly frequent changes in GST? What is your view?
I think it seems to have got evolved quite nicely. I think thanks to our Honorable Finance Minister. So one observation I always used to have as a market participant, when Arun Jaitley used to run this committee, GST Council, every time the council used to meet, it used to come in the headline newspaper. They discuss this item is coming for increasing, decreasing. A lot of debates used to happen before the meeting, after the meeting. All the time used to go on a debate. I have one observation. Last 3 years or maybe since the time Nirmala Sitharaman took charge as the finance minister and she is heading the GST Council, nowhere it comes in the newspaper. Nowhere it comes, nobody talks about it. It has become so smooth. It is happening, which essentially means people are satisfied. That's what I would assume.
So no news is good news.
Can I answer that as well? Sure. I think you asked me from the perspective of a borrower or a MSME. Let me give you the perspective of a lender. The biggest hindrance for MSME growth is the parallel economy. We got to formalize this entire set, and that's where GST all this comes in, because a lender can't lend to an informal economy. If you don't have IT returns, if you don't have credit scores, you don't have bank statements, you are not recording your business and showing transactions, how can anybody help that MSME? So I think formalization of the Indian economy is extremely important, and therefore things like GST registration brings that formalization. And the more and more we formalize this parallel economy, the more and more MSMEs can grow. If they choose to still do 5 companies, registration, keep shutting, opening, all the old things which used to happen in India before, if that's still the mindset of businessmen, then obviously you cannot grow, because no banker or no lenders will touch you. So I think all this is required to formalize the economy. That's one big constraint, that's one big mindset.
I just want to narrate one small story. It will be useful for everybody. So I can post lunch, it will be useful. So I'm meeting all my distributors community. One gentleman from Coimbatore only, I had an outside meeting here with him. And he said, Bala, you have to make a representative finance minister for reducing the GST. I mean, increasing the audit for doing the GST about 20 crores turnover if you have, you come to subject to audit. Below 20 lakh rupees, sorry. Below 10 lakh rupees, there is no GST audit direct. So gentleman was crying, Bala, you have to increase the limit 20 lakh rupees, 40 lakh rupees. I said, why? No, Bala, I have, my income is now becoming 20 lakh 50,000. Therefore, now I come under GST. I said, good problem to have. Your business is growing. If business is growing, then he said, what did you do to overcome this? Now, Bala, I have taken a code in my wife's name. I have taken a code in my brother's name, sister's name. Even after that, I am hitting the limit of 20 lakh rupees. Then I said, you are in a better position. Actually, your business is growing. You are doing very well. Therefore, it's a good problem to have. If I go and make a representation to the finance minister, they will hit me back actually saying, Bala, what is whom are you representing to? I thought, this is the way I think the reality is. Sometimes when you try to overcome these issues by cutting down your GST tax and liability, you rather end up in a mess. Rather than that, pay and grow the business.
Wonderful. So the red board says time's up. Do we have time for one last question, or are we... One last question? Wonderful. So I'll direct that to you, Mr. Mahesh. The question is from Priyadarshini from TAFE. If agriculture needs to become entrepreneurial in nature, because I think she addresses this because you've talked about a whole plethora of products, crop insurance from private sectors would be necessary. Could you please share your views and insights on this?
No, I think crop insurance, which was launched by the Prime Minister about 5-6 years back, has really helped a lot of insurance being given to farmers. It is also being done through the banking fraternity, because where people are taking crop loans, I think crop insurance is being insisted upon. I think we have been through multiple cycles. I think first there was a Pradhan Mantri Yojana on that, and individual states spend their own way in terms of running their own crop insurance schemes. But crop insurance is a major element in the entire insurance spectrum. We have the Agricultural Insurance Corporation of India, which is dedicatedly doing crop insurance, and all the players in the market, the leading general insurers, all have a presence in crop insurance. The reinsurers, including Swiss Re, Munich Re, many of them are supporting crop insurance. So I think crop insurance is definitely here to grow and here to stay. I think it's a very important risk mitigant for the farmers, and I think it will continue to grow. And without that, I don't think we can expect our farm produce to improve. And our farmers' research will continue if we really cannot take crop insurance right into the hinterland of the state.
Thank you. My apologies to Vinayak, Aravindakshan, Preeta, Akash, Ashika, and Jairaj, who had a question for me as well, that we are unable to answer your questions. We can probably have some offline discussions. Thank you so very much. Both Mr. Balasubramanians, it's been an absolute pleasure being on the panel with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandhya. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a big round of applause. May I request Ms. Lakshmi Narayanan and Mr. Ramesh Babu, committee members of MMA, to come and present a memento to the dignitaries on the dais. Let's give them a big round of applause. They come all the way to be with us today. The way both of them beautifully connected the insurance to the MSME, the strengthening of MSME was really very unique. Now to Dr. Sandhya. Thank you so much for moderating the session despite time constraints. that brings us to the close of this special session 2, and we are heading to special session 3 now. A very interesting session, technology resilience, AI separating hype from reality, is it? So let's see. To drive this session, we have Mr. Anurag Sharma, Associate Partner, McKinsey & Company. May I request him to take his place on the dais. Then we have Professor Pankaj Setia, Founding Chairperson, Center for Digital Transformation, IIM Ahmedabad. Mr. Somnath Chatterjee, Founder and CEO of Prism Force, and Mr. Manikantan Tanganadam, Senior Director, Mobility and Platforms, Uber. Please.
This is former Marine Commando प्रवीण कुमार तेवतिया. उस दिन न्यूज छपी थी टीवी के ऊपर कि एक कमांडो शहीद. वो कमांडो शहीद की जो न्यूज थी वो मेरी थी.
But we don't know, is it a terrorist attack planned by...
It was a journey that was, it's all consuming. It eats you up from the inside out, mentally, emotionally, physically. And it's a journey that perhaps can never really be adequately described in words by anyone who's gone through it, because there's always going to be some part of it that's felt so deep that it's very hard to put words to it.
Amit sir has been instrumental in my success as an athlete and has always stood by my side through thick and thin. He's a friend, ally and guide to me, like the foundation for my professional and personal growth as a human being.
Well, that was the trailer for the next session. And here we go with this session now. May I have the AV of the panelists, please?
Mr. Anurag Sharma is an associate partner and leader of the People Supply Chain practice at McKinsey & Company, with over 7 years of experience at the firm. He has previously served as engagement manager and associate, showcasing his strategic leadership. Prior to McKinsey, Mr. Anurag worked at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. Professor Pankaj Setia is the founding chairperson of the Center for Digital Transformation and a professor of Information Systems at IIM Ahmedabad. His research focuses on IT applications, digital capabilities, and the neuroscientific impact of technology on human choices. With numerous publications in top academic journals, Professor Pankaj is recognized among the top 100 researchers in information systems globally. He also teaches graduate-level courses on organizing in the digital age. Mr. Somnath Chatterjee is the founder and CEO of Prism Force, with over 14 years at McKinsey, where he co-led McKinsey Digital in India. He has worked with over 30 IT services companies worldwide on strategy, growth, and delivery modernization. Mr. Somnath also advised top private equity players on major deals. He holds AB.Tech Hons from IIT Kharagpur and an MBA from IIM Calcutta. Mr. Manikantan is a senior director at Uber, leading the Bangalore Development Center with over 1,500 engineers. With 25 plus years in tech, he has worked at Microsoft, Amazon, and Uber, contributing to projects like Outlook, Kindle, and Alexa. Passionate about innovation, Mr. Manikantan holds over 12 patents and has conducted more than 2,000 interviews throughout his career.
So we have a great panel here, but before I hand over the session to Mr. Anurag, I have another pleasant duty to do. May I request Mr. Lakshminarayan, Group Captain Vijay Kumar to come onto the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing that the profile didn't tell you is Professor Pankaj Sethia is also author of the book, Digital Transformation of Individuals, Organizations and Societies. So let's have a soft launch of the book on this occasion. May I request all the dignitaries to have a copy of the book? A big round of applause to the author, the contemporary subject. Now, may I hand over the session to Mr. Anurag Sharma to take it forward from here.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the post-lunch and pre-snack session, so it's right in the middle. I'll try and keep my section short, so we can go over to the very interesting panel which we have here. Will AI take over the world and all of our jobs? We may not be able to answer that question, but I just wanted to throw it there so we have some of your attention. We had in fact started with this question, and then what we realized is this AI is part of a repeating pattern of technology transformations which we have seen over the years. In fact, if we look in the rearview mirror, there have been multiple revolutions and transformations, and there have been winners in each of them. And the winners have had very definite advantages which they have taken over. So for example, in the late 18th and early 19th century, it was the Industrial Revolution, and UK was the undisputed leader. We also had Germany and United States which followed closely. After that, we had the electricity and mass production era, assembly lines, automobiles, and telecommunication. And this is where US started to take the lead with companies like Ford and General Electric. And Germany and Japan were other industrial powerhouses. Moving over closer to the 20th century, we had the digital era. And this is where US, and specifically the Silicon Valley in US, really stood apart and took the lead with companies like Microsoft, Apple, Intel. And Japan and South Korea excelled in hardware manufacturing side of it. After that, of course, there was the internet and connectivity era, World Wide Web, e-commerce, mobile. Again, the US continued to lead this with huge giants which are so ubiquitous in our lives. Amazon, Facebook, Google, all of them emerged. And this is also where we saw China really stepping up with players like Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, and all of them also coming up. After that, we have had the cloud and big data era, where again, US and China have really led. And now we keep hearing AI, but it's what I would like to phrase it as the AI and automation era, where it's really all the automation and technologies which are happening. And I think the question which we're trying to answer in some way here is who will emerge as a winner out of this? What is really needed to win at both, of course, at a country level, but also at an institution and an individual level. Across all of these eras, what we see there are few common themes, and we'll explore as we talk to all the panelists here, of adaptability, how much investments you're doing in education and R&D, what's the infrastructure which you are really building up, how inclusive is your progress, and how are you really collaborating between public and private entities. I think here also with some of the recent reports, I know there's been a lot of hype about DeepSeek and what part of it is true, what's not true. Was it really that low cost investment, etc.? Without getting into the specifics of one example, I think the larger question is this AI and automation era, what is really needed to try and capture it? How do we make sure that we don't go obsolete? How are we able to upskill ourselves? And then how do we really move ahead to capture this opportunity? I think in that context, really trying to answer this question, I would like to start with Professor Pankaj. Why don't you come and share your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Anurag, for that very nice setup and introduction to the way things are shaping and actually have shaped over the last many centuries and generations. You rightly said that any technological innovation opens up the possibility for some societies to get ahead. And that's true. That is true. Every technology that has come about has led some people to move forward. Who moves forward and who doesn't? That's a question that I thought about quite a bit. The answer, which I have tried to offer to many of these innovations that are now happening, that have the potential to move some societies leap forward, is the idea of purpose. And what I offer is that what we often think is a technological revolution is actually a revolution in human purpose. No technology is devoid of a purpose. But it is complex for an individual, for an organization, or generally for any society to understand the purpose. And so the real idea that I often talk about is what drives one society forward is the idea of purpose, but what is purpose? And I ask you in the next few minutes to think about these three things when you think purpose. The first thing that, we as society, we as individuals, we as homemakers or whoever we are, whatever identity we presume, the first thing we have to think about is the idea of technology itself. The second is the logic of human organization, and the third is individual. So we've talked a lot about, in many of the sessions today we've heard a lot of discussion about digital technology as the way forward. And again, the presumption or the underlying idea that I'm going to say is that we will move forward only if we clearly identify this purpose. Three things you need to think about. First is the idea of technology itself. Technologies are going to get advanced. You mentioned, Anurag, about DeepSeek, and we've heard ChatGPT and many other models. And again, India is saying that we will build ours too. The deep or advanced technology will continue to drive the human purpose. Now, these are some examples that I think many of you are familiar with. The technologies such as through Google in the previous era, or ChatGPT or DeepSeek and Perplexity and many others that are now coming, have great ability to do things that seem very, very human in nature. For example, write mournful poems. If Google fed a lot of books to its AI and was able to create poems that were really, really sad, which means that they will make you get a human experience, much like you would get from a human writing such a piece of text. We all know about ChatGPT. We've heard a lot, MSMEs and many other contexts. We're talking about IoTs. We're talking about automation. We're talking about the automation of processes, which if you dig a little deeper into it, and if computer happens to be the real big technology on which most of the work happens, and if you can automate it, that's doing a lot of intelligent things. If we think humans are intelligent, and actually we do, and separate a lot of people based on their intelligence. So the first idea is that technologies are becoming big, but it's not just US or it's not just the Western countries that are doing that. In India also, we are talking a lot of complex technologies, and there are things like Aadhaar and UPI we often talk about, but beyond that, we are now talking about humanoid robots of different type that we are building. So it's not some phenomena that we can watch from a distance, which we've done in many of the technology transformation. It's not something that as a society, as individuals, as professionals, as managers, engineers, you have or we have the luxury to wait and watch. It's already happening right here in India as well. A lot of different advanced technologies being built. What is more interesting and what is more important for us to think is what happens in the next 10 years. When you are running in a race, the current position, sure, it may be wherever it is, but real fun will be where we will be in the next 10 to 15 years. And if we think or take this perspective of technology, where technology will be in the next 10 to 15 years, and the way to project that is to just go back in time. Where technology was 20 years, 30 years in the past, and where it is today. And if you do that comparison, The kind of technology you have in your hand, your mobile phones, have much more computing power than the power of a supercomputer in 60s and 70s. Just imagine what is likely to happen 20 years from now. People usually say that the computing power doubles every 2 years. Do you know what happens in 20 years if you use that doubling rate? It will be 1,000,000 times more than today. 1,000,000 times more. And if you want to get a perspective of what 1,000,000 times means, do you want to think what is the times that a jet plane flies faster than walking? How much multiple that would be? You want to guess? Only 100 times. You're talking 1,000,000 times versus 100 times. Imagine the computational abilities you will have in your hand 20 years from now, and what those capabilities can do. Somebody like Elon Musk may put them in a chip in your head, but the idea is that there will be computing capabilities that will far, far overpower any potential imagination you may have of what intelligent person means. That's where the future is going. If you're talking that computing rates, there is a lot of good that can happen. There is a lot of good things that people are now thinking of using that computations for. The idea is that, we will talk about this much more, but computing capabilities have been used to do a lot of good things. And the second element that you have to think about when you think, what do we do with this tremendous computational capabilities? What do we do with these advanced technologies? Is to think organization. Now, when I say organization, I know we've talked about, and a lot of people in the panel talk in different ways, MSMEs and large companies and tech, and we separate it in different ways. But when I talk organization, and I have a liberty to do so as an academic a bit more than others, I say organization is the fundamental act of living beings. We all organize. The only thing that distinguishes a living being from a non-living being is organization. Somebody was talking I think we heard in the previous session about ants with much limited neuroscientific capabilities doing the kind of things they do. Organization is something that is seen on this planet across all living species. Birds organize, make nests to grow up their families. We right now are organized in this room to learn and talk about digital transformation and technology resilience. Right? In your homes, we organize. In our lives, we organize. In your desk, you are organized. On your work, you are organized. Everything that a human being, we being more complex and restricting to human organization, everything we ever do is organizing. If I take organizing as an act, living beings organize. So if you think that fundamentally, technology has a great amount of role to play in helping us organize, because organizations are very essential for our well-being. And there are different ways these technologies and these tremendous computational capabilities will help us organize much better. There are already examples of people using flu trends on Google searches to predict the advent of flu much sooner than the data that comes from the public health agencies. If you are typing in the symptoms, okay, I am suffering from this, people are able to mine that search trends to say that this area is likely to now get a flu in the next 2 days or so. Because that has already come, it's just not been detected by the public health agencies. It's not just being reported, but people are reporting it as they search for symptoms on Google search. That's just one example, very simple example of how people are trying to make public health or solve public health problems. There are many other ways. In my own field of education, AI is being used to detect the kind of deficiency a student may have by mining the data across different courses. So if a student is regularly performing badly in, let's say, a physics and a math course, it is very hard for teachers in the school to identify the reason for the student not doing well in certain topics. Come in AI, and it is able to detect that one principle, let's say for an example, the student does not understand very well is quadratic equations, just to say for an example. Now suddenly that piece of intelligence is not something that is even discernible by a professor or a faculty because they are only analyzing the data from their own course. Now this AI can analyze the data from student deficiencies across different courses and the student performance across these different courses to analyze the reason, which is a very hidden and a latent reason. So tremendous ability for computational capabilities to help us educate and organize ourselves to educate better. Columbia University has kind of used robots to set up experiments, just like a research assistant would. So it's not just limited to very small things. Even advanced things such as discovery and enablement of science, which we organize as a society, is being shaped by the computational capabilities that are arising. We're talking in future about autonomous cars. We're talking about, we had an incident in India where a couple of miners were stuck under mines and the whole country is very concerned and influenced and hurt by what might have happened to them. Why do we need to send miners in these mines? There are tasks that are dangerous. In the next few years, do we really need to have these tasks? I know we talk about jobs and displacement of jobs, and I'll come back to that. But there are certain things that humans don't want to do or should not be doing just because they may be too dangerous for humans to do. Do we as society think that we need to organize ourselves slightly differently than we've always done? There are real challenges. And these are some anecdotes or examples I've given, but there are real challenges people and societies are worried about. Eric Brynjolfsson, who is a professor at MIT, analyzed a large bunch of data, and he finds that there is a decoupling between jobs and productivity. And the idea there is that I can create a lot of different things now by employing fewer people. So organizations don't need so many people. It's a real concern. Now, this is a factor of technology. The idea he has is that if you imagine companies like Ford, which were the ruling countries or which were the companies with the largest market share a few years ago, and if you compare them with the companies today having a similar dominance in the market, they employ very, very far fewer people. And so the idea is, and in Silicon Valley that you talked about, Anurag, people are, 10 people making $1 million companies or, touching very high valuations because they're able to do a lot of productive work with fewer and fewer people thanks to technology. Right? So there is a concern. How do we organize if that is a challenge for our organization? There are issues like cybercrime and many others that we have to, as a nation, think about as well when we think about organization in this case. One answer, in fact, this is by Garry Kasparov. When he lost to Deep Blue in the chess competition, he himself started running a freestyle chess tournament. And he said anybody can participate, a human or a robot. And what he found was that the teams that did well were neither made of humans nor made of robots. They were a combination of human and robots. And so the idea comes that a lot of the things will be augmented. The human individual capabilities need to be augmented by technology. We can do a lot better with technology than without it, and technology can do a lot better with us than without us. At least as of now, that is the paradigm. I don't know how long it lasts, but at least as of now, the idea is that we can augment humans with technology. Having said that, the third thing that we need to think about as a society, if we are thinking how we lead in this new era, is the idea of individual itself. What is the state of the individual or society will continue to be dominant in our thinking. I just mentioned the fear of AI. It's something that is widely talked about, so not to emphasize too much on it, but people are saying there is hardly a task that will not be done better by a robot. If it can write poems well, it can do anything. Right? There will be hardly anything people question. What is it that technology will not do as well as humans will? Go and think about it. There are only few things, if at all, that may not be done well with technology. And that really raises the question of what will humans do? Having said that, there are concerns. I'll give you an example from Verizon, which is one of the mobile service provider in US, many of you may know. It talks about the ill effects of technology. And as I was going through the page, it looked like I was reading a cigarette ad or something. It's really shocking. They say You can have mental health issues. You can have poor sleep. Your grades may go down in school. You might feel lonely. You might have issues in your family. You might just not feel... The laundry list of it is endless. Why do we need to use a mobile phone? It raises the question. The idea is there are a lot of downsides on an individual. There might be a lot of things that are negative. If you think about stress from AI replacing humans, that's a very big negative on a large bunch of people today. It's hurting individual health and well-being. Why should it even be the case? So we have to think about the technology's ill effects. Having said that, there are a lot of positive effects of technology, and I think we've discussed some of that. But India's fintech revolution, if we talk about UPI, 300 million people. It's, one of the largest technology adoption, as you would see some of the numbers here. But what it has done is it has given a lot of people who otherwise didn't have access to credit, and not just access to credit, but also respect. Just the basic respect that they can get money when they need to was enabled through these UPI systems. I know some of the bankers, some of them may be in the audience, who really missed the opportunity in offering this UPI, as some of you may know that was offered first to the bankers. But really what it has done is it has changed the lay of the land for 300 million people. That's more than the population of most countries. The respect that they never got because they never had access to financial markets. And so there's a lot of positive that can happen. So considering these, what I identify, and you can read and know more about it, but the idea is that there is a purpose that drives digital transformation, successful digital transformation, and that purpose requires us not to think technology itself, not to think individual, not to think organization alone, but somehow a relationship between the three and how we are transforming it through our latent desire or a latent purpose, which I call is a latent human force that drives certain societies forward because they understand the interactions much better. How do we unravel it? I talk about this scientific approach, and in this scientific approach, what I say is we need to think about three things: what, how, and why. What is it that we need to do when we are thinking about digital transformation? What is it that we actually do? How do we do it? What is the way that the organizations should think about organizing themselves differently? And so I outline a model in terms of a Davo-Gomo model, which explains how organizations can harness this purpose to do better. And then finally, the eternal question that I think societies will have to think is, why do we digitally transform? Right? Not everything. I know I have friends who say that we don't expose our kids to a lot of technology, and I myself restrict them in many ways, because if you leave them unhurdled or totally unchecked, exposed to technology, a lot of things that they pick up may not be the kind of things that they do. Overexposure is bad. You limit screen time and many other things. The idea is why digital transformation is something that is good. Now, there is a reason, there is an answer why it is good and when it is not. But I think we as a society have to think about those three things: what, how, and why. And like I said, I outlined some of those things, and I look forward to talking more about it as we get to the question and answer. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, Professor. So if you could go next. And as you take the dais, I think this was a very helpful, more macro framework to think about the transformations in our life, and so that we stop playing the catch-up game and we can really leapfrog. Over to you, Som.
Yeah. Thank you, Anurag, and management committee members, distinguished guests, and fellow panelists. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views. Actually, after many years in McKinsey, serving some of the largest IT services and software players, I found my purpose in building what we think would be the first vertical software for the tech services sector, which is now being used by more than 20% of Indian IT to manage their talent supply chain. We call ourselves Prismforce. And my views are shaped by this experience of building something from scratch, enterprise grade, using all the learnings of technology resilience. And in fact, I'm deeply connected to Chennai as well, because this is one of the epicenters of the tech services revolution that India has seen over the last many years, right? In my talk, I'll talk a little bit about AI and its impact. We'll cover a little bit about the impact on jobs and the new opportunities it might create, especially for the services sector, because jobs is one of the big problems that the country faces, right? So we are entering an era of ubiquitous AI. And just like Google democratized access to information, AI has the power and potential to make intelligence far more accessible than what it has been. And what is happening is quite unprecedented. We talk about doubling of the capacity of chips, but what is happening on the AI is it's like a 10 times or 10x kind of impact year after year, and there's no signs of slowing down. The cost of AI tokens, million tokens, is costing today like almost 3% of what it was a year ago. If you look at the compute power and the efficacy of the AI models, it's almost 10x better than what it was last year, right? So net impact of this, the compounding can be enormous, and that would mean that AI would be everywhere. So there is no running away from it, and the gap between what is seen in science fiction versus reality will only go down, right? And this has a big implication on what happens to business and what happens to us as a society and also to us as individuals. So what is likely to happen is that as AI interactions become more and more probably humane, the intelligence and the intuition will almost be an extension of ourselves. So we will almost have a digital being or a digital companion whom we can tap into. And this can erase multiple barriers which exist today in terms of information access, in terms of language barriers, and all of that breakdown can actually spur a lot of innovation, can spur the explosion of human knowledge and intellect, and of course, it will have an impact on productivity and creativity. As entrepreneurs, I can only be an optimist. I see many entrepreneurs here. I don't think there's any other choice. So we have to think about what are the potential possibilities of getting most out of this, right? And especially for a country like ours, where the starting point is quite poor, quite variable. So there's a lot of leapfrogging we can do on the back of this. Having said that, this kind of opportunity can also bring a lot of risks of disruption. And when business depends a lot more on complex AI systems and decision-making systems, a minor fault is no longer just an inconvenience. It can also risk our revenues, our reputation, our market share, and therefore resilience becomes a very important topic. To be honest, personally for me, resilience was important, but when I was building up my startup, what was more important was to build out the product and get time to market fast, get out in the market, get client feedback. And it so happened to us that we won a mandate at a top 3 global IT services player to become their skill management system. And that actually caught me thinking on resilience, right? So they had a lot of asks in terms of business continuity planning, disaster recovery, redundant systems, and so on. So that actually triggered our own journey of creating tech resilient systems. And that helped build a foundation which helped us leapfrog from there. The redundancy has to be there when you talk of building technology. It has to be in our architecture, in the way we think about the business strategy, the way we think about business continuity planning. And in my own personal experience, I've seen that you cannot make it and also run. It cannot be the last of your priorities. And if done very well, it can actually help you really leapfrog. One example which I'm intimately familiar with is the IT services industry. I would love to take a few lessons from how the industry has shown a lot of resilience. More importantly, this is also a sector which has played a big role in India's emergence over the last 30-40 years. It has played a big role in our forex reserves. India exports more software than, say, Saudi Arabia exports oil. And to that extent, this is a very, very important sector for India. It also has created by far the largest number of white-collar jobs. And this potentially is also a sector which can see a lot of impact of AI, both negative as well as positive, right? The very fact that we have been able to outsource a lot of jobs from developed economy to India was much on the back of most likely cost and labor arbitrage. Of course, there have been offerings, there have been improvements, there have been patents, but if you take an 80-20 rule, it's a lot to do with the cost arbitrage. Now, what AI is trying to do, is it will hit at the heart of this cost arbitrage, right? Because it's no longer about getting work done by trained engineers. It's getting work done through machines, and likely the outcome would be machines plus the human aspect, which Professor also talked about, and that could come at a much higher level of efficiency. And it so happens again that Chennai is probably exporting 20-25% of Indian IT. So it is at the heart of it. Like many entrepreneurs here, I'm sure, are trying to think about what will it take to win the AI-led services model. And I'm sure something like this, where a disruption happens, new winners emerge. The pecking order can get disturbed, just like many of the Indian players have disturbed the pecking order from the late 80s, 90s. If you look at like late 80s, 90s, it was the IBMs, the HPs of the world, which were leaders in the IT services space. India was probably nowhere in the picture, less than probably 5% of the market share. From there, we have taken almost a third of the market share, right? And it's on the back of the global delivery model that we all innovated against. And now it's time for us to think about what will it take to improve our offerings, what will it take to improve the technology arbitrage that we have, given the young population that we have, which is actually an advantage because people can be more native AI trained versus what's happening in the developed economies. And this sector has taken a front seat when it comes to managing change, managing big disruptions, whether it's the dot-com bust after the Y2K boom, whether it's the global financial crisis, the sector has emerged stronger. And I'm sure like many leaders, like also people who are in this room have played a big role in that. And therefore, I'm a big optimist that we can actually create a lot more jobs, net new jobs, which may not be the jobs of yesterday, may not be so much about testing and say application maintenance, but probably the value is also at the same time shifting towards applications, which would be at the heart of the value creation process and would be at the intersection of vertical and domain knowledge which this sector possesses. So as we have seen, because of DeepSeek and many other alternatives, the crash is happening when it comes to the cost of building foundational models. So there's a likelihood that the value will move from hardware to foundational models to applications. And that's where, again, India, with its tech services industry, with the GCCs that we have an inherent advantage. And we can leapfrog and create a lot more net new jobs out of it. Having said that, there will be some disruptions, but I'm very, very sure entrepreneurs and leaders here and in India would be able to take most out of it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Som. Mr. Manikandan, you could.
Good afternoon. Usually, if people are listening and listening, the time span to continuously listen is only 40 minutes. And for this session, 40 minutes is over. So now it's a difficult task for me to figure out how to still make it interesting. And so to make it interesting, maybe I'll stand here and talk so that at least you don't fall asleep. I am the odd man out in this crowd. Whenever Captain invites me for this conference, I keep telling Captain that I have never done an MBA course, so I won't put a very fancy presentation, nor I can use any very fancy jargons, which is difficult to understand. So my session is purely going to be a very tech-focused session. I am an engineer by heart. I did my graduation in College of Engineering, Guindy, worked in Microsoft for 7.5 years. Then I started the Amazon Chennai side and then grew that site from 5 to 5,000 people. Worked there for 14 years and then currently I'm heading the Uber Development Center. We have close to 2,000 people there, right? So, thank you. So what I thought in this session, maybe I'll take 10 minutes, is I'll phase it down into 3 things, right? I'm not going to talk about, AI is going to do this, AI is going to do that. I'm sure you have heard enough that AI is doing all these things. The question is, what should I do when AI is doing all these things is the most important thing, because I'm running a firm, I'm running a company, right? So let's focus on that. A little bit about what technology has transformed. Maybe that will be the first 4 to 5 minutes. Then a little bit about AI, what's happening, right? From a pure technologist perspective, right? What are the things which is very important to focus on when you're running an organization. The last one is around academia, right? So we have a lot of colleges in Tamil Nadu, right? We have close to 400, maybe 500 plus engineering colleges, right? So we need to figure out what are those guys going to do after graduating. Every year we are going to, produce more than 1 lakh students, right? So we'll touch base on that. The first one is around technology transformations, right? So when I worked at Amazon, just building a large-scale distributed system, right, where a system can take millions of transactions per second, right, and millions of transactions and whose latency is in milliseconds, right, with 99.999 availability is a very, very hard task. We used to hire the best of best engineers. We used to pay them a lot of money, hire the best of best engineers to build those kind of systems. Then what happened is all this cloud computing came into picture, right? And then they started giving all the APIs. So building those kind of large scale systems today is very easy, right? Because those kind of systems is now become like a commodity. You can just call few APIs, you can build it, right? Today, 10 years back, if you say that, hey, I want to store petabytes of data. I'm going to receive petabytes of data per day. Can you store it? You need like a 100-member engineering team to build that kind of a system. Today, it's easy. You can either use elastic block storage, go store it. If I want to use millions of computers, put it in EC2, you can do it, right? So those kind of transformations happen. So that's the first shift. The second shift is now that you are able to make those things very easy, what happened was the volume of data kept on increasing. When the volume of data keeps on increasing, right, the whole data analysis, data intelligence came into picture, right? So at that time, whenever I go to any conference, the topic is data intelligence or data analytics. There are so many conferences that happen, just the focus is on data, right? And then what do we do with data and all those things, right? That went through a phase. Now, in the last 1.5, 2 years, there's a lot of things happening about AI, right? AI is doing this, AI is able to do that. But the way I look at it is, in next 2 years, that will also become like a commodity. Today, if you are running an organization and if you want to build a digital-first organization or if you want to leverage a technology for your organization, you can actually build an AI-based solution much faster than how you could have built a few years back, because you actually don't need that many skilled engineers to build that kind of thing, because all those algorithms are available as a commodity for you, right? So this is the transformation that is happening. So now with this transformation, if I am running an organization, what is important for me? What is important for you is, how fast can I build a system? Because I have all these things as commodities, can I build a system very fast? Answer is yes, you should be able to build it very fast. Do we need so many engineers? You actually don't need so many engineers. You can just build really good end-to-end systems, very few engineers. The second is, yes, I built a system, I put it on production, right? How is it working? The reliability and the scalability of the systems is extremely, extremely important. How much money I am spending on this, commodities and API integrations. You get into that, right? And that is also very, very important, because initially the expectations of customers is different. But once they get used to your product, the expectation of customers is different. Few years back, when people are using Uber app, when they click a button, maybe in another 5 minutes, car will come. People will say, "Innappa, magic mari irukke. Button click na car vandiruchupa veetukku munadi appadinu." Today, if they click a button, even if you cannot even wait for 10 to 15 seconds. Where is my driver? Why is the car not coming? Right? So the expectation has changed so much for the same product. So the reliability, all those things is extremely, extremely important. When you are running a system, just in terms of Uber, I'll share a few numbers. We are running a system where we have close to 7 million drivers. We are doing close to 25 million trips a day, right? When you do 25 million trips a day, let's take we are operating in 10,000 cities, 70 countries. Let's say a very small city like Varanasi. Let's say we did some config change. The entire system is running on a single code base. Even though we are running in 10,000 cities, 70 countries, right? It's running on a single code base. Let's say you make a config change and then one city is broken. How do you identify that the city is broken? Maybe in Varanasi we are doing like 2,000 trips a day. Where is 2,000 trips compared to 25 million trips in a day? How do you figure out the anomaly that is happening? But for that city is very important. So you actually figure out what are those core problems for which you need the right set of technology and go solve those problems. The focus should not be like, okay, I be AI, now let me take AI and figure out what to do. The focus should be that what is the problems that you need to solve, then what is the technology that I need to use to go and solve the problem, right? So that is one piece. And if you just take AI into picture, right? So, as I said, AI is now becoming like a commodity, right? In another 2 years, we'll very soon go ahead and figure out that integrating with AI, even now, integrating with AI and call bunch of APIs is much faster. Maybe it's slightly costly and cost will keep on reducing, month over month. But the important thing is, what is the problem are we solving? One aspect that we always do, of course, a lot of my experience is purely on product companies because I work purely on product companies is, first of all, pick a problem which you think the problem statement will hold good even after few years or 2-3 years. Because a lot of times we go and chase problems. We go solve the problem. By the time you solve the problem statement doesn't hold good. And then you go figure out what is the next problem. You go solve the problem, but by the time problem statement doesn't hold good. Right? I'll give you one example. We took a problem statement where we said, hey, we need to provide transportation at a very, very low cost, a reliable transportation, safer transportation, predictable transportation at a very, very low cost. That's the problem statement. Will this problem statement hold good after 3 years? Yes. Will this problem statement hold good after 10 years? Yes. Right? So now when you take a problem statement like this, right? When you say at a very low cost, then you're talking about something like a high capacity vehicle where you put multiple people inside a single vehicle so that you move around from A to B and they pay a very low cost because you're putting multiple people in a single bus. Right? But that is not an easy thing to do. Just running a bus system is not a lot of people will think that, oh, what's the problem? Why don't we just run a bus system? There are very few companies which are actually profitable in running a bus system. It has a lot of good graph theory problems. Where should be the bus stops? What should be the routes? Where should be the bus stops? Where should I place the bus stops such that the customers need to walk not more than 500 meters? Right? How do I make sure that the maximum utilization of the bus? How do I make sure that I utilize the drivers to the maximum? Right? So there are so many different things. What should be the speed at which the driver should drive? What kind of information I should show in the driver app so that driver drives in the right speed so that he can get to the stop at the right timing. Right? Then only reliability will come into picture. So there are so many interesting problems. Now you go and say, okay, now that we have all these problems, how do I leverage what kind of technology to use? So for a bunch of our routing, we use bunch of AI algorithms to figure out what should be the routing. To figure out the right routing so that we can utilize the maximum utilization on the bus, maximum utilization on the drivers. Right? So that is an approach that we usually take. Sometimes it may take 1 year. Sometimes it may take 2 years. We actually experimented this in Cairo. It took almost 2-3 years for us to figure out how to run a profitable business just on a high capacity vehicle. Right? Once you know that technology is scaled for one thing, and then you go ahead and expand. Now we are launched in Delhi, we are launching in other metro cities in India. Right? So that is something, right? Focus on the problem statement and then trace back, because all the technologies that you have are all commodities which you can easily integrate and solve those problems. Right? Then coming to the last one on academia. Now that with all these things have changed, what should happen on the academia side? One is skilling people in the current organization, right? Which he covered, right? But what I'm going to talk about is what should happen in the academia. We are still, learning Java, C++, but then we are talking about AI and DeepSeek, right? Should the academia change super fast? Right? So the important thing is, it's not about academia should change very fast. Even if you change the academia course, just to train all the teachers in India in the new curriculum, and then they teaching the students itself is a 2-3 year process. By the time technology itself will again change. And the expectation is also, academia will always teach only the foundations. Academia is not going to teach the vertical depth, right? You learn the foundations in academia and you build expertise on the vertical depth. That is left to you to go build the expertise. If you do that, then you will be successful. Right? A lot of people are talking about, hey, will there be jobs? I can tell you now, just in Uber, where we are almost in the top 5% of the highest paid, company in India, we have more than 200 openings. We don't have candidates. Yesterday we were putting a plan to say whether it will take 6 months or 8 months to hire 200 people. Right? It is not about whether there will be jobs. The question is about, do you have the right skill set for the required job? That is the most important thing. Right? And there is a difference about, 2 years back coding was so important, right? There is a difference about I know coding versus I can write the best algorithm and I can write the best code. If I just go to a browser and type, google.com or uber.com or amazon.in, if I type enter, if the web page takes more than 2 seconds to load, the customer will immediately open another tab and go to the next site. So you are going to lose your customers in seconds. So we need engineers who write the best code. We don't need engineers who know to write code. Same thing with AI. We don't need engineers who says, oh, I know AI. There are 1 million people who says, I know AI. But there are very few people who says, okay, I can build the right model. I know how to tune the accuracy of the model. I know how to measure the accuracy of the model. How do I fine tune the model? And then make sure that it's operating at a 95th percentile or a 98th percentile and reduce the error rate. If you have that kind of a skill set, jobs are always open, right? And not just in Uber. There are, a lot of my colleagues are in all big companies like, Google and Amazon and, Microsoft. A lot of companies have openings today. So there is no dearth of jobs. It's the lack of skill set, right? And for the lack of skill set, if we are thinking that, we need to wait for the curriculum to change, we are just delegating something, saying that, something needs to say so that I will benefit from that. It is your responsibility, because those things need not change. Those things, what they are today is good enough. We need to build expertise ourselves, because we have enough things outside where you can go and build the vertical expertise. Right. So with this, I will stop here, and then you can take a few questions from Anup.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manikandan. How much time? So as you might have seen, during the entire session, there was a constant flow of questions. So I think in keeping with spirit of tech session, we have big data here to process when it comes to questions. Okay, perfect. So I think one common theme which I saw, and I think builds on what you were saying, we as individuals, people in the room, what can we do right now? We all know that AI is coming and there are things happening and there are things outside of control, but us as individuals, what should we be doing on a day-to-day basis to get the right skills to make sure that we put ourselves in the best position? Maybe, so we start with you and we go in that order.
Sure. I think clearly what is happening is a lot of information is out there, not just information, even intelligence is there at the tap of a button. I think the only thing which we need to do is to have a very, very curious and a curious mind and a learning mindset. Irrespective of what we learn, like almost half of it or probably even more than that would get would get out of vogue probably in the next 12 to 18 months. And as Mani was also saying, right, it's our adaptability and how well we learn to learn new things. And sooner or later we'll start seeing that that will be one big aspect, right? Learnability will become a big aspect when it comes to event screening. It's not just about skills of yesterday, but how can we learn when new things come up.
Thank you. Professor.
Well, I think that's always been the question, what do we do? We've often framed it from a perspective of skills being the most important determinant to our well-being, which has been the case largely during the industrial era. And what that means was the more you know what to do, the more you will do well in society. I think that is going to shift if we especially are thinking younger children. A lot of people are concerned about what do we educate, teach them about. And I think the idea is if you are more or better at thinking, and like you mentioned, curiosity, but if you are able to think better rather than do better, that's a paradigm change in my view that's going to happen over the next 15-20 years.
Thank you.
So my thought is, today I'm sure from the morning we all heard a lot of jargons, AI, ML, deep learning, machine learning. The easiest litmus test for ourselves is how many of them can really differentiate these four things and say what is the difference between AI, ML, deep learning and machine learning. If we can really write it down that this is the difference, that means we really know that with good knowledge. There is a difference between I know at a high level versus I actually know. And we all should be in a person where we say we actually know. We are in a city where we are in Chen.ai, Chennai. We are in Chennai, where in Chennai everybody should actually know what is AI. Right? If we do that, we all will definitely succeed.
Thank you. And I think just on this topic, one thing which I have personally found quite helpful, it's probably the only technology which we have seen which can teach you itself how you should use it. So very practically, just download ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Gemini, whatever it is on your phone. Go and type a simple prompt to say that, okay, I want to make good use of AI to do X, Y, Z, right? To learn to set up a business, etc. I don't know AI, tell me how should I use it? And it will tell you step by step that what you should actually do. So in a way, it's actually it's giving the power of passing the education on to yourself. So I think very practically just download the apps, make sure that you play around with it and start to use it. I think the other question, which probably again ties back to, or a set of questions were around the whole separating the hype from reality. And I think it went back to your, what you were also saying, Mani, that it's AI is a hammer and we're looking for a nail. Okay, what can I solve with AI versus actually coming at it? In your examples, all three of you, right? What has been a good example of AI being used to solve a problem, which maybe might have been very difficult to solve otherwise? And again, in your experience, you have seen that, it being solved and AI has really done a wonderful job to solve it.
So I will give you one real example so that you can understand it very easily, the power of AI. Let's put a statement. Here is the line which says, I am trying to fit a ball inside the bag, but I could not fit it because it is big. What is it referring to in the second line? I am trying to fit a ball inside a bag, but I could not fit it because it is big. It refers to ball. I am putting the same line. I am trying to fit a ball inside the bag, but I could not fit it because it is small. Now what does it refer to? Bag. This change of a word which comes later in the statement, but understanding the context of the statement and then changing the behavior of what that word means is a breakthrough. Right? Same line, but the same word represented two different things. So, a word in context of a line in context of a paragraph in context of a chapter in context of a book in context of the overall ecosystem will change. Right? To that extent, if we understand for what kind of things we need to use AI, then we'll really figure out for which problem statement we can go and solve it.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I can add. See, the fact is the space is changing so fast that even if today AI is not able to give a good answer, very likely probably in 12-18 months that will change, right? So to that extent, I think asking the right questions is half the problem. In my own experience, we also use a lot of AI in our own software, but we have seen when it comes to very specific vertical applications, generic AI models don't give a good answer. It's still 50-60% accurate. But if you are really building an enterprise class product, the answer has to be at least 90-95% accurate. And that's the opportunity in front of us, right? How can we have our own proprietary data? How can we actually build models? How can we train models so that you get to that 90-95% level where you can build applications which can be enterprise grade? Having said that, even that mode can go away, right? So the pace at which things are changing, that mode can go away. It's just a matter of time. But at the same time, so I met the Perplexity founder, and he actually studied from IIT Madras, right? Like 2017 passed out, and his ambition is to beat Google, right? Of many other things. So that's the opportunity in front of us, right? There's no incumbency out here. There's no advantage just because you are Google. Someone else can come, and even a 2-year-old startup can beat the behemoth that you have built, right? And that's a big opportunity. So especially we as in India, because our starting point is so variable, right? So far away. If we are ambitious, I think we can beat anyone. And DeepSeek shows us that probably even the cost is not that high to build something of our own. So we are just constrained by the ambitions, and especially entrepreneurs here or potential entrepreneurs. I think we are just constrained by the ambitions and the aspirations that we have. An entrepreneur has to create the resources to generate what DeepSeek has. He or she has.
Thank you. Prof, any successful example you have seen?
Well, I think it goes back to the earlier discussion of what is AI. I think it's a very abused word. To me, artificial intelligence is not something that, unless you pick a certain time when the convergence of algorithm became faster or quicker and you attribute that to the AI, even regressions are considered AI. And so, if you take my advice, I think most of these terms are just very, very superficially used. there is not much that you could not do otherwise that you can. Yes, the computing capabilities help. Yes, a large amount of hardware and everything helps, but I think the idea that you have a problem and you think the best way to solve it is probably the best paradigm to think about. And it can be done in so many different ways, and then one approach becomes better than the other very, very quickly. There is not so much to AI more than the buzz it has created in my mind.
Oh, thank you, Prof. And I think makes a lot of sense, and it actually ties quite well with another theme of questions which we have got, is as companies, and we have a lot of representatives from companies also, small, medium enterprises, how should we think about investing in technology? Of course, AI is a big theme of it, but how should we think about investing given the upfront costs and to the point that there may be benefits which we can do without AI or without a new technology? We can even solve it, quite honestly, many times you just employ people and it solves it. But how, as an entrepreneur, how should you think about balancing the investment?
Let me make a comment on that, since that just relates. I wrote a couple of years ago in one of the HR magazines this idea of unabashed excellence. And how I define it is that as more and more AI becomes stronger and everything becomes great, it opens up the possibility for managers and doers to be excellent. And I think if some of you are in this room, just think clearly what is it. If you are a marketing person, you are a HR person, you are an engineer, you are a doctor, or whoever you are, and I teach almost all of them. I think when you think of what is it that will be excellent in your domain, that pursuit of excellence wasn't really feasible many years ago, but it is now, because the technologies and AI related technologies have become tremendously strong. So if you want to take one message, just think of excellence in your domain of work and redefine it, I guess. Because you can. Many of the previous generations probably could not even think of what excellence would mean, but many of the young, even entrepreneurs and workers, are able to redefine what was previously thought even impossible to do. That's the only thing I would advise everyone to think about. Forget AI and everything. Think about it. It's a great technology. I'm not saying it's not. But it's not going to change the basic principles of human organization and work and your well-being and how well you do in life, which is how well you excel in whatever you are supposed to be doing.
So, how do you think about investing?
Right. As an organization, I think, and with every startup is generally resource constrained, right? So you have to take this distance day in, day out. I think it all starts with, to your point, right? What are the big business priorities? And AI is not a means in itself, it's a means to an end. The end is to actually solve the business problem at hand. I think for SMEs, MSMEs, I would almost ask you to create some sort of a skunk work teams, right? A combination of folks from business, from technology. You need tinkerers who can just play around with stuff, who are passionate at building something from scratch. And if anything, the cost of building these models, or as Mani also said, right? Some of them are available on the tab, right? The cost is actually going down and going down very, very fast. So you should not bother too much about cost to start with, and start with some pilots. And then see the promise of those pilots, and the ones which show the promise, then you scale it up, right? You can start small, because if anything, the barrier on the cost side, the barrier on the information arbitrage is actually going down. But if you don't do anything, then likely that you'll miss a bus. So it's important for all of us to tinker and at least do something about it. And one way to do could be to create a skunk of teams, which is a cross-functional team across business, technology, people who have worked on the AI side. Even if they have not built models from scratch, at least they know how to fine-tune it and start doing something with it.
Thank you, so Mani.
So there are few areas where it is already clear that if we are going to invest money on AI, it is actually going to save money on the overall cost. For example, if you take customer support, today we have enough good LLM models where we don't need 1,000 or 2,000 customer support agents. We can actually handle those volume with just 500 people. So even though we are investing on AI, you are going to save on the overall cost. There are few things where we are going to do a lot of experimentation, thinking that, hey, if we leverage AI, maybe the outcome is much better than how we are doing manually. For those places, I will go back to the way he said, where we'll do some experimentations, figure out it works, and then you scale bigger. In both these cases, the most important thing is when you are doing all these things, make sure you have a person who really understands AI and do those things. Lot of times, what we have seen is, we have a person who partially knows AI, they try to do something, and if it fails, or they do it in a half-baked way, because of which either the cost is so high, or they are not getting the desired output, because of which we think the experiment is a failure. So it's extremely, extremely important to have the right person who understands the tech really well to go and do this to really see the success of it.
Thank you. I think there were a couple of other themes, and maybe I'll summarize the themes and also start to wrap up this session as we think about it. I think one, there's a question on what are the risks associated with it, and I think we have spoken about some of it implicitly already, that we should use it as means to an end and not just try and throw it wherever it's there. But I think more, again, as an organization and as individuals, what are the risks we should watch out for? And it can be as simple as there can be hallucinations, have human in the loop, to something larger. And I think the second interesting question is also, there is a trade-off. For example, if we as a company or as a country think about borrowing technology which somebody else is building and use it. For example, I'll use existing models and work on it versus our own technical IP. So there is a trade-off between speed and creating long-term differentiation. How should we think about that? So and maybe we use this opportunity to get closing thoughts also. Maybe we'll start in the opposite order. Mani, with you.
So I don't think we should be too much tied about, we should use only things that we build. When we are in the early stage of the things, leverage as much technology as whatever is available. First, see whether your time to market is faster, right? And then whatever business you try to run, you are able to run it in a profitable fashion. If you think that, yes, there is a product market fit, and then when you are trying to scale, you figure out whether you should have your own models and other stuff. So my recommendation is, we don't need to be too much tied about what technology we are using. Leverage whatever technology we have. Really figure out whether our product market fit is working well. That is the actual end success for us. If that succeeds, then let's fine tune all the technological pieces for cost optimization, IP optimization, and we can take care of it.
Thank you. Prof.
Well, you said speed or long-term efficiency. I think the biggest risk that I see in AI is copying others. And I think one is this technology is very sharp. And so when when I was in US for the longest period of time, the biggest advertisement for AI talked about make these investments and we will remove so many people easily from your company. You will save so much on your healthcare costs and medical insurance. There, the capitalistic logic makes it very clear why AI is good. And the AI is good because it reduces your manpower costs. I think what we as a nation probably have to be wary of is just copying the same logic which might have worked in a Western country somewhere and thinking that that same logic will be great for us as well. So that's the risk, but again, you just need to do something and not ignore it. So if the start means that you copy, that's fine, but I don't think that should be the final end goal for us to achieve.
Thank you. So
I'll keep it short. I think the biggest risk is not doing anything because probably as an entrepreneur only we can be guided by the possibilities. I think the possibilities and the opportunities are immense. If we don't do anything about it and think only of risks, then that's the biggest risk.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we are past time, and it's a fascinating topic and we could go on and on, but maybe I'll try and quickly summarize, I think, few things we have spoken, starting with, there needs to be a purpose behind doing whatever we are doing, and not just think about new technology or AI just for the sake of it. Linking it again that, we should come at it maybe from a customer-backed business problem which we are trying to solve, and where AI or any other technology could be the solution. Again, as individuals, just be curious, play around with technology, learn on a day-to-day basis, use the tool itself to make sure that we are learning. And as businesses, I think definitely invest in it, but do it in a sensible, bootstrap manner. Look at the technology already available, do it in an iterative manner where you can build on it, and you don't need to go and make huge investments unless you're sure how will you actually use it. So I think it was a very good session. I'm sure you all will be caught by people offline for further discussions. But thank you so much. Thank you for this discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anurag. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me. It was a fascinating session on AI. To honor the dignitaries on the dais, I now request President MMA, Mr. Varun from McKinsey, and of course Mr. Sundaram, our committee member, also to join, and Mr. Shivkumar, may I request you to come and join, please, our committee member, Mr. Shivkumar as well. Let's give them a big round of applause. So much talked about in the session about AI. I think a lot of things, a lot of concepts have been made simple. And a special thanks to Mr. Anurag for driving this session within the time constraints that were available. Thank you, Mr. Anurag. May I request you to accept a small memento from our side. Professor, may I request you to... Yeah. So we are coming to the most exciting session of the day, the last one, and of course after this we have a high tea. I request you all to stay on for this excellent special session, which is not to be missed session at all. It's a special session 4 on the theme Mental Resilience, Leadership in Times of Volatility. I think all of us need to listen to this session because all of us go through certain ups and downs in lives, and this session can do a lot to actually change our mindset and brace with the difficulties that we face. We have some excellent people who have seen through all this in life to drive this session. So as my team gets ready with the the book that is written by Professor Pankaj Sethia is available outside. You can just pick up a copy and get it autographed from him. And also the book by Commander Praveen Kumar Teotia is also available, whom you are going to see in the next session. So if the stage is set, may I now invite to occupy their place on the dais, Ms. Dortil, and we have Ms. Gautami, Dr. Amit Bhattacharjee, and Commander Praveen Kumar Teotia. May I request all 4 of you to please come on the dais and occupy your place, please. So let's welcome the dignitaries with a big round of applause. Thank you so much for making it here this evening, all 4 of you. May I have the AV of the panelists, please?
Ms. Dot Landwehr is the Director of Operations for South India at McKinsey & Company, overseeing the firm's global capabilities and services centers. With a career spanning McKinsey's offices in Germany, the US, and India, she played a key role in establishing and growing McKinsey's shared services centers in Chennai. Ms. Dot is committed to driving impact, fostering diversity, and supporting local communities. Dr. Amit Bhattacharjee is a renowned sports psychologist and mentor to India's first individual Olympic gold medalist, Abhinav Bindra. With over 27 years of experience, he has played a key role in shaping the mental resilience of athletes across 6 Olympic Games and various international competitions. A certified coach and neurofeedback expert, Dr. Amit received numerous accolades, including the Chandigarh Commendation Award, for his pioneering work in mental conditioning and sports psychology. Commando Praveen Kumar Teoshia, a Shaurya Chakra recipient and ex-Marcos, is renowned for his heroism during the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, saving 185 lives. Despite severe injuries, he became India's first differently abled Ironman, completing multiple triathlons. A motivational speaker, author, ultramarathoner, and wellness advocate, Commando Praveen inspires resilience and determination worldwide. Miss Gautami Tadimalla, an acclaimed actress with over 130 films across 5 Indian languages, is also a passionate social worker. After overcoming cancer, Miss Gautami founded the Life Again Foundation, dedicated to helping those in need with compassion at its core. Her journey reflects resilience, grace, and a deep commitment to giving back to society.
So we have a fabulous panel here. Once again, the video that you have been seeing since morning, it's a trailer. What's going to come now? May I have the video again, please?
This is former Marine Commando Praveen Kumar Tevatia. उस दिन न्यूज़ छपी थी टीवी के ऊपर कि एक कमांडो शहीद, वो कमांडो शहीद की जो न्यूज़ थी वो मेरी थी.
But we don't know, is it a terrorist attack planned by...
It was a journey that was, it's all consuming. It eats you up from the inside out, mentally, emotionally, physically. And it's a journey that perhaps can never really be adequately described in words by anyone who's gone through it, because there's always going to be some part of it that's felt so deep that it's very hard to put words to it.
Amit sir has been instrumental in my success as an athlete and has always stood by my side thick and thin. He's a friend, ally and guide to me, like the foundation for my professional and personal growth as a human being.
So get up to them and just sit back, relax and enjoy as we hear to some really, really phenomenal stories of grit and determination. I now hand over the session to Ms. Doty Landwehr to take it forward from here.
Thank you very much. And it's an absolute honor and pleasure to be here today at the MMA annual convention. Thank you for having me. I'm especially excited to share the stage today with such an esteemed panel, and with everyone having a very special story on their own that we are all looking forward to hear and learn about. And we've heard it in the sessions throughout the day today, right? The world has become more complex, more volatile. There's disruption almost every day. And we have to adapt as leaders and as employees, not only in our professional lives, but also in our personal lives, and have, in order to be successful in what we're doing day to day. The last few years have certainly underscored that, with the pandemic, with technological changes, and leaders today face unprecedented challenges, right? Workforces are shifting, dynamics are shifting in the work market, in the environment, everywhere. But I think I want to make sure that in the session today, we as leaders in different industries are able to take something away that is a little bit more personal. I just wanted to share a few facts from some recent research. Only 31 leaders in advanced industries feel that they are prepared to face upcoming challenges, which are driven by some of the things that I just mentioned, right? Macroeconomic forces, supply chain disruptions, workforce issues. Around 60% of employees globally experience at least one mental health challenge in their lifetime. And 1 in 4 workers experiences burnout, which highlights the need for us and for organizations to pay attention to mental health. So today's session, I'm hoping we can make this a little bit more personal, learning about resilience. And I'm not going to talk much more myself because we have our guests, and I think all of them in their own ways have something to say about managing stress, building up mental resilience. And I hope that we can learn a few techniques or a few tips from them on a very personal level that makes us mentally more resilient and support our teams, our organizations, but our families and ourselves. So with that, I would like to ask Dr. Amit to start us off with a few thoughts on the topic of mental health.
Hello. Thank you all for inviting me here, and a very good evening. First, I will explain a little journey of the gold medal. From there, I will build up the story of how stress management can build a resilient India, a good human being, a good entrepreneur. And it's very important to understand that the biggest killer nowadays is the stress, and even in sports, we have to work on that. We started our journey in 2000. 2000, Abhinav Bindra scored 590 out of 600, and 591 was in the final. So we missed the final by 1 point. So we have to work for the next 4 years, that is 2004's Athens Olympic. So we try to understand what we are missing. We went in the all technological part. Let me tell you one thing, I've been to 6 Olympics, I've been to 48 countries to understand this, Then I mix up the meditation with the latest scientific technique. And every year, few of my students are going to Olympic, few are becoming IAS, few of them are doing very good in golf and cricket. And many people are doing very good. I'm a doctor in PGI, HRRC. But this is a great hobby, the sports for me. So अब हम एक point से हार गए, तो what we do, we started working on the Chinese, who are the leaders in this game. So we try to see what they do, what kind of meditation, what kind of biomechanics. So I did 2-3 PhDs, which were not very popular at the time. I did my Ericsson certified coach, and Abhinav was a fighter. He will never give up, And we start working on all the aspect. 2004, we reached the final. Out of the world, 47 people going for the prelims. From there, 8 people going in the final. And we went in the final in 3rd position. Just try to understand the thing. 3rd position. From there, 3rd position, we fall to the 7th position and we couldn't make up a medal. And from here, the story of stress management, the anxiety start. Abhinav has put his gun down and he asked a simple question, Sir, 4 years I work for this day. In 2 hours, my destiny is decided. 2 साल के अंदर मेरी destiny decide होगी. I never been to anything. I was doing yoga, I was doing my shooting, swimming, exercises, everything. Then here starts the journey of stress management. And believe me, there is nothing called fluke in life. There is a luck, but nothing comes in Olympic easily. 2000, we missed by 1 point. 2004, we are the final. And then we use the therapy. And with that therapy, 2006, we become the world champion. The greatest show. India was the world champion in Zagreb. Then 2008, We make all of you proud, the India proud. We got the first gold medal. और गोल्ड मेडल कहां पे लिया हमने? चाइना में. शेर के मुंह से उसका मीट निकालना. It's not an easy job. In China, against whom? The defending champion Zhu Kanan. And what we did, believe me, if you people also, because Vijay sir told me, sir, tell me something about meditation which we can teach all of them so that they can build a resilient India. For me, all of you are a sports person. And I always believe the science we are working. Nowadays, we start our life, enjoy our life when you are 70 to 85. Because in 85 years, 42 years तो हमने सोने में निकाल दिया. हम सोते रहते हैं. बाकी जो time है struggling career. Believe me, we don't understand at that 70 to 85. If look at Donald Trump. Look at, you can be and you can make it, you can change it. If somebody has got some disease, anything, sugar, BP, thyroid, cancer, you can try to reverse it or you can slow down. And you can enjoy your life with a simple meditation pattern, which is called dead man therapy, which I am still using for the sports person. I have not opened it to the public, but it is something, a combination of our ancient theory and is a combination of the modern scientific technique, which include biomechanics, breathing patterns and everything. And believe me, maximum of us doesn't know what is the meaning of meditation. And maximum of us will forget when we go out. Even the 10% of the students or the people here learn this, they can do great. So the first thing, remember one thing, Pramashtik Khand is a part of our brain which controls our conscious mind and subconscious mind. And we work on this Pramashtik Khand. Believe me, it is a divine energy inside you. It is a treasure inside you. And what you say to your conscious mind, the subconscious mind pass it to the Pramashtik Khand and it work on it. And it is 12 lakh times stronger than the conscious mind. Conscious mind is only 6 to 8%. All of you don't know me. All of you are trying to understand what I am saying. Many of you are analyzing. Many of you may be thinking, what next after this, what you have to do to catch a bus, right? No, that is the conscious mind. Conscious mind will generally give your daily experience, daily routine, get up, go to the toilet, have tea. Conscious mind is a daily workout. But very few of you grow very high in life. You know, all my students who are going to the Olympic, they develop the subconscious mind. And what I teach, how to connect this subconscious mind with Pramashtik Khand. And that is the place from where the dopamine is released. And what is dopamine? It is the happy hormone. Once you are happy from inside, from the body and soul, these two things never die. The mind and soul will never die. You can really lead to a resilient India. And the 8 to 10% conscious mind is connected to the 88% subconscious mind. And believe me, don't use the word I may, I can, I will. Just remember, at the night you say, I have to get up at 6:30 to take a Shatabdi at 9 o'clock, a flight at 9 o'clock. You will automatically get up at 6:30. Did you ever try to analyze that? No clock, no alarm is required. Generally it will happen to you. If you feel that I can't travel in ATR, oh boy, I will become claustrophobic. You will have that feeling in your room also, in ATR also, in the alley and every place. So, because your conscious mind, what it commands, the subconscious mind will believe it. And it will do that. So, the basic thing is that I have to control my conscious mind. And how to control the conscious mind so that your subconscious give to the Pramashtik Khand, and the Pramashtik Khand can give you that energy that can make you happy. And that can lead a good show for you when you're from 70 to 85 and still. So the things will be very long. I will stop at this place. Then in the later question I will come if there is time, because Vijay sir told me I will teach you a small part of it. It's going to help you a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amit. I would like to invite Gautami to say a few words. I think you said you would prefer to stay at your seat.
Yes.
Please do that.
Maybe stand up here so that I can see everyone at the back of the room. I'd like to say good evening and thank you very much for having me here. It is a joy, it's a delight, and it's an honor to be sharing the stage with my fellow panelists, heroes in their own right. Okay, I will come to the point. I have the privilege of being able to say very humbly that a fair number of you know me, right? And it's a privilege for me. I will never take that for granted. The reason I'm saying that is we can leapfrog over that. We can come to the point. Point I want to say is there are certain things that we need to acknowledge first in day-to-day life. From the time a child sets foot outside their house, goes into preschool, and they start being judged by being made to sit for examinations in preschool, whether they know 1, 2, 3, 4 and A, B, C, D and then handwriting. From that stage to finishing school, to college, to getting into the job space, to starting to build their own families, their own lives, to each one of you here, me, all of us are constantly being judged. Either by those around us, either by our superiors, either by ourselves. There's no way to define the 100 ways in which we're all being judged and the ways in which we respond to them. So today I would like to speak about that because what my observation of my own life and my response to stress, to challenges, to difficulties and what I have seen of people around me, I would like to share. The basic point with which we start is that we are very kind to others, but of ourselves we expect the world. We should never fail, we should never be weak, we should never cry, we should never let down anybody, everything about us, everything that we do has to be perfect all the time. How many of you agree with that? Yeah. Honestly, more hands than that will go up. Yeah. So the biggest, most liberating thing that I learned, because yes, I was also like that. The most liberating thing that I learned is that whoever you are, as you are, with your own dreams, your own aspirations, your own life lessons, your own skills, your own strengths, your own weaknesses, you are perfect in yourself, by yourself, as you are. Very hard lesson for all of us to learn. I'm still learning it. I want you to first put that deep into your mind, let it keep working there, and take it out at the time when you're really stressed or when you have some time to yourself and think about yourself. I will say one thing with complete certainty, with complete confidence and authority. Each one of you, having reached this place of being in this room at the chair that you are in, is already a winner and a hero and a success. The problem is, you don't know it. Problem is, no one ever sat you down and said, hey, you've started your journey in life with so many things against you. You started with so many challenges, so many things weighing you down, right from expectations to family, to finances, to opportunities, to just the world going crazy around you. Nobody ever sat you down and said, you are already a winner because you have made it this far brilliantly. So I want you to take a second, pat yourselves on the back, and really for a moment, really understand how amazing each one of you are. You made it this far so brilliantly. Rest of where you're going to go in life is going to be so empowering. This is a fact, and I want you to embed this in your mind as a fact. As Dr. Amit has said, what you think, how you think, or you're going to say something. As you think, you will be. Your thoughts will generate certain chemicals, certain hormones in your brain, and that in turn will trigger behavior patterns. That is the science of resilience. But to put it very simply, understand, really know in your heart, know in your mind who you are and exactly how much of a fight you have put up how much you have come past, how much you have survived, how much you have conquered to be here. And I guarantee you, the rest of your journey to achieve your goals is going to take a fraction of the effort it's taken you to come to this point. I'm going to hand over the mic to, I don't know, I think soldiers are the first citizens of our country and they hold a different space in my respect, in my view. So, sir, for the first, I would like to say thank you for your service. It's because of every soldier like yourself that we all live in comfort, in security, in confidence. And we have the luxury of being able to sit in air-conditioned rooms and speak in a very privileged atmosphere like this. So thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
He deserves his standing.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Commando Praveen Kumar, would you prefer the dice?
Thanks a lot, everyone. Jai Hind. Can we start something? Good. So, might be many people didn't know me. It's my first visit in Chennai. Earlier, I was here in 2005 when tsunami came. After the tsunami, I was in ship. We did a rescue operation in Sri Lanka and did survey of Gale Harbour, Colombo Harbour. After that, we just came to Chennai, Nagapatnam, Machilipatnam, Vishakhapatnam, all the survey done by our team. Then we landed in Chennai, stayed Chennai, and then I made a call to my mom and said to my mom, Mama, my course was about to start from 7th January and I was in rescue operation. My ship did not allow me to go for the Marine Commando course because this rescue operation is like emergency. So my mom told me one sentence. First I will reside in Hindi and then in English. बेटा तेरे हाथ से कोई कुछ भी छीन सकता है लेकिन तेरी मेहनत को कोई छीन नहीं सकता. Someone can snatch anything from your hand, but your hard work cannot be snatched by anyone. You can create anything and any time. Just believe in you. And after that, in June 2005, I went for the Marcos course and completed my Marine Commando course in January 2006, and I became one of the deadliest commando of the India. It's one of the toughest course in world and toughest in India. The ratio is very rare. We started from 120 and pass out only 13. 1-3. Started from 120 and after 8 months of training, we were only 13. So you can look at the ratio. So my part was in 2611, I participated in many operations, but biggest operation was in Taj, when my team and I was leading rescue operation in Taj during 2611. We got informed by our team commanders and all. We went Taj that night. We started operation. When we reached over there, when I saw one person was roaming around from here and there and making call, but he was failed to connect, and he tried to cross from New Tower to Old Heritage Wing, and I stopped him. Sir, please, you cannot cross this because terrorists might be anywhere. So he told me, my family, my wife and 2 sons are stuck in 6th floor. They are not picking the call. You would be shocked to know he was the general manager of Taj, Karamveer Singh Kang, lost his wife and 2 sons. They burnt alive in 6th floor that night. But this courageous person who stand like pillar to save the life of guest over there, I appreciate and admire his courage till now. When we started our operation, we got to know that all 4 terrorists was in Old Heritage Wing and they want to make hostages of the guest. We reached 2nd floor. You might be like, this is the ballroom. In New Tower, this name is Chamber Hall. 185 guys was stuck over there, including top businessman Gautam Adani. We reached there, and one door was there, half glass and half wooden. I knocked. I saw some Africans are coming from that end. I just knocked the door and showed the I card. Sir, open the door. We are here to save you. But they were unable to open the door because it was locked by the Taj staff. Our team commander tapped me and just say, one more door is there. We should look into that. Might be some more person into that room. So we came back in that alleyway and I just made entry in that room. All 4 terrorists was there. When I went inside that room, after 10 steps going in, I heard 2 sound of AK-47. I got to know, okay, 2 terrorists is there, but all 4 terrorists were there. They're hiding. I just seize down there and wait for the moment. I was in dark and came from the light. I was unable to see anything. I was like saturate myself over there. Suddenly I saw a flashlight coming from the terrorist end. Same time I also triggered, might be 4 and 5 rounds I just fired. I don't know what happened after that. I just unconscious. When the hot blood and just crossed my neck and you can feel the burning sensation. It was like, I can't explain in word that sensation. I just opened my eyes. I looked, okay, where is my body? But I saw nobody's there. I was alone with 4 terrorists. The pain is there. I just passed this pain to the carpet and looked around and I got to know there is this place between sofa and wall. Just I drag myself over there and just cover myself, and I saw what happened to me. My left ear just went. I feel the flash. Okay, I thanks to God I survived, and I start fighting again. Still fight is there. I will fight till my last breath for my nation. After that, we just start firing. I just start single bullet fire and they start burst on me. After that, I got to know, it's about 25 to 30 minutes, I got to know I can't kill them like this. So I have to choose second options. I have one grenade, so I just took out that grenade and just opened the pin and threw the grenade towards them. It's about 8 to 10 meters. I knew I would not be alive after that. But we have to take decision for the nation. If I would die and I can save the life of people, is a better option. It's a good and better option to die for the nation with a terrorist instead of making some other type of situation that could be a hostage situation. So I decided to, okay, I can't help. I don't have any other option. But I count 10, that grenade didn't blast. If that grenade could blast that time, the operation could be finished and we could save many more other lives, including Major Unni Krishnan. But God decided something else. My team thought Praveen Tewatia already martyred, so they threw a tear gas grenade inside the room. That grenade was near about me and that exploded. And I was like, hell, what is this? A suffocation has started. My ear was like tearing. So cuff was done and the terrorist was there and they start firing again. Then I decided, okay, there is no other option to die for the nation. I had to. But there is one condition over there. If I would die there, they would took my weapon and my ammunition. So I would like to save that weapon and ammunition. So I decided to firing on them and I just stand and took my weapon on hip and like sweep the area. In that condition, when I was stood and start firing, all the terrorists fired on me and got more 4 bullets. 1 bullet crossed my right chest, lost my lungs. But my body was in movement. I reached up to the door. My team just took me up and went to the hospital. And I survived. My doctor told me, Praveen, you are the miracle for the medical science, because in the entire planet, you are the only person who survived after lungs damage. They advised me not to run, not to swim, not to do any difficult or some exercise that would, like, what do you say, strenuous type exercise or whatever, your lungs should not affected from that exercise, because there is no other option after that. And you could imagine a person from that hospital bed to red carpet of Iron Man. You heard about the Iron Man? Iron Man. What is the Iron Man? A picture wala nahi. It's the Iron Man triathlon. You have to complete 3.86 kilometer open sea swimming, 180 kilometers cycling, and 42.2 kilometer run back to back in 17 hours with 1 lungs. For kind information, I was unable to walk 3 to 4 steps when I discharged from hospital. was unable. I was unable to climb the stairs. 2 years, I couldn't lift any weight from my right hand. And now I do 28 to 30 pull-up daily. I started yoga in 2009. Might be you heard about yoga or not, I don't know. But this is an amazing thing because doctor already hanged the hand. Okay, we can't help because there is no medicine for you. There is nothing for you in medical science. There is nothing. I do yoga for 3 to 4 hours daily. For 4 years, I did, and still I'm doing. In 2012, I decided to run because one thought came in my mind. First, you realize yourself. I'm asking you, if you can answer, anyone can answer. You decide your birth. You decided your mom, dad. Anybody is there who know? Before the birth? Anybody? No one is there. I was supposed to. Anybody is there who knew everything? I'm going to take birth in that home. They would be my mother. That would be my father. Anybody? No. Agar aisa hota, if that could be, nobody is going to be born in poor's house. Everybody is going to be Adani and Ambani's. But that is totally different. Anybody knew about the death? Last destination of the life. First destination, you knew. First destination is birth. Anybody knew about the birth? No. Anybody knew about the death? Last destination of the life? When you are going to die? Anybody? So where we are? In between the birth and death. We already birthed. Now, next destination is last. Last destination is death. So life is between birth and who decided this? Who decided this? So I decided this. If everything decided by him, let's run. If I would be going to die tomorrow, let's die. But I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to have this in my life. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can do this. I will do it. The story starts from there. From 500 meter to 150 kilometer, Delhi to Mumbai in 15 days. In 2015, I started my marathon journey. Defense forces did not allow me to participate because I was low medical category. And low medical category cannot participate in any physical activities. So I made some jugaad. Okay. What type of jugaad? To get the bib. So I got the bib of D-Sing, A-Sing, P-Sing, whatever the name you can say. And I participated in half marathon in 2015. First time in my life. And completed half marathon in 1 hour and 53 minutes with 1 lungs. It's amazing. In 2016, I participated in full marathon with others' babes. फिर वही जुगाड़, again I made a jugaad. Okay, earlier I participated in 21, now I will participate in 42.19 flow, 5 kilometer. If I would going to be die, let's die. I don't have fear of death. Anybody is there who fear of death? Yes. Everybody have. So I decided to run 42.195 kilometers and I completed that run. And after completing that run, Naval Headquarters got to know the one person who is disabled, battle casualty, don't have one lung, run with one lung, 42.195 kilometers. They took charge. Okay, if a person like him can run marathon, why can't others run? So Naval Headquarters, Western Naval Headquarters started marathon in November 2016. And since 2016, I'm just seeing everywhere in defense forces, marathon started. So one person can change anything. You just have to believe in yourself. So one more incident I would like to say. Khardungla challenge. Anybody heard about the Khardungla challenge? How much? It's a 72 kilometer, 39 kilometer uphill and 33 kilometer downhill from Khardungla top.
With very less oxygen. Very less oxygen.
Very less. And with one lungs. Okay. I decided to participate in Khardungla challenge. When I was going to participate in that run, I spoke with my wife and tell her everything about the details, banking details and each and everything. Okay, this is there, this is there, this is there. Everywhere nominees are you. Handle each and everything peacefully. And like I have 2 kids. So I told her, I don't know, I would come back or not. I'm going with the Tiranga. So I don't know what will happen. That could be a danger for my life, but I'm going to run. If death is there, let's fight with it. If life is there, let's fight with it. In 2017, after retirement, I just finished Khardungla challenge in 12 hours and 30 minutes. After that, in 2018, April, I went to South Africa for Ironman. Over there, after completing 110 kilometers of cycling, my cycle broke down. Derailleur just broke as I fall on road. I just said to myself, oh, what can I do now? Okay, I can't climb on cycle. I could lift the cycle for 70 kilometers, but I will complete this 70-kilometer patch with cycle. I am not going to leave this. If anybody else would be there. What happened? So one person came from behind. He was a volunteer over there and just took my bike. Oh, and told me, so bike maintenance tent is there. It's like 100 meters down. Just come with me. We will give you the maintenance to the cycle and just you can go again. They removed the derailleur and made the cycle in single gear, and up to 70 kilometers I rode that bike with single gear and 4 uphill, but I did not stop myself. After that, I complete cycle and 42.2 kilometer run and completed my Ironman 14 hours and 19 minutes and become the first defense personnel in entire nation till You can see. It was the history. I made it. I just cried a lot. From hospital bed, even people given up. Nobody's supported me in medical and anywhere. Even I don't have any complaint. Even my CO didn't come to visit me in hospital when I was hospitalized after gunshot. But I don't have any complaint. I have solutions. If you want some resilience, so you have to make decisions for solution. You can't go with the rigidness. If you are rigid, you can't do anything. If you have resilience, if you have adaptation, if you have acceptance, then you can do something in your life. And I became the first disabled Ironman. And also first defense personnel. Until now I have completed 4 Ironman in 4 continents. And I'm the only person who completed 4 Ironman from the defense forces till now. And still counting. This year in June, I'm going for the Comrades Run, which is 90 kilometers in South Africa. Life is going on and on. After that, I wrote the book, which is 2611 Braveheart, which is available outside. And also completed my law degree to serve through all of you guys. And now I'm practicing in Delhi High Court and Delhi District Courts, and still serving my nation, and will serve my nation till my last breath. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Commando Praveen Kumar. Super inspiring. You see people standing up. And I think it was a very touching and very inspiring story to hear, very motivational in itself, to overcome such obstacles. I'm going to start with a few questions. I've been getting a few from the audience, but I also have my own, so I'm going to mix them a little bit. I'm getting quite a few questions for Gautami, so I would like to start with you. And there are quite a few questions around techniques, right? What do you do in order to build resilience? And Gautami, in particular for you, around your career in the creative field, in the performing arts, I read about you that you were shooting several films in parallel at some point. How do you manage that? That must have been immense stress, immense switching from one thing to the other, which is probably something that the room can relate with on a day-to-day basis. At least I can in an operational role. But how do you manage that situation?
Stand up or sit down? I think everyone is in a daze after Praveenji's speech. I know that I am. It's taken me time to come out of that. I think that's probably one of the most important questions that we need to find answers to. First of all, it's yes, what I did in the film industry, acting, it's a very, very demanding job. Not just mentally, but physically, and it draws on all of your skills, your people skills, your environment management skills, everything. I mean, you have to be functioning 360 degrees all the time. But that having been said, I would like to say that especially life today is pretty much like that for anybody.
True.
Yeah, anybody. Man, woman, child, adult, everybody. I think everybody is in a situation that's equally challenging all the time. So, my first quality, I believe, that is my greatest strength is that I don't know how to give up. I don't know how to say, this is too much, I can't do this. That the fact that I had the option of saying that is something I realized very recently. Someone pointed it out. Where not you could have stepped away from this, you could have said enough. I just gave that person and said, so for me to say I can't do this or I won't do this has never been an option. It's still not an option for me. So if I take a decision and I start working towards a goal, whether that's my choice or whether circumstances has thrust it upon me, it doesn't matter. Once I've accepted it, that's a commitment I've made. And then I will give my 100% to it. Easier said than done. This is going to drain you physically, mentally, emotionally. It's going to pull forward all of your weaknesses, all of your insecurities, everything. So, a lot of us, we just kind of blunder through everything. Right now, how do I do this? Okay, let me do this, let me get past this. So we just basically go from stage to stage to stage, right? Am I right? Very few of us have a composite, big picture. I'm sorry, I'm going to stand up. A composite, big picture, where we have a clear idea of, I'm here, this is the plan I'm going to use, and I'm going to get there with this method. Again, correct? Yeah. We just figure it out as we go. So, doing all this figuring out, blundering from step to step in all of these years, and I've worn and I wear many hats. In the film industry, both in front of the camera, behind the camera. I've been a single parent for the last 25 years since my daughter was born. My personal battles with life, which are common to all of us, health, losing parents, ups and downs. Also it happens to everybody. So wearing so many hats, you just figure it out from step to step. At one point I realized it's not sustainable. And I don't want to live like this. Running from one crisis, solve it, run, there's another crisis, yours or someone next to you, someone dependent on you. I don't want to do that. So that was the point at which I took a deep breath. I put a pause on everything around me and said, I need to figure out how I'm going to continue doing what I need to do, but I'm going to do it in a way that I want to do. I want to feel good about putting myself under that pressure, subjecting myself to so much of, stress and trauma, so many challenges. I want to feel good about that. So that's when first step of that is in your mind. You actually take a look at what the playing field is in front of you. Take a piece of paper and a pen, write it down, make flow charts, draw little boxes, do a mind map, whatever it takes. Write it down. According to the intensity of your responsibility or your challenge, make the boxes bigger or smaller. And then you look at what are the challenges you're facing. Not just external challenges, but internally. What are you feeling insecure about? What are you feeling nervous about facing? What do you think that, oh my God, I'm going to fail at this. I don't think I can do this. Or this is too much for me. Note that down. And then next to that, think about all the things that you have accomplished up to this point. And then take a good hard look at yourself in the mirror and recognize all your strengths and all the qualities that helped you to overcome each one of those challenges. And once you start doing that, you will have a clear idea of all the weapons you have in your arsenal to fight anything that life throws at you or any challenge that you choose to pick up. I have found out that physical fitness is very important. You do not have to be an athlete. I'm not. Ask me to run, I will not run. I hate running. I hate running. I have nice running shoes, I walk in them. Right? But if I'm any kind of an athlete, I'm an endurance athlete. You ask me to trek kilometers per night, I will do that. Ask me to walk from morning to night, I will do that. Ask anything except running. Running, anything extremely, strenuous and physical, I won't do. So what I'm trying to say is physical fitness is so important. You don't have to do the traditional gymming, running, all of those kind of things. Find something that works for you. Stretch, do yoga, Bollywood dancing, I think that's great fun. One thing that always helped me a lot is the Jane Fonda aerobics. I faced several health crises in my life. Every time following these Jane Fonda aerobics classes, their DVDs and videos on YouTube have always pulled me back, and I'm able to be fit, I'm able to feel good, I'm able to feel active. So physical fitness is a must. Another major part that plays, that can actually make or break all of your efforts is what you eat. The kind of food you eat interacts with your body on the most fundamental cellular level. And if you eat food, drink, whatever your habits, anything you ingest into your body, if it is something that doesn't agree with you, doesn't have to be toxic. Like I'm gluten intolerant. I'm dairy intolerant, so I can't have anything with milk and nothing with gluten. If I do, I pay the price. I feel tired, I feel irritable, my just energy levels go down, my feet swell up, I get headaches. So don't figure out what works for you and what doesn't work for you. Eat right, eat healthy, and I'm not a torch, actually I'm a torch bearer for this, but when we go back to our roots, when we eat the way our traditions have taught us to eat, that really works. Because as our bodies have evolved, they have evolved along with our habits and our traditions, and food is a major part of it. So a lot less of processed fast foods and a lot more of sambar sadam and idli and chutney and all of that. That's really good, yeah. So that's really powerful, yeah, that's really superfood.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more thing I want to say.
Yep.
This thing about meditation, which Dr. Amit has spoken about, very hard. I still haven't figured it out. I sit, my thoughts run like rabbits all over the place. But one thing I found recently that helps, if you're, religious, spiritual, pragmatic, atheist, it doesn't matter. I found when you find one thing, one being, one entity, one quality, any goal, anything, it could even be a place. Look at it. Just look at it. Have a picture of that. Look at it. And just focus on it. Think all the good, all the bad, everything, let everything come and go. And I figured out, it's taken me a couple of months of doing this. Finally, the rabbits are settling down in my brain. So, there are many things that you can do to help yourself, and the most important part of that I'm finding is journaling. Because with all of these challenges that we face, there's a lot of stuff being churned up inside us. We're tired, we're afraid, we're anxious, we feel challenged, insecure, we feel angry, we feel betrayed. There's so many things. If you can find a good counselor to talk to, just let it out. Talk to someone who's qualified to listen, qualified to give you the right answers, or to guide you on your way to wellness. If you think you cannot find that sort of person, journal. Every night before you go to bed, take your journal out. There are lots of prompts that can help you now. They're everywhere. Journal. What do I do today? What's going to make tomorrow better? What are my hopes? What are my dreams? What are my goals? What do I hate? What do I fear? It's going to throw up all of that, and it's going to make so much sense because it's going to come from within you for yourself. So that's a lot of things I've thrown at you, and I hope some of them make sense. And these are things that have worked for me and things that really help me and help me on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you so much. I think there were a few very, very valuable things in what you said, right? I mean, I think I heard about food, I heard about exercise, I heard about taking a step back, right? And I think that's also a very important concept in the concept of adaptive leadership that it's called, like you get on the balcony and you look, take a little bit of a step back and look at what's in front of you, what might be connected, what might be not. and really just let that process. Yes. I have more questions on techniques, and I think a few times this came up, and this is for you, Dr. Amit. It's about the dead man meditation therapy. You mentioned it in your introductory speech, but maybe you can explain it a little bit more. There seems to be a question around how is that helping us in creating less stress for ourselves?
So about meditation, Hello? Okay, I will take his help first. If you, what Commando has said, if you try to understand, what was the thing in his mind which make him to do all these things? Do we have the same thing in our mind also? So if you look at it, first try to understand. The story is quite similar to getting the first gold medal for India. 2004, you lost in third position. 2006, you become the world champion. 2008, you got the gold. 2016, you miss a whisker. You got the fourth position. 0.1, you got in the fourth position. Otherwise, you could get again a medal. Now, how? When he asked the question, sir, 4 years I spent for the Olympics for this 2 hours. I can't spend again 4 years for the next Olympic. What make him back and make him win? This is what I'm going to teach you also. Losing, it's about the fear. I will come to it. So what is in him? What was in Abhinav Bindra? What we have taught? What is that part of meditation? That is very important. I asked him one question. Usain Bolt is running for 10 seconds. 10 seconds after 4 years. 8-time gold medalist. So, he never said, you are running 2 hours. So multiple of 1,000 times. You got 2 hours. So, it is the belief system. And how you open up the belief system, today I will teach you practically. And believe me, our mind gets hypnotized. And it can work very strongly with your emotions. It can cure your health. A good leader among you, a good student among you, can, with the help of the stress management, can improve decision making, could be confident, his emotional IQ could be greater higher, he can take a better decision. So, before I teach, I would like 4 people, it will take 5 minutes only, 5 to 6 minutes only. I will like 4 people with, I will ask first, Mr. Commando, there are so many people here. What is the color which come in your mind? Yellow. Okay, I will start with him. I would like 4 people with yellow color to come in front, please, quickly. Who is wearing yellow color? Yes, 2 girls from there, I can see. One is here. You can come in the first chair. Quickly, we'll finish up this and I will tell you how you can win your mind and you could be a winner in life, in home. No, you will be so happy from today if you practice this. 4 people, anybody? This madam? You can come, please. This boy? Yeah, this man. Okay. You 2 girls come here with yellow color, quick. Okay, can you give him the paper? You sign. Oh, that signed paper. आप सामने बैठिए, आप इधर पहले इधर आ जाइए मेरे सामने. Quick. Come here. Yes, the commando has signed this paper. Yellow color. Acha, okay. Yellow, you're in yellow. Come be a part, quick. We'll finish up this. And today you learn this meditation technique, you will do amazing. Can you see this? Yellow color. Can you see? Okay. Look at the Praveen, P. Look at the P. Look at the P. What is the color inside the P? White background paper. What is the color in the P? White background people. P. She will be the judge. You come here. You also come yellow. Anybody? Any male in yellow? That man, please. Yeah. This. Oh, he's looking that side. Yellow, not a dirty fellow. Quick. Quick. Oh, you come here with the specs. No, that person in the second last. अपना हाथ ऐसे रखा हुआ है जिसने. अरे चलो आ जाओ, ठीक है ना? आपने सबने देख लिया ना पी को, है ना? अब you all stand, you all sit there and follow what I said. बैठो, अब उधर बैठो. You are the judge, है? And every one of you, please practice this. You will see how they will get a hypnotized mind. The first step, please everyone be participate. Relax your spine. Put your hand in this mudra, which I am telling you. Agni, Vayu, Prithvi, Jal. Just put like this and place it here, near your heart. Everyone, just forget. Just forget who you are. Try to go back when you are 7 to 8 years old. Believe me, the entire hall will get hypnotized. Your mind will get hypnotized. Put it like this, be very calm. Count your breathing. Count yours. And I'm telling you, 30% your health will improve today only. जिसको constipation की problem है, जिसको stress होता है, रात को नींद नहीं आता है, you will see the difference. The meditation, Indian meditation system has got a lot of power. Okay, now you have to do 3 patterns of breathing. 3 patterns of breathing. First breathing is you will take slowly the breathe inside, ana and pana, very slowly. And you have to feel that is going towards the mind, not towards the lung. Breathe slowly 5 times. 30-40% of you will do 5 times. Breathe slowly. Just forget your mobile, forget your friend, girlfriend's wife, everybody. Go when you're 5-6 years old, playing in the playground. Breathe very slowly and throw it out. I am opening your Pramastiksh Khand, which is 12 lakh times strong. The second breathing is bit of fast breathing. You take from the nose and throw it from the nose. No, don't open your mouth. Don't open your mouth. Very good. And the third breathing is you take from the nose and throw out from your mouth as fast as you can. I'm just making the carbon dioxide out. CO2 out होगा तो depression, anxiety सब खत्म हो जाएगा. Do it 5 to 6 times, quick, fast. Now you have to do a small thing. You will inflate your mouth like this. You will inflate your mouth and don't open. And in that you write Namah Shivaya or your name, anything you write. When you write, your subconscious will connect with Pramastiksh Khand and you will be 12 lakh times stronger. Believe me, some of you will be. Inflate and write at least 5 times. Write Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, or just write. Who's the judge? Come on. Now everybody will throw to her yellow color. Every one of you think that the yellow color is coming from you and going to her. Just think yellow, you just hold it strong. Just think yellow, you come here. Everybody throw the yellow color to her. Now see how you make your, and you will be very neutral, okay? Okay, now open your eyes. Now I will tell you how you got connected to your subconscious mind. And just in one go you have to say what color you find. Open this and say, this you. Close it. That's your point. Yeah.
Yellow color.
Yellow color?
Yeah.
You all three come. You please sit and you will think of the yellow color. Then you make your hand here. Okay. What color you see?
Yellow.
Yellow?
Yes.
What color you see?
Yellow.
Yellow. Now you make your hand here. Sit on there. So what all we have done, we have created an environment to make these people see yellow. Can you imagine your power of mind? Do you believe in your power of mind? So with this mind,
you can feel that you can, you can feel that you are mentally strong. You are mentally, and you can improve your mind. If you improve your mind, you can improve your soul, you will feel happy. So there are, the first stage of a dead man therapy, which he said, is to become resilient in your mind than in your soul. So what you have to practice, somebody asked me, the first step is you will do 3 types of breathing. The first breathing is this. Initially you have to do 108 times. Do it for 3 months. You will find a change in every, don't leave your medicines, nothing. Just continue with it. It will be catalyst in your health. Slow first step. What is the second step? First 2 steps are through the nose. What is the third step? From the mouth. Do 21 times initially, then 51, then 108. After that, you will inflate your mouth. Believe me, telling mantra, you may get 5 times stronger. Writing mantra, you may get 200 or 300 or 500 times stronger. But in your subconscious, if you blow your mouth or fill your mouth with water and you write over it, you will get more than 12 like times stronger. That is the truth, that is the fact. Because our pineal gland, our hypothalamus, the amygdala, which you say, the paramastic hunt, that will work and that will make you feel happy. And once dopamine is released in your body, in your mind, you can do anything. So this is the first step. I hope everybody will learn this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amit. I'm unfortunately getting signals that we are running out of time. I would like to take just a minute to thank all our panelists for their incredible insights, for their very personal stories. I think we heard really, I'm quite happy because I wanted to make the session very personal and I wanted to get some concrete techniques out of everyone that we can apply pretty much immediately to start building our mental resilience. And I think we got that today from all of you. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and your experiences and your insights. It's been a pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All the panelists, let us give them a big round of applause. The last session of the day, and they made it so interesting. I'm sure all of us have learned a lot from this session, the mental resilience part, and of course the demonstration was so very useful. Thank you, and a big thanks goes to Ms. Dorothy Landwehr for driving the session so well, moderating it so well. We now request President MMA, Group Captain Vijay Kumar and Ms. Lakshmi Narayan to step onto the dais and present them a memento, please. And a big thanks to sankalpatarp.org who have sponsored these mementos today. They are an organization which is promoting plantation, and please go on to their website, and we are thankful to them for all these mementos. Of course, there are some sweets as well for the panelists today for making this session so sweet. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of all the sessions today. Just a couple of minutes, please stand by with us. Before we go on to the national anthem, may I invite Group Captain Vijay. You want to say something, please?
My personal request, this was a very secret recipe which we do with the sports person. On the request of Vijay, I have opened it to you. Believe me, if you can make your mind calm, even 10% of you, I will really appreciate, follow this initially 21 times. And I wish you, your family, your children a very happy and good health. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Amit. May I now invite Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan to propose the vote of thanks, please.
Good evening, all of you. We are indeed grateful to all the distinguished speakers who took their time off on a busy working day to be with us and address the delegates during this convention. I would like to thank McKinsey and Company for associating with MMA as its knowledge partner in designing this convention. Conventions of this magnitude and stature can only be organized with the support and involvement of the industry and organizations. Our gratitude to the convention sponsors and partners in making this convention a reality and a great success. The sponsors' support has been acknowledged in the convention brochures and as well as at the backdrop on my left and right that you can see. I thank the MMA Management Committee headed by Mr. Mahalingam, President MMA, my colleagues in the Convention Committee and the MMA Managing Committee, distinguished invitees and past presidents of MMA for your active participation. I also thank all those who are watching this convention live. It's over 8,400 and counting now from all over the world and listening live on MMA radio. And finally, to the MMA Secretariat headed by Group Captain Mr. Vijay Kumar and his team for their unstinted support and hard work in making this convention a grand success. Thank you and kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us for a cup of tea outside. And may I once again remind you to give us your valuable feedback by scanning the QR code. We expect your feedback latest by tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a great day.